In a quiet Memphis cemetery, there's a gravestone for a respectable old woman named Frida Lincoln. But the woman buried there lived another life, under another name. 60 years before her peaceful death, she was known as Laura Bullion, the thorny rose of the Wild Bunch gang. They captured her not in a hailstorm of bullets, but in a respectable city boarding house, with a fortune in stolen banknotes hidden in her luggage. Was she a ruthless outlaw, the financial mastermind for America's most wanted criminals? Or was she just a desperate woman, forged in the dust of the dying West, trying to survive in a world that gave her no quarter? The truth, as it always is buried somewhere between the legend and the law. Today, we're going to peel back the years, find the real woman behind the myth, and tell the ballad of Laura Bullion. Laura Bullion wasn't born in an Appalachian holler, but the world that made her was cut from the same rough cloth. Imagine West Texas in the 1870s. The Civil War had bled the country dry, and the land that was left was vast, empty, and unforgiving. This wasn't a place for quiet farmers and picket fences. It was a landscape of dust and desperation, where the line between the law and the outlaw was often just a puff of gun smoke. This was the world that welcomed Laura into it, a world where survival was the only sacrament. Her father wasn't a preacher or a politician. The whispers said he was a bank robber, a man with German roots who rode with his own small, forgotten gang. For young Laura, a life of crime wasn't a choice she made one day. It was the air she breathed. She didn't learn about honesty and hard work leading to prosperity. She learned that the straight and narrow path usually led straight to an early grave, and hard work just made you somebody else's mule. The lessons she learned at her father's knee weren't from any schoolbook. She learned the quiet language of a coded telegram. She learned the feel of a fast horse, the difference between the sound of a curious neighbor and a coming posse. Most importantly, she learned the cold, hard calculus of the outlaw world. That money, real money, wasn't something you earned by the sweat of your brow. It was something you took. There's no single documented event, no diary entry to point to, but you can feel it in the story of her life. You can imagine a young girl, no older than 10, looking a suspicious sheriff dead in the eye and lying with a placid calm that would make a saint sweat. A girl who learned to patch a bullet wound before she learned to properly mend a dress. She wasn't just taught this life, she had a talent for it. The ice in her veins ran colder than a winter creek. This is where her spirit finds its kin, in the Appalachian Mountains. The folks in those hills understood. They understood what it meant to be forgotten by the government, to be squeezed by the coal companies, to live by a code of family and survival that outsiders called lawless. Laura Bullion may have been a daughter of the Texas plains, but her soul was forged in that same fire of defiance. It was a fire that would soon catch the attention of the most dangerous men in the country. By the time she was a young woman, Laura Bullion was no longer just a bandit's daughter. She was a legend in the making. Her path crossed with William News Carver, a man as handsome as he was deadly, a core member of Butch Cassidy's Wild Bunch. In him, she found a partner, and in the gang, she found her calling. This was her prime. This was the time before the Pinkertons and the prison cells, a brief, glittering moment when she was the undisputed queen of the outlaw world. She wasn't just a camp follower who mended shirts and waited for the men to return. Laura was the gang's quiet genius. While men like Butch and Sundance were kicking in bank doors and blowing safes off trains, Laura was playing a far more delicate game. She was the one who could take a stack of scorched, blood-stained banknotes and make them clean. She was the expert scout, the ghost who could drift into a town, learn its rhythms, map its banks, and disappear without a trace. Her greatest skill was transformation. She could shed her identity like a snake sheds its skin. One week, she was a dusty figure in a remote Wyoming hideout. The next, a respectable cattleman's wife in a San Antonio hotel, turning stolen gold into legitimate currency. She was the calm eye in their hurricane of chaos, the cool-headed strategist who ensured their violent raids actually turned a profit. Without her, they were just thieves. With her, they were an empire. And with Will Carver, she had found her king. You can imagine them together, two dark-eyed, intelligent people who saw the world for what it was and decided to take their share. Theirs wasn't a romance of whispered poetry. It was a partnership forged in adrenaline and shared secrets, a bond of loyalty that was the only law they recognized. They were a team, moving seamlessly between the rugged outlaw underworld and the polite society they were bleeding dry. This was the world she had built for herself, a world of dangerous freedom, flush with money and devoid of rules. A life lived on her own terms, where her intelligence was her greatest weapon and her courage was her shield. She had respect, she had love, and she had a level of independence that most women of her time could only dream of. It was a life balanced on a knife's edge, but it was hers. But every legend has a crack in their armor, a single thread that, when pulled, can unravel everything. For Laura Bullion, it wasn't greed or a quick temper. It was a professional pride as cold and sharp as a honed knife. Her success wasn't just about the money. It was about proving she was smarter than the bankers she robbed, the lawmen who hunted her, and the Pinkerton agents who put her name in their ledgers. She didn't just want to win, she needed to dominate the game. For years, this pride was her greatest asset. It made her meticulous, patient. She would never rush a plan, never take an unnecessary risk. While the men of the Wild Bunch might get drunk and boastful, Laura remained a ghost in the machine, her movements precise and calculated. Her pride demanded perfection, and that perfection kept them all one step ahead of the gallows. It was her signature, this flawless execution. But things changed. Will Carver was killed in a shootout, a bloody end to her first great partnership. Her new man was Ben Kilpatrick, the tall Texan. Kilpatrick was a formidable outlaw, a giant of a man, but he lacked Carver's cool finesse. He was a hammer where Carver had been a scalpel. And in her relationship with him, Laura's pride began to shift. It morphed from a cautious professionalism into a dangerous overconfidence. Perhaps she believed she was smart enough for the both of them, that her intelligence could shield his recklessness. This is where the armor cracked. After the Great Northern train robbery, they were sitting on a fortune in stolen banknotes. The old Laura, the one whose pride was rooted in caution, would have known those notes were poison. She would have burned them or buried them. But the new Laura, the one who had outsmarted the law for years, saw a challenge. Passing those notes wasn't just a necessity, it was the ultimate proof of her superiority. It was a direct taunt to the entire system of law and order. Her pride had become hubris. She began to believe she was untouchable, that her will alone was enough to bend reality. She convinced herself that she could walk into a city like St. Louis and through sheer audacity make those hot banknotes spendable. This fatal pride, the very thing that had fueled her rise, was now blinding her to the simple, deadly truth of a telegraph wire and a circulated serial number. The boom of dynamite on July 3rd, 1901 didn't just split open a train car. It split Laura Bullion's life in two. Near Wagner, Montana, Ben Kilpatrick and the remnants of the Wild Bunch pulled off their last great score, stopping the Great Northern Express. They escaped with a fortune, over $40,000 in fresh, unsigned banknotes. When Kilpatrick brought that haul to Laura, he wasn't just bringing her money. He was bringing her a challenge that struck at the very core of her identity. Now, you have to understand, this wasn't like fencing stolen gold or laundering old bills. Unsigned banknotes from a national bank were a special kind of poison. Within hours, the Pinkerton Detective Agency, the most relentless manhunters in the country, would have telegraphed the serial numbers of every single missing bill to every major city. Every bank teller, every shopkeeper, every hotel clerk would have that list. Trying to spend one of these notes was like lighting a signal fire on a dark plain, screaming, "Here I am, Come and get me. For a woman whose entire reputation was built on being smarter, quieter, and more careful than the law, this was an intolerable situation. It was a direct affront from the system she had so long outwitted. The humming of the telegraph wires was like a personal taunt. They weren't just protecting the money, they were challenging her. They were daring the great Laura Bullion, the financial wizard of the Wild Bunch, to make a move. For a lesser criminal, the answer would be simple: bury the money and run. But Laura's pride wouldn't allow it. In that moment, faced with a mountain of toxic cash, her fatal flaw took the reins. The cautious strategist was silenced by the arrogant master. This wasn't a trap to be avoided. It was a final exam to be aced. Her mind didn't see the risk. It saw the ultimate validation of her genius. The decision was made not in a heated argument, but in a cold, quiet certainty. She and Kilpatrick would go to St. Louis, a major city teeming with police and Pinkertons, and they would pass those notes. This was her point of no return. It was a declaration of war. By choosing to launder that money, she was telling the entire world that she believed she was infallible. It was the ultimate act of professional hubris, a gamble fueled by years of success. She wasn't just trying to get rich. She was trying to prove, once and for all, that no lock was too complex, no system was too smart, and no law was a match for her mind. The train ride to St. Louis was a long, slow journey into the jaws of the trap. With every mile of track they covered, the world of the Wild Bunch, a world of open plains and hidden canyons, grew more distant. They were plunging into the modern age, a world stitched together by telegraph wires that hummed with their descriptions and serial numbers. Every newspaper they passed at a station stop felt like a wanted poster. The world itself was screaming a warning, but Laura Bullion wasn't listening. You have to believe that the ghost of her old self, the cautious strategist who had survived so long, was whispering in her ear. That voice of reason must have been pointing out the folly of it all. This isn't a cattle town where a sheriff can be bought, it would say. This is a city. They have police departments, detective bureaus, and telegraph offices on every corner. The game has changed, Laura. This is a losing hand. Any other outlaw would have felt that cold dread, the instinct to turn the horse around and ride for the Badlands. But pride is a powerful anesthetic. It numbs the fear, and it silences the voice of reason. Her hubris answered every doubt with a simple, arrogant reply. They expect us to run. They expect us to hide in the dirt like animals. They will never expect us to walk right into their world, dressed in fine clothes, and look them in the eye. She was convinced that their audacity was their greatest camouflage, that her intelligence was a shield no lawman could penetrate. So they didn't hide. Arriving in St. Louis, they didn't seek out some back-alley flophouse in the criminal underworld. No, that would be too obvious. Instead, they took a room at a respectable boarding house on Locust Street, playing the part of a wealthy Texas couple enjoying the city. Each decision was an escalation, a deliberate step deeper into enemy territory. She was surrounding herself not with allies, but with potential witnesses, isolating herself from any chance of a clean escape. This path of no compromise led to a single, final choice. It wasn't enough to have the money, to possess it in secret. Her pride demanded that she prove she could master it, tame it, and spend it. She stood in that quiet boarding house room, a fortune in stolen paper at her fingertips, and made the decision. She would personally go out and pass the first note. It was the ultimate act of defiance, a final rejection of every warning, both internal and external. She was no longer just breaking the law, she was daring it to stop her. And so we come to the final moment, the last quiet breath before the storm. Picture Laura in that St. Louis boarding house room. Outside, the city hums with streetcars and commerce. Inside, the air is thick with the smell of old paper and new money. The trunk full of banknotes sits in the corner like a coffin filled with treasure. She's dressed in the finest clothes money can buy, a respectable lady about to go shopping. In her hand, she holds a single, crisp, stolen bill. This is the off-ramp. This is the last chance for peace. Ben Kilpatrick, the tall Texan, a man who feared no gunfight, was spooked by this city. He wasn't a fool. He could feel the eyes on them, the invisible web of the law tightening around them. Imagine that giant of a man looking at her with genuine fear in his eyes. "Laura," he might have said, his voice a low rumble. "This don't feel right. Let's just burn 'em. Let's take the gold we got and ride south. We don't have to do this." For a single fleeting second, the world holds its breath. This is her final crossroads. She can hear the sense in his words. The old Laura, the ghost of the cautious girl who survived the Texas plains, is screaming at her to listen. She can see the two paths laid out before her. One leads south to Mexico, to a quiet, anonymous life, a life of survival. It's the smart play, the safe play. The other path leads right out the door and onto the streets of St. Louis. It's a path of pure ego, a path that leads either to ultimate triumph or a prison cell. She looks from Ben's worried face to the banknote in her hand. The internal struggle is a silent war. To run would be to admit defeat, to concede that the system had finally outsmarted her. It would be an admission that she was nothing more than a common thief, forced to hide in the shadows. But to walk out that door, that was to prove she was who she always believed herself to be, a master of the game, a queen in her own right. And in that quiet room, her fatal pride won the war. She gave him a look that wasn't meant to be cruel, but it was. It was the look of a queen who has already decided the fate of her kingdom, pitying the soldier who still feels fear. "They're looking for outlaws, Ben," she said, her voice calm and steady. "They're not looking for us." And then she opened the door and stepped out into the hallway, closing it quietly behind her. With that soft click, the last chance for peace was gone forever. The walk from the boarding house was the longest of Laura's life, but she felt no fear. She felt only the cold, exhilarating thrill of the final move in a long game of chess. The city of St. Louis wasn't a threat. It was a backdrop for her masterpiece. The clang of the streetcar, the drone of voices, the smell of coal smoke and roasted peanuts, it was all just noise. Her world had narrowed to the crisp, stolen banknote tucked in her purse and the mission ahead. She was a predator walking through an unsuspecting herd. She chose a small, respectable dry goods store. Not too big, not too small. A place where a woman of means might purchase a pair of fine gloves or a spool of silk thread. She walked in, the little bell over the door announcing her arrival with a cheerful jingle that felt like the opening note of her triumph. She browsed for a moment, the picture of casual wealth, her mind a steel trap of calculation and calm. She selected her item and approached the counter. The shopkeeper was a balding man with a friendly, unassuming smile. This was the moment. She laid the stolen banknote on the polished wood. The world seemed to hold its breath. For a second, the transaction was perfectly normal. The man took the bill, his eyes registering its high denomination without a flicker of suspicion. A wave of pure, triumphant pride washed over Laura. She had done it. She had beaten them all. Then the world tilted. The man's friendly smile didn't disappear, but it froze on his face. It became a mask. He looked from the bill to her face, and for a fraction of a second, she saw something in his eyes that wasn't there before. Recognition. He mumbled an excuse, something about needing to get change from the back room, and disappeared behind a curtain. The cheerful jingle of the bell had become a warning. The air in the shop grew heavy, thick, and silent. The game was over. She knew it. The bell jingled again, but it wasn't the shopkeeper. Two men, large and dressed in plain, heavy wool coats, stepped inside. They didn't look like customers. They didn't draw their weapons. They didn't need to. Their presence was a cage that had just been locked. They moved with a quiet, practiced certainty that was more terrifying than any shouted command. Her heart, which had been so steady, began to beat a frantic, trapped rhythm against her ribs. One of the men stepped forward. He didn't speak her name, the one whispered in outlaw camps and Pinkerton offices. He spoke to the shopkeeper, who had reappeared from the back room, his face pale. "Is this the woman who tried to pass the note?" The words hung in the air, absolute and final. The world, which had been a vast chessboard for her to command, had shrunk to the space between her and these two men. Then came a sound, not loud, but it echoed louder than any gunshot. It was the quiet, metallic click of a pair of handcuffs being opened, then another as they closed around her wrists. The cold steel felt like a brand, a permanent declaration of her defeat. The argument she had been having with the entire world, her silent insistence that she was smarter and untouchable, was suddenly, permanently over. The thorny rose had finally been plucked. As the cold steel of the handcuffs locked around her wrists, there was no explosion of violence, no desperate struggle. There was only a cold, quiet finality. The intoxicating pride that had carried her out the boarding house door, that had felt like an impenetrable shield, simply vanished. In its place was a vast, hollow emptiness. The world, which had seemed so sharp and clear moments before, was now a dull, grey blur. In that instant, she saw her mistake with a clarity that was more painful than any bullet. It wasn't the law that had beaten her. It was her own damn self. They led her out of the shop into the afternoon light. A small crowd had gathered, drawn by the sight of the lawmen's coats. Their faces were a mixture of curiosity and judgment. But Laura Bullion did not look away. She held her head high, her back ramrod straight, and walked to the waiting police wagon. Her face was a mask of stone. This was her last performance. She would not give them the satisfaction of seeing her break. She would not let them see the terror and regret that was now a frozen lump in her chest. Her silence was the only weapon she had left. At the police station, the questions were inevitable. The lawmen weren't fools. They knew a score this big wasn't a solo job. They knew about the Wild Bunch, and they knew about Ben Kilpatrick. They laid it out for her in the dim light of an interrogation room. "Where is he, Laura?" For a moment, the old code of the outlaw, the code of loyalty, flickered inside her. But it was just an ember. The fire was out. The game was over. Protecting him now was pointless. It would only delay the inevitable by a few hours. For Laura, this was the last move on a board where she had already been checkmated. It was no longer a question of honor, but of cold, hard logic. The strategist in her, the part that had been silenced by hubris, made one final pragmatic calculation. With a voice devoid of emotion, a voice that sounded like a stranger's, she gave them the address on Locust Street. It was a simple statement of fact that ended an era. As she sat in a barren holding cell, the lock clicking shut, she knew what was happening across town. She could picture it with perfect, agonizing clarity. The quiet approach of the agents, the splintering wood of the boarding house door, the look of utter shock and betrayal on Ben Kilpatrick's face as he was caught completely unaware. Her capture hadn't just ended her freedom, it had been the Judas kiss that sealed his fate too. Her active role in the story was over. The thorny rose, the queen of the outlaws, was now just another name on a jailer's list. The first and most brutal ripple from Laura's capture slammed into Ben Kilpatrick. He wasn't caught in a gunfight or a desperate chase. He was caught sitting in a boarding house room, waiting for his partner to return from a shopping trip. The splintering wood of the door and the sudden rush of lawmen was an ambush he never saw coming. And in the cold silence that followed as they snapped the cuffs on his wrists, he must have understood the simple, devastating truth. She had given him up. The outlaw code, the bond of loyalty that was the only real law in their world, had been broken. Her pride didn't just cost her freedom, it cost Ben Kilpatrick his. But the wreckage spread further than one man's cell. With the capture of Bullion and Kilpatrick, the Wild Bunch, as a functioning entity in America, ceased to exist. Butch and Sundance were already ghosts on their way to South America. Will Carver was in his grave. Now, two more of its key figures were gone. It wasn't a spectacular end in a hail of bullets. It was a quiet, almost pathetic dismantling. Their capture was proof that the world had changed. Telegraphs and detectives had finally strangled the life out of the horse and revolver outlaw. The legend of the Wild Bunch died in that St. Louis boarding house, leaving behind nothing but a few scattered members who were now just ghosts haunting a dead campfire. The Bullion name itself became a kind of curse. Any family she had, distant cousins or even her shadowy outlaw father, were now tied to the sensational story of the outlaw queen. Her choice to live in the spotlight of infamy cast a permanent shadow over them. They would have to live with the whispers, the pointed fingers, the suspicion of every local lawman. She hadn't just sacrificed her own future. She had severed her own roots, making herself an orphan of her own creation and staining the name for anyone who had to carry it. And finally, there was the wreckage of the truth itself. The newspapers had a field day. They didn't tell the story of a complex, intelligent woman who made a fatal error in judgment. They told the story of a gunslinging queen, a caricature of a woman driven by greed and a lust for violence. The real Laura Bullion, the quiet strategist, the master of disguise, the woman who lived by a code of professional pride, was lost forever. She was replaced by a cheap headline. The tragedy wasn't just that her life of crime came to an end, but that the real story of who she was and why she did it was buried under a mountain of newsprint. When Laura Bullion stood trial, it wasn't just a woman facing a judge. It was a clash of two separate Americas. You can just imagine her, a creature of dust and wind, standing perfectly still in a polished St. Louis courtroom. Her world was one where justice was decided by a fast horse and a firm trigger finger. This new world was a sterile place of paper and ink, of lawyers in stiff collars speaking a language of statutes and precedents she neither knew nor respected. She faced the machinery of the modern legal system, and she did not flinch. The prosecution's case was a simple, brutal piece of clockwork. They had the stolen banknotes, they had the testimony of the shopkeeper, they had the arresting officers, and most damning of all, they had Ben Kilpatrick, captured because of the information she provided. They painted her as a parasite, a cold-hearted criminal mastermind who fed off the veins of honest society. To them, the case was black and white. A law was broken and a price had to be paid. But Laura's defense wasn't spoken by any lawyer. It was in her silence, in the cold, unblinking way she stared down the judge and jury. Her very presence in that room was an argument. She was a product of the outlaw code, a belief that the real criminals weren't the people who robbed the trains, but the railroad barons and bankers who had already stolen the country from the common man. Her silence screamed that their laws were a convenience, a set of rules made by the rich to protect their own spoils. She had simply played their game with a different set of tools. The press and the public couldn't get enough of it. They weren't seeing a common thief in the dock. They were seeing a legend. She was the outlaw queen, a dime novel heroine brought to life. To the respectable citizens of St. Louis, she was a terrifying symbol of the chaos they were trying to pave over. But to others, watching from the cheap seats or reading the breathless newspaper accounts, she was a symbol of something else. A wild, defiant freedom that was being systematically strangled out of the American West. She wasn't a martyr, not really, but she was a spectacle, a last, beautiful monster from a dying age. The verdict was never in doubt. The machinery of the law is not designed to understand different codes of honor. It is designed to crush them. The jury found her guilty. The judge, looking down at this unrepentant woman, sentenced her to 5 years in the Missouri State Penitentiary. The gavel fell with a sharp crack, like a rifle shot ending a long standoff. But was it justice? The law had been served, a criminal had been punished. But in that courtroom, one world had simply proven it was more powerful than another. The America of telegraphs and legal codes had finally, officially, conquered the America of open ranges and personal justice. Laura Bullion wasn't just sentenced for passing a stolen banknote, she was sentenced for being on the losing side of history. So what became of the great forces that Laura Bullion had provoked? What was the fate of her true antagonist? It wasn't a single man, but a vast, sprawling system. The railroads, the banks, and their relentless enforcers, the Pinkerton Detective Agency. And the chilling truth is this: while Laura's life was shattered, the system she fought against barely registered the blow. The Great Northern Railroad didn't miss a single scheduled run. The National Bank of Montana, having had its stolen banknotes taken out of circulation, simply printed more. The $40,000 that had cost Laura and the Wild Bunch their freedom was, to these corporate giants, little more than a rounding error in their ledgers, an inconvenient line item in an annual report. They were not wounded, they were annoyed. Their power didn't diminish, it grew. The very forces of industrial America that she had tried to bleed continued their march, paving over the Wild West she represented without even looking back. And the Pinkertons? They didn't celebrate a grand victory over a worthy foe. For them, Laura Bullion was not a legend or an outlaw queen. She was a case file. Her capture was a professional success, a testament to their modern methods of information sharing and relentless pursuit. They closed the file, collected their fee, and moved on to the next train robber, the next union organizer, the next threat to their clients' profits. Her personal tragedy was just a statistic that proved their system worked. This is the ultimate bitter irony of Laura Bullion's story. It was never a fair fight. She wasn't a rebel fighting a tyrant. She was a woman with a revolver and a sharp mind standing in the path of a locomotive. The outcome was never in doubt. Her antagonists, faceless, impersonal, and impossibly powerful, didn't need to seek revenge or meet some form of cosmic justice. Their victory was simply to continue existing, to keep growing while she was locked away, forgotten. It wasn't a story of good versus evil. It was the story of an individual versus an institution, and the institution always wins. In 1905, after serving 3.5 years, a woman walked out of the Missouri State Penitentiary. She was 30 years old, but the fire in her eyes had been banked to a cold ember. The world she walked back into was not the one she had left. The whine of the telegraph wire had replaced the howl of the coyote. Automobiles were starting to appear on city streets. The Wild West, her Wild West, was not just dying, it was dead and buried. The ghosts of the Wild Bunch, her only real family, were scattered to the four winds. Butch and Sundance had vanished into South America, destined for a bloody end in a Bolivian village. Ben Kilpatrick was still languishing in prison, and when he finally got out, his old instincts would lead him straight to another train robbery and a grisly death by an ice mallet. The community she had once ruled hadn't rebuilt. It had been systematically exterminated. There was nothing left to go back to. Laura Bullion understood this with a cold, absolute clarity. Her name was now a permanent fixture in the ledgers of the law. To continue as Laura Bullion was to live as a hunted animal, a relic waiting to be put in a cage for good. So she made the most audacious choice of her life. It wasn't to rob a bank or a train, it was to commit the perfect murder, the murder of her own identity. Laura Bullion died sometime in 1905. In her place, a new woman was born, Frieda Lincoln. She moved to Memphis, Tennessee, deliberately choosing a quiet southern city far from the dust of her past. There, the outlaw queen, the financial genius of the Wild Bunch, became an interior designer and a seamstress. She lived a life of deliberate, crushing anonymity. She joined a church. Her neighbors knew her as a respectable, if quiet, widow. No one in her new life ever suspected that the polite woman who helped them pick out curtains had once counted scorched money for the most wanted men in America. Her past became a ghost that only she could see. Her legacy wasn't a family to carry on her name, but a silence she had to maintain every single day for over 50 years. The outlaw community hadn't buried the memory of its glory days. She had buried her own, digging a grave for it so deep that no one would ever find it. She survived, but she did it by becoming a ghost in her own life. And yet, if you go looking for Laura Bullion today, you won't find much. There is no crumbling cabin bearing her name, no remote canyon called Bullion's hideout. For 60 years, she worked tirelessly to erase every physical trace of herself from the American landscape. And she succeeded. The only tangible piece of her that remains is that quiet gravestone in Memphis, a final, perfect disguise in stone, bearing the name Frida Lincoln. But the ghost of a name is harder to kill than a person. Laura Bullion's story didn't die. It mutated. It escaped the prison of fact and became a legend. Her name is still whispered by historians of the Old West, a fascinating footnote in the saga of the Wild Bunch. She has become an archetype, the outlaw queen. In this legend, she's often stripped of her true, quiet genius, her skill with numbers and disguises, and is instead reimagined as a pistol-packing hellcat, riding alongside the men with guns blazing. It's a more exciting story, perhaps, but it's a paler version of the truth. Her life has become a different kind of cautionary tale, one not told to scare children, but one that fascinates adults. It's a story about the awesome, terrifying power of self-reinvention. It asks the question, can you ever truly bury your past? Can a life of such thunderous rebellion ever find peace in the quiet hum of anonymity? For 56 years, she proved that it could. But her death and the rediscovery of her true identity proved that the past is never truly dead. It just waits. So while the woman is gone, her spirit does haunt the landscape of our history. She haunts the gaps in the story, the spaces where women were ignored or forgotten. She is the ghost that forces us to look closer at the old photographs of the West, to look past the famous men with their guns and mustaches, and to wonder about the silent, watchful women in the background. Her story is a crack in the glossy, romantic myth of the Old West, a reminder that behind every famous outlaw, there might have been a woman who was smarter, quieter, and far more dangerous than the history books ever let on. So in the end, we come back to the question we asked at the start. Was Laura Bullion a hero or a villain? The truth is, she was neither. She was something far more rare. She was a brilliant mind born into a world that had no place for her ambition. She was a queen in a kingdom of dust and gunpowder, a kingdom that was already sinking into the sea of the modern world. To call her a hero is to ignore the wreckage she left behind. But to call her a simple villain is to ignore the courage and genius it took to live the life she did. Ultimately, this isn't just a story about robberies and getaways. It's a story about pride. It's a chilling lesson in how a person's greatest strength can curdle into their most profound weakness. Laura's meticulous, arrogant pride was the engine that drove her success, allowing her to outwit and outmaneuver the entire system. But that same pride blinded her to the fact that the system was bigger than she was, and it made her believe she was infallible. She was a master strategist, brought down not by a Pinkerton's bullet, but by a fatal move of her own making. She survived, yes, but only by killing the most vibrant part of herself. She traded a life of thunderous rebellion for one of silent, lonely penance. The story of her two lives, one as an outlaw queen, the other as a quiet seamstress, is the story of a woman who was at war not just with the world, but with her own nature. And that, my friends, is the Ballad of the Thorny Rose, a woman who proved you can escape the law, but you can never truly escape yourself. In the autumn of 1806, a stunning proclamation from President Thomas Jefferson sent a shockwave across the young United States. It warned of a conspiracy, a secret expedition of armed men forming on the western rivers with a purpose unfriendly to the peace of the Union. It called for the immediate arrest of the plot's ringleader, a man whose name was known in every household from the drawing rooms of Philadelphia to the log cabins of the frontier, former Vice President Aaron Burr. The news was unthinkable. This was a man who had stood just one heartbeat from the presidency, a hero of the revolution, a founder of the nation. Now he was a fugitive, accused of the ultimate crime, treason. What had happened? What dark ambition could drive a man of such stature to raise a private army in the Appalachian wilderness? Was he a patriot preparing for a secret war against Spain, or a would-be emperor plotting to shatter the fragile American Republic and carve out his own kingdom in the West? Today, we will become detectives of the past, sifting through the forgotten clues of this grand and shadowy plot to finally answer the question, who was the real Aaron Burr? To understand the tragedy that unfolded, you first have to understand the world that was at risk. Not just the lives of a few men, but the very soul of a young nation. In 1805, the United States was less a single unified country and more a fragile alliance between the settled, powerful East and the wild, restless West. The Appalachian Mountains were the great dividing line, and the people who lived in their shadow felt like a nation unto themselves. They were veterans paid in land they had to fight for, Scots-Irish settlers who bowed to no authority but their own, and pioneers who saw the federal government not as a protector, but as a distant collection of politicians who neither understood nor cared about their struggles. Their lifeline, the mighty Mississippi River, was choked off at its mouth by the Spanish, who held New Orleans. To them, the Union felt like a promise broken. At the heart of this volatile frontier, there was a literal paradise, a place that symbolized everything that stood to be lost. On an island in the Ohio River, a wealthy Irish aristocrat named Harmon Blennerhassett had built a dream. Fleeing scandal in Europe, he and his brilliant wife, Margaret, had constructed a stunning white mansion, a beacon of European culture in the American wilderness. It was filled with telescopes, lavish libraries, and fine art. From its portico, one could hear music and scientific debate instead of the cry of the panther. Blennerhassett was a dreamer, a romantic, a man more at home with a chemistry experiment than a rifle. He sought a life of refined intellectual peace, far from the intrigues of the old world. His wife, Margaret, was his equal in every way, a poet, an accomplished horsewoman, and a gracious host who made their island a legendary oasis of hospitality. They had 2 young sons and a fortune they believed was secure. Their world was one of beauty, science, and domestic tranquility, an idyllic existence carved right out of the rugged frontier. They were not the only ones with a stake in the future. All along the river valleys, thousands of families had gambled everything on this new land. They had cleared the forests, fought off disease, and planted their hopes in the rich, dark soil. Their lives were hard, their dreams simple: to own their land, to provide for their children, and to have a say in their own destiny. They were a proud, tough, and deeply dissatisfied people, their hearts filled with a simmering resentment against the East and a burning hunger for the opportunities they believed lay just beyond the horizon. This, then, was the world that existed before the serpent entered the garden. A fragile nation, a perfect island paradise, and a populace of hardy frontiersmen, all vulnerable in their own ways. They were a collection of dreamers, idealists, and fighters, unknowingly waiting for a charismatic leader to ignite their passions and lead them toward a new destiny or toward their own destruction. The crime, in this case, was not discovered with a single gunshot or a body in a ravine. It was discovered in pieces, a slow dawning horror that spread through the Appalachian territories like a fever. The crime scene was the entire Ohio River Valley, and the clues were not stains of blood, but the sounds of hammers and the whispers of restless men. The epicenter of it all was Harmon Blennerhassett's idyllic island. The once peaceful estate had been transformed. The music and philosophical debates were replaced by the ring of blacksmiths' anvils and the thud of axes. Locals paddling past the island in their skiffs saw things that made no sense. A fleet of 15 massive keelboats was being constructed, far more than any group of simple settlers would need. Harmon Blennerhassett, the gentle scholar, had turned the grand halls of his mansion into a workshop, using his fireplaces to kiln dry the wood for the boats. Huge quantities of supplies were being stockpiled: barrels of pork, sacks of flour, and casks of whiskey. enough to sustain an army, not a handful of families heading to a new farm. The most unsettling clues were the men themselves. Young, rootless, and ambitious men from Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Kentucky began to gather on the island. They weren't farmers. They carried new rifles and spoke not of planting seasons, but of adventure and glory. When questioned, they were evasive, offering a sly grin and a vague promise of riches to be won in the South. The story changed depending on who was telling it. Some said they were off to settle the Bastrop Tract, a massive land grant in Texas. Others winked and spoke of a secret government mission to fight the Spanish. The scene spoke of a grand conspiracy unfolding in plain sight, yet its true purpose remained maddeningly obscure. Was this an elaborate land speculation, as Burr publicly claimed? Or was it the secret mobilization of a patriot army waiting for the president's signal to march on Spanish territory? Or was it something far darker, the birth of a rebel force preparing to turn its guns on its own country? The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions that grew louder with every plank nailed into place. At the center of this storm of rumor and preparation stood one man, the obvious and immediate suspect, Aaron Burr. This was not some backwoods rabble-rouser. This was a political giant, a fallen angel of the Republic. By 1805, Burr was a political ghost, a man whose career had been immolated in the fires of scandal. As vice president, he had been sidelined and distrusted by Thomas Jefferson. Then came the final, fatal blow, his duel with Alexander Hamilton. By killing his great rival, Burr had made himself a pariah in the East, a man reviled in the very halls of power he had once commanded. His motive, whispered from the taverns of Pittsburgh to the halls of Congress, was not simple greed, but something far more potent, a burning desire for revenge. This entire Western enterprise was seen as a grand and audacious act of personal vengeance against the nation and the man who had cast him out. Burr felt betrayed by the American political system, and his ambition was to build a new empire in the West, so powerful and glorious that it would dwarf the United States. He would show Jefferson, he would show all of them, what a mistake they had made. To the people in the East, his actions weren't about settling land. They were about settling a score. The initial evidence was Burr himself, and the godlike manner in which he traveled through the wilderness. He journeyed down the Ohio not in a humble canoe, but on a magnificent 60-foot barge, a floating mansion complete with a dining hall and wine cellar. Imagine the spectacle, this vessel of Eastern luxury gliding past the rough log cabins of the frontier. It was a statement of power and intent, the procession of a king, not the humble transport of a pioneer. Whispers followed him everywhere, born of his almost hypnotic personal charm. Witnesses described a man with piercing dark eyes who could hold a room captive with his words. He didn't just ask for support. He seduced men into his vision. He made every farmer, every militia captain, every wealthy planter feel as though they were the single most important person to the success of his grand and secret enterprise. The sheer number of influential men who flocked to his banner was damning evidence in itself. From the moment his grand barge appeared on the river, there was no doubt who the leader was. Every rifle purchased, every boat built, every secret oath sworn in the dead of night pointed directly back to one man, the disgraced vice president, Aaron Burr. But as grand as Burr's ambition was, he wasn't acting alone. He couldn't be. To seize New Orleans and control the West, he needed more than a few dozen frontiersmen in keelboats. He needed a military man on the inside, a powerful ally who could deliver the U.S. Army itself into his hands. He had such a partner, a man whose position made the entire scheme seem not just possible, but destined for success. General James Wilkinson, the commanding general of the entire United States Army and the governor of the Louisiana Territory. He was Burr's most trusted confidant, his co-conspirator, the sword that would carve out their new empire. And here, my friends, is where the story twists from a simple tale of ambition into a shadowy labyrinth of deceit. For what no one in Burr's inner circle knew, what the frontiersmen flocking to his banner could never have imagined, was that General Wilkinson, the highest-ranking soldier in the United States, was living a lie. For years, he had been a secret agent on the payroll of the Spanish government, known to his handlers only as Agent 13. Wilkinson's loyalty was not to Aaron Burr, nor was it to President Jefferson. His true master was himself, and his motive was a toxic cocktail of greed and a desperate instinct for self-preservation. He was playing the most dangerous game imaginable, promising support to Burr's conspiracy while feeding information to his Spanish masters, all while maintaining his position as America's top general. With this horrifying truth in mind, all of Wilkinson's actions snap into a darker focus. His letters to Burr, filled with encouragement and bold promises of delivering New Orleans, were not the communications of a loyal partner. They were the calculated words of a master manipulator, luring Burr deeper and deeper into the trap. He fanned the flames of Burr's ambition, assuring him that the army was ready, that the Creole population of New Orleans would welcome him as a liberator. Each promise was another thread in the web he was weaving around his supposed friend. His apparent support was pure theater, a performance for an audience of one. Re-examined, every action reeks of a darker truth. Wilkinson was not helping Burr build an empire. He was helping him build a gallows. He waited, letting Burr invest his money, his reputation, and the lives of his followers. He let the conspiracy grow just large enough to be a credible threat, all the while holding an axe over its neck, positioning himself to be the hero who would eventually save the very nation he was helping to endanger. The greatest threat to Aaron Burr wasn't the president in Washington, but the trusted brother-in-arms standing right beside him. But the conspiracy wasn't just a drama between American titans. The Appalachian frontier was not some isolated stage. It was the explosive friction point between competing empires, a grand chessboard where the players were not just ambitious individuals, but entire nations. Beyond the personal vendettas and internal betrayals, there was a third looming force at play, the shadowy hand of foreign powers, particularly Great Britain and Spain. They were the external threat, the silent partners whose interests stood to be served by chaos on the American frontier. Their motives were as cold and impersonal as they were powerful. Great Britain, still stinging from its defeat in the Revolution, saw in Burr's plan a golden opportunity to fracture and weaken its upstart rival. A new, independent Western Republic, hostile to the United States and friendly to the Crown, would be a strategic masterstroke. It would halt American expansion and give Britain effective control over the Mississippi River and the heart of the continent. The British minister in Washington, Anthony Merry, listened with great interest to Burr's proposals, seeing a chance to undo the results of the war. Spain, on the other hand, was a crumbling empire motivated by pure fear. They looked at the aggressive, land-hungry American frontiersmen pouring over the Appalachians and saw an existential threat to their most valuable colonial possession, silver-rich Mexico. For the Spanish, Burr's plot was both a terrifying danger and a potential solution. A successful invasion would be a catastrophe, but a civil war that turned Americans against each other could keep them occupied for decades, protecting the Spanish border through mutual destruction. This foreign meddling created a poisonous paranoia that seeped into every settlement along the river. Who could be trusted? Locals spoke of well-dressed strangers with European accents appearing in frontier taverns, men with heavy coin purses and too many questions. Rumors spread that the incredible sums of money funding Burr's expedition were not coming from his own ruined fortune, but from the coffers of a foreign king. This wasn't just a domestic rebellion anymore. It was an international intrigue, and the hardy folk of Appalachia were being courted, manipulated, and used as pawns in a game whose rules they didn't understand, by forces whose ultimate loyalty was to a distant throne. The initial pursuit of Aaron Burr was not a chase through the mountains, but a maddening hunt through a wilderness of lies. Burr, a master of political intrigue, had constructed a labyrinth of false trails and red herrings so brilliant that it paralyzed his enemies and confused his friends. The investigation, led from a distance by a deeply worried President Jefferson, repeatedly crashed against the wall of Burr's plausible deniability. The most powerful of these false trails was the public and seemingly legitimate one, the settlement of the Bastrop Tract. Burr had purchased a massive disputed land claim on the Ouachita River in what is now Louisiana. To the world, he was simply the leader of a land company, gathering brave pioneers to build a new life in the West. It was the perfect cover. Every boat built, every barrel of flour purchased, every man recruited could be explained away as a necessary preparation for this grand, legal settlement. When local officials came snooping, they were shown land deeds and contracts. Burr would greet them with the disarming charm of a respectable businessman, asking, "Gentlemen, is it now a crime in this republic to seek one's fortune?" The lead would go cold. For those who weren't satisfied by the simple story of a land venture, Burr had a more intoxicating bait: the patriot's cloak. He would take a man like Andrew Jackson aside and, in a low, confidential tone, hint that this entire expedition was a secret plan, tacitly approved by the administration in Washington. War with Spain was imminent, he'd suggest, and his force of hardy frontiersmen was meant to be the vanguard of the American army, ready to seize Texas or even Mexico the moment hostilities began. This masterstroke of misdirection turned potential accusers into enthusiastic allies. How could you arrest a man who was carrying out the president's secret orders? Back in Washington, Thomas Jefferson was wrestling with shadows. The reports that reached him were a maddening torrent of contradictions. One letter would paint Burr as a traitorous madman, the next as a misunderstood patriot. The vastness of the Appalachian frontier swallowed the truth. Messengers took weeks to travel, and by the time Jefferson could act on a piece of intelligence, the situation on the ground had already changed. He dispatched agents to the Ohio, but they too became lost in the fog of rumor. The investigation was dying a death of 1,000 dead ends. The posse would gather, ready to act on a damning rumor, only to find Burr had already sailed downriver, leaving behind a camp of men who swore they were just simple farmers. Promising leads evaporated in the Appalachian mist. This growing frustration in Washington and the rising confusion on the frontier was exactly what Burr intended. His campaign of misdirection was his greatest weapon, allowing his conspiracy to grow in plain sight, shielded by a brilliant wilderness of lies. President Jefferson's agents quickly discovered they were not just fighting against Aaron Burr, they were fighting against the entire culture of the Appalachian frontier. When they arrived in the bustling river towns and isolated homesteads to ask questions, they were met with a wall of silence, as thick and impenetrable as the mountain laurel. Doors were politely shut in their faces. Men in taverns would suddenly fall quiet, turning to stare into their mugs of ale. Neighbors who saw everything suddenly saw nothing. Those who heard the feverish preparations heard only the wind in the trees. You see, this was not the silence of simple ignorance. It was a deliberate collective act of defiance born from a deep and abiding distrust of the federal government. To these people, the men from Washington were the outsiders, the tax collectors, the agents of Eastern bankers who held their land titles. Aaron Burr, by contrast, was one of them. He was a war hero, a man of action, an enemy of the very Eastern elite they despised. Asking a Kentucky farmer to betray Aaron Burr to a federal agent was like asking him to side with the fox against his own hounds. It went against the grain of his very soul. This silence was also rooted in a shared dream. Burr wasn't just selling a conspiracy, he was selling hope. His vision of a Western empire, of conquering the riches of Mexico, became their vision. Their sons and brothers were the young men signing up for the expedition. Their crops were feeding the recruits, their whiskey filling the barrels on the boats. The entire region was complicit, bound together by a web of kinship, commerce, and a mutual gamble, on a glorious future. To speak against Burr was to speak against their own community, against their own aspirations, and against the prospect of a better life that felt, for the first time, within their grasp. The psychological toll on anyone who considered breaking the code was immense. A man who voiced his doubts about Burr at the local store might find himself ostracized, his credit suddenly no good. A ferryman who reported the movement of armed men might find his boat mysteriously cut adrift in the night. There was no need for overt threats. The fear of retribution was a cold, unspoken understanding. In a land where a man's survival depended on his neighbors, isolation was a death sentence. And so, the people saw nothing, heard nothing, and said nothing, creating a perfect, silent incubator where treason could grow in the open air. For months, the conspiracy had been protected by Burr's masterful deceptions and the frontier's code of silence. But the turning point, the clue that finally broke the case wide open, did not come from a dusty attic or a deathbed confession. It came in a sealed dispatch, carried by military courier across hundreds of miles of wilderness, penned by the hand of the conspiracy's most important architect. The clue was a letter, and the man who wrote it was General James Wilkinson. Stationed in Louisiana, far from the prying eyes of the East, Wilkinson played his double game as long as he could. But by the late autumn of 1806, he realized the plot was faltering. The expected money from Britain hadn't arrived, recruitment was slower than hoped, and President Jefferson was growing more suspicious by the day. Wilkinson saw that the ship was sinking, and he decided his best move was not just to jump, but to set the entire vessel on fire and claim the reward for sounding the alarm. He chose a side, and it was his own. The letter that arrived on President Jefferson's desk was a masterpiece of calculated treachery. To save himself, Wilkinson had to portray Burr as the greatest villain the Republic had ever known, and himself as the loyal soldier who had uncovered the plot. He laid out the conspiracy in the most terrifying terms imaginable. He spoke of a plan to seize New Orleans, rob the banks, incite a civil war, and create a Western empire with Burr on the throne. He painted Burr not as a mere adventurer, but as an American Napoleon, a devil whose ambition threatened the very existence of the United States. This letter was the forgotten clue that had been hiding in plain sight all along, the word of a traitor. For Jefferson, it was the moment of horrifying clarity. The fog of rumor was instantly burned away. The contradictory reports, the whispers, the vague warnings, they were all replaced by this one damning account from the highest-ranking general in the army. The labyrinth of lies that Burr had so carefully constructed collapsed in an instant. The letter changed everything. There was no more room for doubt, no more need for cautious investigation. The threat was real, it was imminent, and its full, treasonous scope was finally laid bare. A renewed and terrible urgency seized the capital. The time for waiting was over. The time for action was now. The moment Jefferson broke the seal on that letter, the game was over, and the manhunt was about to begin. With Wilkinson's damning letter in hand, President Thomas Jefferson acted. He issued a presidential proclamation that swept down the Ohio and Mississippi rivers like a flood, a single sheet of paper that tore away the web of lies and unmasked Aaron Burr before the entire nation. The proclamation ordered all civil and military officers to seize the illegal expedition, its boats, its supplies, and its leader. There was no more ambiguity, no more talk of secret government plans or peaceful settlement. The President of the United States had officially branded Aaron Burr a traitor. The news shattered the conspiracy. For the young men gathered on Blennerhassett Island and in camps along the river, the unmasking was a moment of brutal awakening. The dream of Mexican silver and grand adventure evaporated, replaced by the cold, stark reality of treason. They weren't patriots in waiting. They were outlaws, fugitives in their own country. The cause they had pledged their lives to was revealed as a criminal enterprise. And what was the true plot? The one hidden beneath all the layers of deceit. The forgotten clues, the letters between the conspirators, and Wilkinson's own self-serving confession finally revealed the chilling truth. Burr's plan was a masterpiece of flexible ambition. The first step was to lead his army of frontiersmen to New Orleans. He would seize the city, its federal arsenal, and its treasury. From there, his options would open up. If the moment was right, he would persuade the western states, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, to secede from the Union and form a new Western empire with himself as its head. If secession proved difficult, he would use the captured funds and weapons to launch his own private invasion of Spanish Mexico, conquering its silver mines and crowning himself Emperor Aaron I. His motive was a volcanic mixture of personal revenge and grandiose destiny. Scorned by the nation he had helped to build, he sought to create a new one in his own image, a vigorous, martial empire free from the constraints of Jeffersonian democracy. He saw himself not as a traitor, but as a new Napoleon, a man of action destined to forge a continent. But as Burr was unmasked as a traitor to his country, a second, more profound unmasking was taking place in the shadows of history. The man who brought him down, General James Wilkinson, was revealed to be a traitor of a different order. He was a man who betrayed everyone. He betrayed Spain by plotting with Burr. He betrayed Burr by exposing him to Jefferson. And he betrayed the United States by serving as a paid foreign agent while commanding its armies. The Great Burr Conspiracy was not ultimately foiled by loyal patriots. It was cannibalized from within, brought down by the successful treachery of its second-in-command, a man whose only motive was his own survival and profit. This was the final, ugly truth. The plot to create a new empire was destroyed by an even deeper, more personal betrayal. The president's words fell upon the frontier not like rain, but like shards of ice. The proclamation, spreading from rider to rider, shattered the grand conspiracy in 1,000 pieces. On Blennerhassett Island, the heart of the enterprise, the dream died in a single night of chaos. The Virginia militia descended not upon a disciplined military camp, but upon a confused and terrified group of men who now understood they had been betrayed. With Burr and Blennerhassett already downriver, the abandoned recruits, their hopes of glory and riches turned to ash, unleashed their fury on the paradise that had lured them in. Through the eyes of Margaret Blennerhassett, who had been left behind, paradise was lost in a symphony of destruction. She didn't see a battle, she heard the end of a world. She heard the splintering crash of fine cherrywood as elegant furniture was broken apart. The air filled with the sharp, sickening sound of shattering Venetian glass and the reek of whiskey spilled on priceless Persian rugs. She heard the drunken shouts of men she had once fed at her own table, their voices no longer filled with hope, but with a bitter, aimless rage. In the main hall, dark, ragged holes began to appear in the fine linen draperies, the silent witnesses of a dream being shot to pieces. Forced to flee with her children into the freezing December night, her only transport was an open riverboat. As it was pushed out into the icy current, she looked back at her magnificent home, its windows blazing with light, not from a joyous party, but from the fires set within by the rampaging men. The world had turned into a hell of screams, followed by a ringing silence as her home, her dream, and her future were consumed by the darkness. Miles downriver, Aaron Burr himself heard the news of Wilkinson's betrayal and Jefferson's proclamation. The unmasking was absolute. In an instant, his grand design crumbled. The man who dreamed of an emperor's throne was now forced into the disguise of a common boatman, hoping to slip through the net that was closing around him. He became a fugitive, his flight a desperate scramble toward the Spanish territory in Florida. The end came not in a blaze of glory on a battlefield, but in a muddy swamp in the backwoods of what is now Alabama. He was not cornered in a heroic last stand. He was simply recognized by his aristocratic bearing and his fine, elegant boots, mired in the filth. The would-be emperor was captured without a single shot being fired. The Grand Western Army was no more. The boats were impounded, the men scattered to the winds, and the beautiful mansion on the island stood silent and ravaged, a monument to a spectacular failure. The conspiracy was over, ending not with a bang, but with the hollow echo of a dream breaking. Aaron Burr was brought to Richmond, Virginia, to stand trial for treason, and what followed was not merely a legal proceeding, but a political war waged in a courtroom. It was a spectacle that gripped the entire nation. In one corner stood President Thomas Jefferson, consumed with a burning, almost personal need to see his old rival hanged. In the other corner sat the judge, the formidable Chief Justice John Marshall, a man who was not only Jefferson's political enemy, but also his cousin. And at the center of it all was Aaron Burr, who, far from being a broken-down prisoner, acted as his own lead counsel, his brilliant legal mind as sharp and dangerous as ever. The atmosphere in Richmond was electric. The city swelled with crowds, a chaotic mix of statesmen, lawyers, frontiersmen who had come to testify, and curious onlookers eager for a glimpse of the great traitor. The prosecution, backed by the full power of the presidency, presented a mountain of evidence detailing Burr's grand ambitions and military preparations. Jefferson himself from Washington attempted to micromanage the case, convinced that the very survival of the Republic depended on a guilty verdict. But Chief Justice Marshall saw the trial through a different lens. He saw the danger not just from Burr's ambition, but from a president willing to bend the law to destroy a political foe. Marshall stood firm on a strict, narrow definition of treason as laid out in the Constitution itself. He instructed the jury that to be guilty of treason, a person must commit an overt act of war against the United States. Simply plotting to do so, gathering men, or speaking of empire was not enough. The prosecution had to prove that Burr's army had actually levied war, which of course it never had. There had been no battle, no shots fired at American troops. The president's fury was immense, but the Chief Justice would not yield. Trapped by this strict constitutional standard, the prosecution's case collapsed. They could prove intent, they could prove conspiracy, but they could not prove an overt act of war. After all the drama, all the testimony, and all the political maneuvering, the jury returned its verdict. Not guilty. Aaron Burr, the man who dreamed of empire and set the entire West ablaze, walked out of the courtroom a free man. The verdict was a stunning legal victory, but a profound moral failure in the eyes of many. Jefferson was enraged, the public was bewildered, and the frontiersmen who had followed Burr were left ruined and betrayed. While legally innocent of treason, Burr was found guilty in the court of public opinion. He was a free man, but his name was forever destroyed, his honor gone. The verdict, a landmark in American law, remains controversial to this day. A verdict that still sparks arguments in these hills about whether justice was truly served, or if the greatest traitor of them all simply got away with it. The storm of the Burr conspiracy had passed, but the wreckage was strewn across a generation. Though acquitted, Aaron Burr was a ruined man. He became a living ghost, a specter of his former self, ostracized from the country he had once helped to lead. He spent years in self-imposed exile in Europe, still scheming, still trying to find a foreign monarch to back his imperial dreams, but he was a man without a country and without credibility. He eventually returned to America and spent his final decades as an obscure lawyer in New York City, haunted by the shadows of what might have been. The man who dreamed of an emperor's throne died in relative poverty, his name forever synonymous not with founder, but with traitor. For Harmon and Margaret Blennerhassett, the dream had become a permanent nightmare. Their island paradise was a memory, their mansion a looted shell, their fortune gone. Harmon was arrested and spent months in a Richmond prison before the charges were dropped in the wake of Burr's acquittal. But his freedom was a hollow victory. Hounded by debt and disgrace, The couple wandered for years, from Mississippi to Canada to the Caribbean, trying to rebuild their lives, but they never recovered. Harmon died in poverty, and Margaret's final years were spent petitioning a Congress that had long forgotten her for some compensation for their ruined home. The idyllic life they had built in the wilderness was the first and most tragic casualty of Burr's ambition. But not everyone was destroyed. In Tennessee, Andrew Jackson, the fiery general who had been so taken with Burr, emerged from the scandal not only unscathed, but strengthened. He had been cautious, demanding proof that Burr's plans were sanctioned by the government. When that proof never came, and Wilkinson's betrayal was revealed, Jackson swiftly and publicly distanced himself from the plot, positioning himself as a loyal patriot who had been misled. The affair taught him a valuable lesson in political survival and reinforced his reputation as a shrewd and decisive leader. His brush with Burr's treason did nothing to slow his own meteoric rise to power. And the arch-traitor himself, General James Wilkinson, the man who had betrayed Spain, Burr, and the United States, he was never held to account. Despite a congressional investigation that uncovered his long history as a Spanish spy, he was exonerated, his web of lies and influence proving too thick to penetrate. He retained his command, continued his career, and died years later, the ultimate survivor of the web of lies he himself had spun. His fate was perhaps the story's bitterest lesson, that in the murky world of power, the greatest crimes are sometimes the ones that go unpunished. Even now, more than 2 centuries later, the traces of this grand and failed dream have not vanished from the land. The conspiracy is not just a story in a history book, it is a scar left on the map of Appalachia, a memory etched into the landscape itself. If you travel today to a small island in the Ohio River near Parkersburg, West Virginia, you can step right into the heart of the story. Blennerhassett Island is now a state park. The magnificent Palladian mansion, destroyed by fire and the passage of time, has been meticulously reconstructed, its white columns rising once more from the wilderness. You can walk through its halls and stand on its portico, looking out at the same river that once carried Burr's ambitions, and it is almost impossible not to feel the ghosts of that hopeful, tragic autumn. But the island is not the only place the memory lives on. It lingers in the old stories, in the local folklore of the river valley. For generations after Burr fled, treasure hunters would search the caves and hollows along the Ohio. They were looking for Burr's lost treasure, chests of Spanish silver and gold that legend says he was forced to bury when he became a fugitive. No great treasure was ever found, of course, but the myth itself is a powerful echo of the original promise that lured men to his banner. The dream of unimaginable wealth, a shortcut to a better life, buried just beneath the Appalachian soil. The land itself has not forgotten. The Ohio River, the great artery of the conspiracy, still flows past the same towns, Marietta, Parkersburg, Cincinnati, that once buzzed with whispers of the coming expedition. Standing on its banks today, watching the slow-moving barges, it is easy to imagine the sight of Burr's keelboats filled with armed men slipping past in the pre-dawn mist on their way toward a destiny they could not yet see. The river remembers. It was the silent witness to the entire affair, from the first nail hammered into a boat to the final desperate flight of its leader. And so, the story endures, passed down not in textbooks, but in the heart of the region itself. It has become a part of the Appalachian identity, a cautionary tale about a man of great ambition who tried to harness the restless spirit of the frontier for his own glory. The world might forget the details of the Burr conspiracy, but the mountains, the rivers, and the people who live in their shadow hold on to these memories. They remember the charismatic devil who came down the river, the paradise that was lost, and the grand dream of a Western empire that almost tore the nation apart before it was ever truly whole. And so, we come back to the question that started our journey into the shadows of the past. Was Aaron Burr a misunderstood patriot, or was he a would-be emperor? The truth as is so often the case in these mountains, is far more complicated. Burr was a mirror. To men like Andrew Jackson, he reflected their own patriotic desire to fight the Spanish. To the dreamer Harmon Blennerhassett, he reflected a vision of an enlightened new society. And to the restless young men of the frontier, he reflected their own hunger for glory and wealth. The terrible genius of Aaron Burr was his ability to be all of these things at once, a man whose true plan was so cloaked in ambiguity that it allowed everyone to see in it the fulfillment of their own deepest desires. But this is a story not just of one man's ambition. It is a timeless lesson on the fragility of a nation. The Burr conspiracy laid bare the deep and dangerous cracks in the foundation of the young American Republic. It showed how easily the souls of a proud and forgotten people can be stirred by a charismatic leader who speaks to their grievances. The resentments of the Appalachian settlers were real, their feeling of abandonment was justified, and their discontent created a powder keg that Burr, for a moment, held the match to. This story serves as a stark and chilling warning that a union is not held together by laws and documents alone, but by a shared sense of purpose and trust. When that trust is broken, when a part of the nation feels its voice is not heard, the door is opened for men like Aaron Burr. It is a tale of how personal vendetta can masquerade as political destiny, and how the dream of a more perfect union can so nearly be shattered by the dream of a private empire. And now, my friends, you know the story of the phantom empire that rose and fell on these western waters, or at least as much of it as the river is willing to give up. The sound came first, not a single shot, but a roar, a sudden deafening crack of rifle fire that shattered the afternoon quiet and the courthouse windows all at once. Glass rained down on the wooden floor like hail. For a half second, there was just stunned silence, the kind of silence where you can hear your own heart hammering against your ribs. Then came the screaming. Splinters of wood exploded from the pews where men had been sitting just moments before. The air, thick with the smell of old paper and dust, was suddenly choked with the bitter metallic fog of gunpowder. More shots rang out, a chaotic cannonade from shotguns and pistols. Men dove for cover, crawling over one another, their faces masks of disbelief and terror. The judge's gavel lay useless on its stand, a forgotten relic from a time of order that had ended precisely 90 seconds ago. This wasn't a battlefield in some far-off war. This was Stagtonville, Georgia, the Eccles County Courthouse, a place of law, a place where disputes were meant to be settled with words and reason. But on that day, reason had fled. And you have to understand, this wasn't a robbery. It wasn't a lone madman. This was an ambush. A coordinated military-style assault planned with cold-blooded precision. It was one family executing a sentence on another. This was a private war, one that had been simmering in the shadows of the Georgia pines for years, that had suddenly, violently, burst into the open. It was a war that would ultimately claim more than a dozen lives, tear a community apart, and leave behind a legacy of ghosts and whispered warnings. And the most shocking part? The fact that a conflict so bloody, so total, could be born from something so trivial, it borders on the absurd. The law died that day in a hail of gunfire, in a small Georgia courthouse that was supposed to be a symbol of order. But this wasn't the beginning of the story. To understand how neighbors came to slaughter each other over wooden pews, we have to go back. Back to a time before the blood. Back to a place of suffocating heat, endless pine forests, and the sound of barking dogs. South Georgia, in the late 1800s, was a world unto itself. It was a land just one generation removed from the Civil War, a place of immense beauty and unforgiving hardship. The sun beat down with a physical weight, and the air was so thick with humidity you could almost drink it. Life was governed by the seasons, the crops, and a code of honor as rigid and unyielding as the ancient oaks that dotted the landscape. This was the wiregrass region, named for the tough, wiry grass that grew beneath the vast canopies of longleaf pine. It was a place of isolation. The nearest town was a day's ride away, and the law was a distant, often irrelevant concept. Here, a man's reputation was his most valuable possession. His word was his bond, and an insult, no matter how small, was a debt that had to be paid. In this world lived two families, two clans really. On one side, you had the Joneses. Headed by Captain James Jones, they were a family of some means and considerable influence. They were seen as leaders, as men of property and standing in the community. They had land, they had businesses, and they had a deep, unshakable sense of their own importance. They were the kind of people who believed they were the bedrock of the county. On the other side, just a few miles down a dusty, rutted road, were the Lees. The Lees were different. They were frontiersmen, through and through. Led by their patriarch, Needham Lee, they lived closer to the earth. They were hunters, woodsmen, men who knew the swamps and forests like the backs of their hands. They didn't have the Joneses' money or their social standing, but they possessed a fierce, almost feral independence. They bowed to no one. They were proud, hard, and utterly self-reliant. For years, the two families coexisted. They weren't friends, but they were neighbors, bound by the unwritten rules of the rural South. They might cross paths at the general store or see each other at church on a Sunday. A polite nod, a tip of the hat, a quiet understanding. But beneath the surface, there was a difference in philosophy, a subtle friction. The Joneses saw the world as something to be owned and organized. The Lees saw it as something to be survived and conquered. They were men forged by the same hard land, living by the same codes of honor and self-reliance. And that was the problem. Because when two immovable objects are set side by side, it doesn't take a shove to create an earthquake. It only takes a spark. It only takes something small, something personal, to turn that friction into a fire. In this forgotten corner of Georgia, the Joneses and the Lees were like two sticks of dynamite lying dormant in the suffocating heat. All that was missing was the fuse. And in the fall of 1888, that spark was struck. It wasn't over land, or money, or politics. It was over something far more primal, the loyalty of an animal and the pride of its master. It started, as these things so often do, with a simple trespass. In the world of South Georgia hunting, a man's dogs were more than pets. They were his partners. They were his livelihood. A good pack of hunting dogs was the product of years of careful breeding and training, an asset as valuable as a herd of cattle or a plot of fertile land. And every hunter knew the cardinal rule: you do not interfere with another man's dogs. One autumn afternoon, Needham Lee and his sons were out hunting, their pack of prized hounds hot on a trail. The hunt was good. The dogs were in their element, their baying echoing through the pines. But the trail led them across an invisible line. It led them onto property owned by the Jones family. For the Lees, this was simply part of the hunt. The dogs go where the scent leads. That was the nature of the chase. But for the Joneses, it was a violation. Their land, their territory. Soon, a confrontation erupted. It wasn't Captain Jones himself, but one of his sons or farmhands who challenged the Lees. Imagine the scene. Two groups of men, armed, flushed with the adrenaline of the hunt. The air is tense. The dogs are whining, confused. The Jones party claims the Lees are poaching, that their dogs have no right to be there. The Lees, proud and defensive, fire back that no man can tell a dog where to run when it's on a scent. The argument grew heated. Voices were raised. It became less about the law and more about respect. To the Joneses, the Lees were acting like lawless vagabonds, ignoring the sanctity of private property. To the Lees, the Joneses were arrogant landowners, trying to impose rules on the ancient freedom of the hunt. It was a clash of worldviews played out on a patch of dusty ground. This is where the story could have ended. A shouting match, a few bruised egos, and an uneasy ride home. It should have ended there. But pride is a powerful poison. The Joneses, feeling their authority had been challenged, reportedly captured one of the Lees' dogs, holding it as a kind of collateral. This was a grave insult. Taking a man's dog was like taking a piece of his identity. When the Lees demanded the dog back, the Joneses allegedly set a price. A few dollars, maybe for a stray chicken the dog had killed, or perhaps just as a fine for the trespass. The amount was trivial, but the principle was everything. To Needham Lee, paying that fee was an admission of guilt. It was bowing down. It was admitting that the Joneses had the right to seize his property and dictate terms. His pride, his very identity as a free man of the woods, would not allow it. He refused to pay. Words were exchanged. Threats were made, half serious at first. But in this world, a man's word was his bond, and a threat was a promise waiting to be kept. A line had been drawn in the Georgia dirt, and someone was about to cross it. The days that followed were filled with a heavy, watchful silence. The kind of quiet that isn't peaceful, but pregnant with unspoken threats. The two families avoided each other, but the conflict simmered just beneath the surface, a pot of water slowly heating to a boil. The captured dog remained with the Joneses, a living symbol of the stalemate. For the Lees, every day it was gone was a fresh wound to their honor. Then, the Joneses made their next move. It wasn't loud or public. It was a quiet, deliberate act of cruelty designed to send an unmistakable message. One evening, the Lee family heard a familiar sound, the whining of their dog. It had been returned, but not as a peace offering. The animal had been brutalized. Some accounts say it had been beaten. Others, more chillingly, claim its ears were cropped or its paws were intentionally injured, ruining it for future hunts. The most extreme versions of the story say the dog was killed and its body left as a gruesome trophy for the Lees to find. Whatever the specific act, the intent was the same: to maim, to humiliate, to escalate. This was the true first shot of the war. Not with a gun, but with a calculated act of violence against a creature the Lees cherished. It was an attack on their pride, their livelihood, and their family identity all at once. The line that had been drawn in the dirt was now drenched in blood. Imagine Needham Lee and his sons standing over their wounded or dead animal, the setting sun casting long, dark shadows through the pines. There's no shouting now, no heated argument, just a cold, hardening resolve. The time for words was over. This was no longer a dispute. It was a blood debt. The Joneses had taken something from them, and the unwritten law of the Wiregrass demanded that the scales be balanced. You have to understand, killing a man's dog in this part of the country wasn't just destroying property. It was a message. It was a profound act of disrespect aimed directly at the heart of a family's honor. It was a formal declaration, more binding than any letter written on paper. It was an invitation to war, and the Lees were about to RSVP. The response from the Lees wasn't immediate. It was quiet, calculated. They didn't ride over to the Joneses' farmstead with guns blazing. That wasn't their way. They were woodsmen, hunters. They knew the value of patience, of watching from the shadows. They let the Joneses think the matter was settled, that their brutal message had been received, and that the Lees were too cowed to respond. But they were simply choosing their moment, and their target. The target was Berry Jones. He wasn't the patriarch, Captain Jones, nor was he necessarily the most aggressive of the family. But he was a Jones, and in a blood feud, the name is all that matters. He became a symbol, a piece to be taken off the board. The Lees, masters of the swamp and forest, began to watch him. They learned his routines, his paths, the times he would be alone. One day, Berry Jones was tasked with repairing a fence on a remote part of his family's property. It was a mundane, solitary job. The kind of work you do on 1,000 other days, your mind wandering, the rhythm of the labor taking over. The only sounds were the buzz of insects in the humid air, the thud of the post driver, and the creak of old wire. He was exposed, isolated, and completely unaware that he was being hunted. From the dense cover of the Georgia pines, at least 2 figures watched him. They were patient. They waited for the perfect moment, when his back was turned, when his focus was entirely on the fence post in front of him. For the Lees, this wasn't murder in the heat of passion. This was an execution. It was the balancing of a scale, an eye for an eye, a life for a life. There was no warning, no final words exchanged, just the sudden, sharp report of a rifle shot that ripped through the quiet afternoon. The bullet struck Berry Jones, and the world dissolved into a universe of shock and pain. He likely never even saw his attackers. One moment, he was mending a fence under the Georgia sun. The next, the earth was rushing up to meet him. The shooters didn't linger. They melted back into the woods from which they came, leaving behind nothing but a wisp of smoke and a dead man lying in the wiregrass. Their message had been delivered. The debt in their eyes was paid. The discovery of Berry Jones's body sent a shockwave through the community. This was no longer a squabble over dogs. This was no longer about insults or property lines. A man was dead. A husband, a son, a brother, gone. The abstract concepts of honor and pride had now taken on the cold, hard reality of a corpse and a freshly dug hole in the ground. You can picture the scene at the Jones family homestead. The grief, raw and sharp, quickly curdling into a white-hot rage. Their blood had been spilled. Their family had been violated. Any chance of de-escalation, any hope for a peaceful resolution, died with Berry Jones. The first grave was dug. It would not be the last. The murder of Berry Jones was a clear signal that the unwritten rules of community had been burned to the ground. Now, both sides would turn to the official law, but they would soon discover that the law was a hollow shield. In the immediate aftermath of Berry Jones's murder, there was a brief, flickering hope that the official instruments of justice might put a stop to the escalating violence. Warrants were issued. An investigation, such as it was in those days, was launched. Suspicion immediately fell upon the Lee family. It was no secret what had happened to their dog, and in a community this small, secrets were a luxury no one could afford. Needham Lee and several of his sons were arrested and charged with the murder. For the Jones family, this must have felt like a validation. The system was working. The wheels of justice were turning. They would present their case in the Eccles County Courthouse, that same building that would later become a war zone, and the law would punish the guilty. But the American frontier, and the rural South in particular, had a complicated relationship with formal law. Justice was often a matter of who you knew, who you were related to, and who the jury feared more. The trial of the Lees was less a search for truth and more a public test of power. The courtroom was packed. On one side sat the Joneses and their supporters, confident and expecting a conviction. On the other, the Lees, stone-faced and defiant, surrounded by their own network of kin and allies. The air was thick with tension. Witnesses were called to the stand, but their testimony was vague, contradictory. People who might have seen something suddenly couldn't remember. People who might have heard something had been conveniently out of earshot. This wasn't just forgetfulness, it was fear. To testify against the Lees was to paint a target on your own back. In a place where the sheriff was a day's ride away and your nearest neighbor was a mile down the road, you thought very carefully about whose enemy you wanted to become. The Lees' reputation as tough, unforgiving woodsmen served as its own form of witness intimidation. No threat needed to be spoken aloud. It was simply understood. The prosecution's case, built on circumstantial evidence and wavering testimony, began to crumble. The defense argued that there was no hard proof, no one who actually saw a Lee pull the trigger. They painted the Joneses as the aggressors, the ones who had instigated the whole affair by brutalizing a dog. In the end, the jury was faced with a choice: convict a dangerous family on flimsy evidence, or let them walk and keep the peace. They chose to keep the peace. The verdict came back: not guilty. All charges dismissed. The Jones family walked out of the courthouse not with a guilty verdict, but with a realization. There was no one coming to help them. No cavalry, no justice. The system they had put their faith in had failed them completely. If they wanted vengeance for Berry Jones, they would have to claim it themselves. And as they planned their next move, the Lees made a fatal miscalculation. Believing the acquittal had settled the score, Wiregrass Lee and his family tried to return to a normal life. They planned for the holidays. They bought presents. They didn't realize that for the Joneses, the war was just beginning. December 24th, 1889. Christmas Eve. A day that, even in the harshest corners of the world, carries a sense of peace, a promise of goodwill. For the Lee family, the acquittal at the courthouse felt like a closing chapter. They had faced the law and won. They believed the blood debt for their dog had been paid with the life of Berry Jones, and the scales were now balanced. One of the Lee sons, known as Wiregrass Lee, traveled to a nearby town that day with his own young boy, Hamp. They were on a festive errand, buying Christmas supplies, perhaps some candy or a small toy for the children. Imagine the scene. A father and son, their wagon loaded with provisions for the holiday, making their way home as the winter sun began to set. The air is getting crisp. They're likely talking about the morning to come, about family and food, and a rare day of rest. They were less than a mile from their own home, on a familiar stretch of road bordered by dense woods. It was a place they had passed 1,000 times without a second thought. But on this evening, the woods were not empty. The woods were watching. Members of the Jones clan and their allies had set up an ambush. They lay in wait, hidden in the brush, their patience cold and absolute. This wasn't a crime of passion. It was a strategic operation. They had chosen the time and place with chilling precision. They knew that on Christmas Eve, their target's guard would be down. They knew this act would inflict the maximum amount of pain, not just physically, but emotionally. As Wiregrass Lee's wagon creaked into the kill zone, the quiet evening was torn apart by a volley of gunfire. It was sudden, overwhelming, and utterly merciless. Lee was hit multiple times, killed instantly. The horses, terrified, bolted. The wagon crashed, but the shooters weren't finished. They emerged from the woods and approached the wreckage. There they found the boy, Hamp. He was wounded, terrified, a child caught in a nightmare he couldn't possibly understand. What happened next is a testament to how far the feud had descended into pure, nihilistic hatred. There was no mercy. The boy was executed. The Jones party left the bodies of the father and son lying in the road next to their spilled Christmas supplies. A final, grotesque statement. Killing a man was one thing. Killing a man and his boy on the eve of Christmas, that was something else entirely. It was an act of annihilation. The news of the massacre spread not like a fire, but like a frost, chilling the entire county to the bone. This act erased any remaining lines of morality or conduct. There were no more rules. There were no innocents. The Lees were now fighting not just for honor, but for survival. The Christmas Eve massacre plunged the Lee family into a state of grief and terror. They were being hunted. Their enemies were not just willing to kill them, but to exterminate them, children and all. In this desperate new chapter of the war, the Joneses unveiled their most terrifying weapon. And it wasn't a new rifle or a hired gun. It was a man of medicine, Dr. Jim Jones. He was a cousin to the main Jones family, a respected physician in the area. Imagine the trust a doctor commands in a small, isolated community in the 19th century. He was a man of education, of science. His hands were meant to set bones, to stitch wounds, to deliver babies, to comfort the dying.
His home was a sanctuary, a place where the sick and injured could go for help, regardless of their name or their allegiances. But beneath the professional veneer of the country, Dr. beat a heart as cold and calculating as any killer. Dr. Jones was deeply loyal to his clan, and he brought his formidable intellect and his intimate knowledge of the human body into the service of the feud. He became its strategist, its chief executioner. He was a different kind of threat than a hot-headed farmer with a shotgun. His violence was methodical, patient, and chillingly precise. He understood anatomy. He knew exactly where to shoot to make a death quick, and perhaps where to shoot to make it slow. His involvement transformed the Joneses' campaign from a series of vengeful outbursts into a systematic war of eradication. He was a man sworn to preserve life, but he would become the feud's most efficient angel of death. And he would use his sacred knowledge not to heal, but to hunt. His first target was a wounded man who thought he was coming to the doctor for help. Following a skirmish, one of the Lee allies, a man named Will Anderson, was shot and wounded. He was in desperate need of medical attention. In a moment of tragic miscalculation, his family decided to take him to the nearest physician, Dr. Jim Jones. Perhaps they believed his oath as a doctor transcended the blood feud. Perhaps they had no other choice. They brought the wounded man to the doctor's home, laying him on his porch, and pleaded for help. Dr. Jones came out. He looked at the bleeding man, his supposed patient. And according to the story passed down through generations, he made a simple, chilling statement. He said he would give him a pill. He then stepped back inside his house, emerged not with a medical bag, but with a shotgun, and ended Will Anderson's life right there on the porch. Dr. Jones's betrayal represented a new, depraved chapter in the feud. The lines between right and wrong, between healer and killer, had completely dissolved. Now, the war would descend into a dark period of paranoia and shadow warfare. After the murder on the doctor's porch, the war went underground. It entered a new phase, a grim period of paranoia and attrition known as the Shadow War. The grand, shocking acts of violence gave way to a daily, grinding terror that infected every aspect of life in South Georgia. Imagine what it was like to live in this world. You don't travel the roads alone, ever. You don't go to work in your own fields without a rifle slung over your shoulder. Every time you step out of your door, you scan the tree line, looking for the glint of a gun barrel, for a shadow that seems out of place. The family homes transformed into armed fortresses. Windows were boarded up at night. Doors were barred. Men took turns standing watch, sleeping in shifts, their ears trained to catch the sound of a twig snapping outside or the nervous whinny of a horse. Children were taught to play indoors, their world shrinking to the four walls of a besieged house. This wasn't a war of battles anymore. It was a war of nerves. It was fought in whispers, with threats passed through third parties, with rumors designed to spread fear. It was a poison that seeped into the community. Neighbors were forced to choose sides, and neutrality was seen as a betrayal. Friendships that had lasted a lifetime were shattered by the question, are you with the Joneses or the Lees? The attacks became more insidious. A barn might mysteriously catch fire in the dead of night. A family's well might be fouled, their livestock sickened. These were acts that couldn't be proven, that left no witnesses, but everyone knew who was responsible. It was a way of bleeding the enemy, of wearing them down, of making their lives a living hell, day by day, inch by inch. There were still ambushes, of course. Sudden, frantic exchanges of gunfire on a remote logging trail that left men wounded, but not always dead. A lone rider taking a shot from the woods, the bullet tearing through his hat, a warning that could have just as easily been a death sentence. Each incident was another log on the fire, another reason to hate, another reason to keep fighting. Living like this takes a toll that is hard to comprehend. The constant stress, the lack of sleep, the ever-present fear. It grinds a person down, hollowing them out until nothing is left but the exhaustion and the hatred.
The feud was no longer about a dog or even about the men who had been killed. It had become a self-sustaining engine of violence. It had a momentum of its own. This was no longer a series of duels. It was a campaign of extermination fought in whispers and shadows. Both families were bleeding men, money, and sanity. The pressure was building towards another public, explosive confrontation. It was time to return to the courthouse. And so we returned to that hot, violent afternoon in Statenville. We returned to the sound of shattering glass and the roar of gunfire inside the Eccles County Courthouse. But now, we see it not as a chaotic, random event, but as the inevitable, violent eruption of a pressure that had been building for years. The official occasion was a court hearing, another attempt by the state to intervene, to impose order on a conflict that had long since spiraled beyond the law's control. Members of both families were present, not just as defendants or witnesses, but as armed combatants waiting for a spark. They had come to court, but they had not come seeking justice. They had come seeking an opportunity. The Jones clan, led by the calculating Dr. Jim Jones, had a plan. They weren't there to win a legal argument. They were there to finish the war, right in the symbolic heart of their enemy's previous victory. They smuggled weapons into the courthouse, positioning their men in strategic locations. This was not a trial, it was a trap. When the shooting started, it was the Joneses who fired first. It was a coordinated, disciplined volley aimed at the Lee family and their key allies. Now, the screams and the splintering wood from the opening of our story make a terrifying kind of sense. We understand the hunted look in the eyes of the Lee men as they dive for cover. We understand the cold determination of the Joneses as they methodically fire, reload, and fire again. Joe Lee, a pivotal figure in the Lee clan, was one of the first to be hit. He was gunned down in a hail of bullets, his death a major blow to the family's morale and its ability to fight. Another Lee ally fell beside him. The courtroom, a place of order, had become an abattoir. But the Lees were not men who would die without a fight. Those who were still alive, still able, returned fire. Pistols were drawn, and a frantic close-quarters gunfight broke out among the pews and aisles. For several minutes, the courthouse was a scene of utter pandemonium. It was a microcosm of the entire feud, brutal, personal, and fought with a desperate, savage intensity. When the smoke finally began to clear, the cost was laid bare. Joe Lee and another of his faction were dead or dying. Several of the Jones clan were wounded, including one of the family's patriarchs, Captain Jones, who was shot in the fighting. The lawmen present were either hiding or completely overwhelmed. The judge had fled. The scales of justice lay shattered on the floor. The battle in the courthouse left bodies on both sides, but it settled nothing. It only proved that no place was sacred. The Joneses, having asserted their dominance in the very seat of law, now made a final chilling decision. This would not end until every last Lee son was in the ground. The final phase of the war began. It wasn't a feud anymore, it was a hunt. The courthouse shootout broke the back of the Lee family's resistance. They had lost key fighters, their morale was shattered, and their enemies, the Joneses, were now operating with a terrifying sense of impunity. They had committed murder in a hall of justice and had essentially gotten away with it. There was no one left to stop them. What followed was a grim and methodical purge. The Jones clan, likely orchestrated by the cold mind of Dr. Jim Jones, began to actively hunt down the remaining Lee sons. The pretense of a feud between two equal sides was gone. This was now a predator stalking its wounded prey. The Lees scattered. They went into hiding, seeking refuge with distant relatives or disappearing into the deep wilderness of the Okefenokee swamp. But the Joneses had informants, they had resources, and they had an unquenchable thirst for a final, absolute victory. One by one, they were found. The stories of each death are clouded by time and legend, but the pattern is clear. One Lee son was reportedly tracked to a logging camp where he was ambushed while working. Another was said to have been gunned down on the road while trying to flee the state. Each killing was a deliberate act of erasure. The Joneses were not just eliminating threats, they were eliminating a bloodline. Imagine the psychological torment for the Lees who were still alive. They were fugitives in their own homeland. Every stranger's face was a potential threat. Every knock on the door could be their last. They were cut off from their families, living in constant fear, knowing that a network of hunters was patiently, relentlessly searching for them. The community, once a neutral battleground, was now largely under the Joneses' control. Fear had silenced any opposition. People who might have helped the Lees now turned a blind eye, terrified of becoming the next target. The Lees were utterly alone, picked off one by one in the dark corners of the county. This was not a war fought for honor anymore. It was beyond vengeance. It had become a grim, obsessive task, like felling the last trees in a forest. The Joneses were driven by a need to finish the story, to ensure that no Lee son would be left to carry on the fight, to seek revenge in a future generation. They were salting the earth. One by one, the Lee boys fell. Each death was another nail in the coffin of a family name. Soon, only one was left standing. The youngest, Hardy Lee. He knew they were coming for him, and he knew he was the end of the line. Hardy Lee knew he was a dead man walking. His brothers were gone. His father and uncles were in the ground. The entire weight of the Joneses' victory machine was now bearing down on him, the last remaining son of his family's line. He was no longer fighting for honor or for vengeance. He was a survivor, moving through the shadows of a world that no longer had a place for him. He was cornered, taking refuge at a relative's small, isolated farm. He had been there for days, starting at every sound, the weight of the gun in his hands a constant, cold reminder of his fate. He must have known it was only a matter of time. And one afternoon, time ran out. A posse of Jones men and their allies surrounded the farmhouse. They didn't storm it. There was no rush. They were methodical, taking up positions, cutting off any chance of escape. Imagine Hardy Lee inside, peering through a crack in the wall, seeing the figures moving in the tree line. The final, terrifying checkmate. There were no negotiations, no calls for surrender. The first shot came from the house, a desperate, defiant act from a man with nothing left to lose. He had chosen to die on his feet, not on his knees. The response was overwhelming. A fusillade of rifle and shotgun fire tore into the small wooden farmhouse, the air filled with the sounds of splintering wood and shattering glass. It wasn't a battle, it was an eradication. Hardy returned fire, a lone gunman against an army, his shots becoming more sporadic as the Joneses' volley continued relentlessly. And then, after a few frantic, violent minutes, it stopped. A single final shot echoed across the fields. Then, silence. The posse advanced cautiously on the bullet-riddled house. Inside, they found him. Hardy Lee, the last of the fighting Lee men, was dead. The war was over. The Joneses stood over the body of their final enemy, but there were no cheers, no celebration, just the ringing in their ears and the smell of gunpowder. They had done it. They had won. They had avenged their dead and erased their rivals from the earth. They had achieved everything they had set out to do. With the death of the last Lee brother, a silence fell over the pine forests of South Georgia. The Joneses had won. They had achieved total victory. So why didn't it feel like a victory at all? The shooting stopped. The ambushes ended. The war was over. But what happens the morning after? What do you do when the enemy you have dedicated your life to destroying is finally gone? Victory is supposed to feel like something. Relief, triumph, justification. But for the Jones family, in the quiet days that followed the death of Hardy Lee, there was only a profound and unsettling emptiness. The silence they had fought so hard to create was not peaceful. It was deafening. They had won the war, but they had lost the world. The feud had demanded a total commitment of their resources, both material and moral. Their farms had been neglected, fields left fallow as the men focused on ambushes instead of harvests. Their businesses had withered. The money that should have been spent on building a legacy for their children was instead poured into ammunition, legal fees, and the currency of violence. They were financially ruined, but the social cost was even greater. They were not celebrated as victors. They were feared. They were pariahs. In the nearby towns, people would fall silent when they entered a room. Old friends would cross the street to avoid making eye contact. They had made themselves the monsters in their own community's story. They had power, yes, but it was the power of a rattlesnake, something to be avoided, never embraced. And what of the men themselves? What does it do to a person to dedicate years of his life to the systematic destruction of another family? The hatred that had fueled them for so long was a fire that had burned away everything else inside them. Now that the fire was out, they were left charred and hollow. Think of Dr. Jim Jones, a man of science and healing. How does a man like that reconcile the lives he took with the oath he once swore? Does he wash his hands and see only blood? Does he lie awake at night, the faces of the men he killed replaying in his mind? The war might have ended on the outside, but for the men who did the killing, it would rage on within them for the rest of their days. Their singular purpose, the all-consuming goal of destroying the Lees, was gone. And in its place was a void. They had defined themselves by their enemy, and now, without that enemy, they had to face who they had become in the process. They were no longer just farmers or doctors or community leaders. They were killers. And that is a title that can never be unwritten. The men who fought were dead or broken. But what about the women? The mothers, wives, and daughters who watched their world burn? Their story is the unspoken tragedy of the feud. The story of a war is always written by the men who fight it, but the cost of a war is paid by everyone. For every man who fell in the Georgia pines, there was a woman who received the news, a wife who became a widow, a mother who buried her son. For the men, the war was fought in ambushes and courtrooms. For the women, it was fought in the kitchen, in the nursery, and in the long, dark hours before dawn, waiting for the sound of footsteps that might never return. Their battle was one of survival. They were the ones who had to quiet the crying children when the gunshots echoed in the distance. They were the ones who had to stretch the dwindling food supplies, trying to maintain a sliver of normalcy in a world gone mad. Imagine being one of the Lee women after the Christmas Eve massacre. One moment, you are preparing for a holiday. The next, your husband and your son are brought home, their bodies wrapped in bloody blankets. There is no trial. There is no justice. There is only the overwhelming physical work of grief, washing the bodies, preparing them for burial, and finding the words to explain to the other children what has happened. They became experts in the alchemy of grief, turning raw anguish into the quiet resolve needed to get through another day. They did this over and over again with each new death. While the men were consumed with taking lives, the women were desperately trying to nurture them, shielding their children from a hatred they were too young to understand. But the children saw. They heard the whispers. They felt the tension that hung in the air like smoke. They learned to live with fear as a constant companion. The feud stole their innocence, replacing it with a hard, premature understanding of violence and loss. A boy who should have been learning to farm from his father was instead learning how to load a shotgun. A girl who should have been playing in the yard was instead learning how to be invisible. After the final shot was fired and the last grave was filled, the men who survived were ghosts. But the women had to go on living. They were left to manage the broken pieces of their families, to raise fatherless sons and daughters in the shadow of a devastating legacy. They ran the ruined farms, faced the creditors, and held the family name together, whether it was one of victory or defeat. They couldn't fight, but they could remember. They became the keepers of the graves and the storytellers of the tragedy. The official history might be found in dusty court records, but the true history, the human history, was passed down from mother to daughter in hushed tones as a warning. And in their memories, the feud never truly ended. Decades passed. The grass grew over the unmarked graves. The story of the Jones-Lee feud began to fade from history into local legend, a ghost story whispered to children. But what can this forgotten war teach us now? Today, if you travel to Eccles County, Georgia, you will not find any monuments to the Jones-Lee feud. There are no plaques, no statues, no tour guides pointing out the key locations. The war has been mostly reclaimed by the land and by the silence of time. You can drive down the old roads where the ambushes took place. They are paved now. The dense, threatening woods have been thinned by logging and development. The sun shines through the pines onto a peaceful rural landscape. It is almost impossible to imagine these quiet roads as the site of so much bloodshed and terror. The screams have long since faded, absorbed by the earth. The courthouse in Statenville still stands, though it has been rebuilt and remodeled over the generations. It's just a small, unassuming county building now. People go there to pay taxes, to get a marriage license, to conduct the mundane business of an orderly society. The bullet holes are gone. The bloodstains were washed away more than a century ago. But if you stand there long enough, you can't help but feel the weight of what happened within those walls. The old homesteads are mostly gone too. The original houses have rotted away or burned down, their foundations now just overgrown clearings in the woods. You can still find old family cemeteries, small plots of land dotted with weathered, tilting headstones. The names are there, carved in stone: Jones, Lee. The dates tell a story of lives cut short. These small, forgotten graveyards are the only true memorials to the feud. But the story itself persists, not in the history books, but in the local memory. It has become a piece of folklore, a cautionary tale. Older residents might tell you stories their grandparents told them, stories of the Doctor of Death or the Christmas Massacre. The details get blurred, the facts embellished, but the core of the tragedy remains. It's a ghost that still walks these woods. Visiting these places is a strange experience. You are standing in two worlds at once. There is the peaceful, modern world you can see, and then there is the violent, desperate world of the past, which you can only feel. An echo, a cold spot in the warm Georgia air. The physical evidence is almost gone, but the story remains, preserved in brittle newspaper clippings and the quiet archives of Georgia history. And when you piece it all together, a terrifyingly simple pattern emerges. When you strip away the names, the dates, and the romanticism of the Old South, the Jones-Lee feud reveals itself to be a terrifyingly simple machine. It's a case study in the mechanics of human conflict, a blueprint for how ordinary men can be driven to commit extraordinary evil. There are three key components that made it all possible. First, there was pride. This was the spark, an almost pathological pride that was so rigid it could not bend, and so brittle it was bound to shatter. For both the Joneses and the Lees, backing down from the initial dispute over a dog was seen as a fate worse than death. It was a public admission of weakness, an unbearable stain on their honor and their family name. This pride created a debt that could only be paid in humiliation or in blood, and they chose blood every single time. Second, there was isolation. This was the fuel. The feud took place in a world where formal institutions were weak and distant. The law was not a reliable protector, as the failed murder trial proved. There was no trusted authority to mediate the dispute. The families were left to their own devices, in a closed-off environment where grudges could fester without interruption. This isolation created a vacuum, and into that vacuum rushed the primal law of vengeance. And third, and most importantly, there was escalation. This was the engine of the machine. Each act of violence demanded a response that was equal or greater in severity. A trespass led to a threat. A threat led to the killing of a dog. The dead dog led to the murder of a man. The murder led to a massacre. The massacre led to a campaign of extermination. It's a feedback loop. Each act of revenge, which feels justified in the moment, becomes the unforgivable crime that fuels the next round of violence from the other side. Once this engine starts, it is almost impossible to stop. Pride, isolation, and escalation. These three forces working together created a perfect storm of violence. They took a trivial argument and methodically, predictably, turned it into a multi-generational war that ended in total annihilation for one side and moral ruin for the other. It's easy to look back at these men as simple, violent figures from a bygone era, but the truth is far more uncomfortable. The seeds of the Jones-Lee feud exist in all of us. In the end, what was it all for? It started with the sound of barking dogs echoing through the Georgia pines. It ended in the silence of a graveyard. A feud born from a trivial dispute over a hunting trespass grew into a monster that consumed everything it touched. More than a dozen men were killed. Families were shattered. A community was left permanently scarred by the memory of neighbors hunting neighbors. The Jones family won. By any military definition, they achieved total victory. They eliminated their enemies, silenced their rivals, and stood alone on the field at the end. But what was their prize? They inherited a legacy of blood and fear. They won a kingdom of ashes, ruling over a territory haunted by the ghosts of the men they had killed. They fought for their family's honor, and in the process, destroyed it completely. The story of the Jones-Lee feud is not just a strange, violent tale from a distant past. It's a parable. It is a timeless and brutal reminder of where the path of pride leads. The same stubborn pride that refused to yield over a hunting dog is the same pride that fuels road rage incidents, that turns family arguments into bitter estrangements, and that drives nations to war over a patch of worthless ground. The feud shows us how shockingly easy it is to lose everything simply because we refuse to lose an argument. It's a testament to the terrifying momentum of revenge and the profound empty silence that waits at the end of that road. And it leaves us with one final, uncomfortable question. How much are we willing to lose just to prove we are right? The world knows their names, Hatfield and McCoy. They've become a punchline, a cartoon of feuding hillbillies chasing each other with shotguns over a stolen pig. But on the first night of 1888, in the frozen darkness of the Tug Fork Valley, there was no laughter. There was only the smell of kerosene and the glint of rifle barrels in the moonlight as a war party surrounded a small family cabin. The goal wasn't robbery, it was extermination. They say it was all about a pig, or a Romeo and Juliet romance gone wrong. But the old-timers in these mountains and the dusty court records tell a different story. A story of Civil War wounds that never healed, of wealth and political power, and of a brand of Appalachian pride so fierce it would rather see a valley drenched in blood than surrender an inch. Today, we're not just telling the story, we're putting the legend on trial. We will find out what really happened on the Devil's Backbone and why this family war nearly became a real war between two states. Before the gunfire and the headlines, there was just the Tug Fork Valley, a rugged, isolated world carved between the mountains of West Virginia and Kentucky. The river itself was the lifeline and the boundary, a ribbon of muddy water separating two states and soon two families. In these hollows, life moved to an ancient rhythm of planting and harvest, of hard work and quiet faith. The forests were thick with timber and game, the creeks ran clear, and a family's wealth was measured not in dollars, but in the number of children they had and the loyalty of their kin. This was a world unto itself, governed by its own codes, where a man's word was his bond and his honor was worth more than his life. On the West Virginia side, the undisputed patriarch was William Anderson Hatfield, better known as Devil Anse. This was no simple-minded hillbilly. Devil Anse was a shrewd businessman who had built a successful timber operation, employing dozens of men. He was charismatic, fearless, and a natural leader. During the Civil War, he had led a Confederate guerrilla unit called the Logan Wildcats, earning a reputation for being as tough and unforgiving as the mountains themselves. He was a force of nature, a man who bent the world to his will, and his family, the Hatfields, were a powerful and respected clan. Across the river, in Kentucky, lived Randolph McCoy, or Randall. He was a different kind of man, older, leaner, and weathered by a life of farming. Where Anse was a booming presence, Randall was a quieter, more stubborn man, his pride rooted deeply in his land and his large family of 13 children. He, too, had served in the Civil War, but he had worn the blue of the Union Army. In a valley where allegiances were everything, this fact alone was a crack in the foundation of their community. For a time, this difference was just a quiet fact of life. The Hatfields and McCoys were neighbors, after all. They attended the same church picnics and harvest festivals. They traded livestock and did business together. There was even a Hatfield who had married a McCoy. They lived by the same mountain code, sharing a life that was both beautiful and brutal, a world that outsiders could never truly understand. They were two sides of the same coin, forged in the same Appalachian fire. But beneath the surface of this neighborly peace, a wound from the war had been left to fester. In 1865, Randall's brother, Asa Harmon McCoy, returned home after being discharged from the Union Army. A marked man in a region full of Confederate sympathizers, he was hunted down and killed by a band of ex-Confederate guerrillas. The leader of that posse was believed to be Jim Vance, Devil Anse Hatfield's own uncle and fiercest lieutenant. While Devil Anse was reportedly sick at home that day, the killers were his kin and his men. No one was ever arrested. For Randall McCoy, it was an unforgivable crime, a debt of blood that the law had ignored and the mountains had swallowed. The valley was calm, but it was the calm of a loaded gun. The Civil War was over on the battlefields of Virginia, but here, in the isolated heart of Appalachia, the resentments lingered. All it would take was a single spark, a stray pig, a careless word, a forbidden glance, to ignite a fire that would consume them all and turn this peaceful valley into a private battlefield. For 13 years, the valley sat on a powder keg left over from the war. The death of Asa Harmon McCoy was a wound that never closed for Randall, a quiet, bitter reminder of the justice he never got. The spark that finally lit the fuse came in the autumn of 1878, and it wasn't a bullet or a threat, but the grunting of a pig. Randall McCoy walked onto his property and accused his neighbor, Floyd Hatfield, a cousin of Devil Anse, of stealing one of his hogs. In a world where a fat hog could mean the difference between a hard winter and starvation, this was no small charge. But it was never about the value of the animal. It was about honor. It was a McCoy telling a Hatfield to his face that he was a thief. The dispute was taken to the local justice of the peace, Anderson Preacher Anse Hatfield. In an attempt at fairness, he assembled a jury of 6 Hatfields and 6 McCoys to hear the case. The makeshift courtroom, likely a small schoolhouse, was thick with tension. The fate of the pig, and perhaps the fate of the valley, rested on the word of one man, Bill Staton. He was related to both families, but everyone knew his loyalty lay with the Hatfields. Staton took the stand and swore that he had seen the pig and that it rightfully belonged to Floyd Hatfield. The jury was deadlocked until one of the McCoys, Selkirk McCoy, swayed by Staton's testimony, cast the deciding vote. The pig belonged to the Hatfields. For Randall McCoy, this was the ultimate betrayal. The law, run by a Hatfield and his own kin, had sided against him. He stormed out of the hearing, his simmering resentment boiling over into open rage. The system had failed him again. He was heard declaring that if he ever lost another pig, he wouldn't go to the law. He would handle it himself. This was more than a threat. It was a declaration of war against the Hatfield clan. The lines were being drawn not in the dirt, but in blood. The first of that blood was spilled less than 2 years later. Bill Staten, the man whose testimony had cost Randall his pig and his pride, was not a man to forget a grudge. One day, he got into a heated argument with 2 of Randall's nephews, Sam and Paris McCoy. The argument escalated quickly. Words turned to threats, and threats turned to action. In a flash of violence deep in a wooded hollow, guns were drawn. When the smoke cleared, Bill Staten lay dead on the forest floor. Sam McCoy had been shot and seriously wounded, but he would survive. Now it was a Hatfield who was dead, killed by McCoys. Sam McCoy was arrested and put on trial for murder, but he claimed self-defense. The trial was held in a Hatfield-controlled county in West Virginia. Citing the lack of evidence and the known animosity between the men, the court acquitted him. To the McCoys, it was justice. To the Hatfields, it was a slap in the face. A McCoy had killed one of their own and walked free. The cycle was now complete. A theft, a trial, a murder, and an acquittal. The courts were useless. From this moment on, the only justice either family would recognize would be delivered from the barrel of a gun. In the midst of this simmering hatred, something dangerous and beautiful bloomed. At a local election gathering in 1880, Devil Ance's son, John C. Hatfield, laid eyes on Randall McCoy's daughter, Rosanna. He was handsome and reckless. She was strong-willed and passionate. In the closed world of the Tug Fork Valley, their attraction was like a lit match tossed into a barrel of gunpowder. They fell into a whirlwind romance, ignoring the storm clouds gathering over their families. Rosanna, blinded by love, soon left her family's cabin to live with Johnsey among the Hatfields, a betrayal her father Randall would never forgive. But their love story was doomed from the start. Johnsey, a known womanizer, soon abandoned the pregnant Rosanna for her own cousin, Nancy McCoy. Heartbroken and carrying a Hatfield's child, Rosanna was now an outcast, scorned by her own family and discarded by her lovers. She tried to return home, but her father's door was closed to her. She found shelter with an aunt, a woman alone, trapped between the 2 warring clans. Her story became a tragedy within a tragedy, a symbol of the innocence that was being crushed between the 2 great millstones of Hatfield and McCoy pride. The point of no return came on Election Day, 1882. In Kentucky, these were boisterous, drunken affairs where men from all over the hollows came to vote, trade, and settle scores. That day, a dispute over a fiddle ignited between Tolbert McCoy, one of Randall's sons, and Ellison Hatfield, Devil Ance's powerful, well-respected brother. Insults flew, fueled by moonshine and years of bad blood. The argument escalated into a brutal fistfight, and then, in a moment of fury, Tolbert McCoy pulled a knife. The festive air of the gathering curdled into horror. The crowd scrambled back as Tolbert, joined by his 2 brothers, Farmer and Randolph Jr., set upon the lone Hatfield. The powerful frame of Ellison Hatfield shuddered again and again. He didn't cry out, but a look of profound shock crossed his face as he stumbled backward. A dark stain began to spread across the front of his shirt, then another and another. He collapsed into the mud of the clearing, gasping for air. The McCoy brothers stood over him, their faces a mask of rage, unaware that they had just sealed their own fates. Hatfield constables seized the 3 McCoy brothers, but instead of taking them to the jail in Pikeville, Kentucky, they dragged them across the Tug Fork River into West Virginia. They were now prisoners, not of the law, but of the Hatfield clan. When Devil Ance arrived and saw his beloved brother lying on a makeshift cot, Riddled with 26 wounds, his response was cold and absolute. He made a vow. If Ellison died, the McCoy boys would die. For 2 days, the brothers were held captive while Ellison fought for his life. And then, he breathed his last. That night, the McCoy boys were taken from their makeshift prison and marched to the Kentucky side of the river. They were tied to a series of pawpaw trees, their pleas for mercy swallowed by the darkness. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. There was only Devil Anse and a firing squad of his kin, their faces grim in the moonlight. The night was shattered by a single command. What followed was not a battle, but a ceremony of vengeance. A volley of gunfire ripped through the quiet valley, a sound so loud it seemed to shake the stars from the sky. The pawpaw bushes shuddered violently in the dark. And then an unnatural silence fell, broken only by the gentle lapping of the river against the bank. When the sun rose, it revealed a scene of chilling stillness. The dew on the grass around the pawpaw trees was dark, telling a story that needed no words. The silence that followed the pawpaw tree massacre was heavier and more terrifying than the gunfire itself. It was Randall McCoy's wife, Sarah, who found her sons. In the grey light of dawn, she saw the terrible stillness of the scene, a mother's worst nightmare made real under the drooping leaves of the pawpaw trees. The news spread like a sickness through the Kentucky hollows. 3 sons, executed without trial. Randall McCoy, a man already hardened by grief, seemed to turn to stone. The sorrow in his eyes was replaced by a hollow, burning void. He had followed the law with the pig, and it had failed him. Now, his sons were dead, and the law seemed 1,000,000 miles away across the muddy waters of the Tug Fork. The funeral for the 3 McCoy brothers was a grim affair. The entire Kentucky side of the valley mourned, not just for the boys, but for the peace that had been shattered forever. The caskets were lowered into the cold Kentucky earth, and with them, any hope of reconciliation. Randall McCoy now had a singular, all-consuming purpose: justice. Not the rough justice of the mountains, but the cold, hard justice of the law. He went to the courthouse in Pikeville and swore out warrants against Devil Anse Hatfield and 20 of his kin and allies, including his sons. The charge was murder. Indictments were officially issued. The names of the Hatfield clan were now wanted posters, but the warrants were little more than paper. The Tug Fork River was more than a boundary. It was a sanctuary. In West Virginia, the Hatfields were powerful. They had friends in the law, friends in politics. They were seen not as murderers, but as men who had simply administered a brutal but necessary form of mountain justice. West Virginia authorities refused to recognize the Kentucky warrants. Devil Anse and his men were untouchable, living freely just a stone's throw from the state that wanted them hanged. For 5 long years, a tense and bitter Cold War settled over the valley. The warrants became legal ghosts, a source of constant frustration for the McCoys and a point of defiant pride for the Hatfields. The feud might have faded into a stalemate of simmering resentment if not for the arrival of a new, powerful player, Perry Cline. A sharp and ambitious Pikeville lawyer who was married to a McCoy, Cline had his own deep-seated grudge against Devil Anse over a bitter land dispute years earlier. He saw an opportunity to use the power of the state to settle a personal score. Cline used his political influence to go over the heads of local law enforcement. He lobbied the governor of Kentucky, J. Proctor Knott, convincing him that the honor of the state was at stake. Governor Knott agreed. He announced a formal reward for the capture of the Hatfields, dead or alive. Suddenly, this was no longer a family squabble. It was a state-sponsored manhunt. The feud was professionalized. Bounty hunters, known locally as pikes, began to appear in the Tug Fork Valley, sniffing around for a chance at the reward money. For the Hatfields, their home was no longer a fortress but a trap. For the McCoys, it was a terrifying new reality, knowing that this escalation would surely be met with an even more violent response. The valley held its breath, waiting for the next shot to be fired. The state of Kentucky's bounty was not just a piece of paper, it was a hunting license. The law now had a face, and it was the face of a cold-eyed killer named Bad Frank Phillips. A relentless manhunter and a cousin to the McCoys, Phillips became the instrument of Perry Cline's legal war. He led posses into the heart of Hatfield territory, a place no lawman dared to go before. Gunfights erupted along the Tug Fork, turning the feud from a series of ambushes into open guerrilla warfare. The valley became a place where every shadow could hide a rifleman. The Hatfields, led by the ruthless Jim Vance and the hot-headed Cap Hatfield, decided on a final, desperate gamble. On New Year's night, 1888, they would end the feud by erasing Randall McCoy himself. They crossed the river under the cover of a freezing winter night and surrounded the McCoy family cabin. They didn't knock. The first sound was the crackle of flames as they set the home ablaze to smoke out their quarry. What followed was a nightmare of chaos and gunfire in the flickering orange light. Randall McCoy managed to escape into the woods, but his family paid a terrible price. His daughter Alifair was shot down as she fled the burning home. His son Calvin was killed in the yard. His wife Sarah was brutally beaten, left for dead with a crushed skull. This single act of savagery was a fatal miscalculation. The New Year's night massacre horrified the nation. Newspapers from New York to San Francisco printed sensational stories of the lawless Appalachian War. The full weight of the law could no longer be ignored. Frank Phillips, now fueled by a cold fury, hunted down Jim Vance and killed him in a fierce shootout. One by one, the other members of the raiding party were captured and dragged in chains to the jail in Pikeville. The war was over. The trial was about to begin. Pikeville, Kentucky, transformed from a sleepy mountain town into an armed camp. The captured Hatfields and their allies were paraded through the streets, not just as prisoners, but as living symbols of the savage mountaineers the papers wrote about. The trial was a national spectacle. Reporters packed the courtroom, scribbling down every detail. Armed guards lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder that the feud was not truly over. The prosecution, led by Perry Cline, was determined to make an example of these men. The defendants sat in the courtroom, a mix of defiance and bewilderment. Most of them were just foot soldiers in a war started by older, more powerful men. The key to the prosecution's case was Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the illegitimate and simple-minded son of the murdered Ellison Hatfield. Under interrogation, Cotton Top confessed to firing the shot that killed Alifair McCoy. Whether he was telling the truth, covering for others, or was simply coerced into a confession is a question historians still debate. For the jury, it was enough. The verdicts came down like hammer blows. Several of the men were sentenced to long years in the state penitentiary. But for Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the sentence was death. On February 18, 1890, thousands of people crowded into Pikeville to witness the hanging. The scaffold stood stark against the Kentucky sky, the final monument to the bloodiest chapter of the feud. Cotton Top's last words were reportedly, "The Hatfields made me do it." But was it justice? Randall McCoy had won his legal battle, but he had lost everything else. Devil Anse Hatfield, the patriarch who ordered the first executions at the Paw Trees, was never arrested. He would die peacefully in his bed decades later. The law had spoken, but its voice seemed to ring hollow in the mountains, leaving only the ghost of a question. Was the hanging of one simple-minded man a triumph of justice, or just the final ugly act in a war where no one truly won? And what became of the two patriarchs who started it all? Randall McCoy, the man who lost everything, never recovered. He left the Tug Fork Valley, the land that held the ghosts of his children, and tried to start over. He ended his days operating a small ferry in Pikeville, a broken man haunted by memories. He died in 1914 after being badly burned in a cooking fire. A tragic, almost mundane end for a man whose life was defined by such epic violence. He was buried in the Dills Cemetery in Pikeville, alongside his wife Sarah and the children who were stolen from them. Across the river, Devil Anse Hatfield lived out his days as a legend in his own time. Untouched by the Kentucky warrants, he grew into a respected, almost revered elder. In a final, surprising twist, the man they called Devil was baptized in 1911, washing away his sins in the waters of Main Island Creek. He died of pneumonia in 1921, surrounded by his family. If you go to the Hatfield Family Cemetery in Logan County, West Virginia, today, you can still see his final act of defiance. A life-sized Italian marble statue of Devil Anse stands over his grave, watching over his clan, even in death, a powerful testament to the man who fought the law and won. The feud did not destroy the families. It forged them in fire. Today, the descendants of the Hatfields and McCoys are doctors, lawyers, judges, and even a former governor of West Virginia. They have moved far beyond the bloody legacy of their ancestors. In a remarkable act of reconciliation, the families began holding a joint reunion in 2000. Every year, they gather in Pikeville for a festival of peace and friendship, playing tug-of-war across the very river that once divided them. They share stories, shake hands, and symbolically sign a truce, declaring an official end to the hostilities. Yet the land itself refuses to forget. The Tug Fork Valley is now a tourist destination, with historical markers pointing out the site of Randall's burned cabin, the pawpaw trees, and the place where Bad Frank Phillips shot Jim Vance. You can drive the roads and hike the trails where these men once hunted each other. The names Hatfield and McCoy have become a brand, stamped on everything from whiskey bottles to ATV trails. But if you stand quietly by the banks of the Tug Fork and listen past the hum of the tourists, you can almost hear the echoes of the past. The mountains remember the truth, even if the world has turned it into a story. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning. What really happened in the Tug Fork Valley? Was it all for a pig? No. The pig was just the excuse. Was it about the star-crossed love of Johnsy and Rosanna? No. They were just casualties. Their story, a single sad chapter in a much larger book. The truth, my friends, is that the Hatfield-McCoy feud was a war that began long before the first shot was fired. It was born in the divisions of the Civil War, fueled by the iron-willed pride of two patriarchs and ignited by a profound distrust in a system of law that seemed foreign and unfair. This story is a brutal lesson in what happens when honor curdles into vengeance and family loyalty demands a price paid in blood. It shows us how a community can turn on itself when it feels abandoned by the outside world, creating its own savage code of justice. It's a conflict that marks the violent transition from the old ways of the mountains, where a man's clan was his law, to the new world of courthouses and state lines. It's a testament to the fact that once the cycle of violence begins, it rarely ends with a winner. It only ends with graves. Today, the names Hatfield and McCoy are known across the world, often as a joke. But the real story is not a comedy. It is an American tragedy. It's a reminder that behind every legend there are real people with broken hearts, and behind every punchline there is a headstone. It's a story of hatred, yes, but it's also a story of the fierce, unyielding spirit of the Appalachian people. A spirit that could endure so much bloodshed and somehow, generations later, find its way back to forgiveness. Imagine a man standing on the gallows, a crowd of thousands watching his every move. He is not pleading for his life, not trembling in fear. Instead, he calmly inspects the hangman's rope and, finding it lacking, reties the knot himself to ensure a quick death. And then, from under the black hood, his own voice rings out, giving the final terrible command to spring the trap. This wasn't just an execution. It was a legend being born in blood and hemp on a hot Kentucky afternoon in 1895. The man was Bad Tom Smith, the most feared gunman in one of Appalachia's deadliest feuds. But was the man who gave the order to end his own life a truly repentant soul? Or was he the ultimate performer, staging his own death to cheat the devil one last time? Today, we will separate the rumors from the facts and find out what really happened on that fateful day. Before the name Bad Tom Smith was ever whispered in fear, and long before blood stained the creek beds, there was a different Perry County. To understand the storm, you must first know the quiet world it destroyed. This was a land carved by God's own hand and forgotten by nearly everyone else. Life here was measured not by the clock, but by the slow turning of the seasons. Mist hung low in the hollows at dawn, the ring of an axe echoed for miles through the dense woods, and the only law that truly mattered was the one passed down from father to son. The people of these mountains were a stubborn and proud stock, descendants of pioneers who had spilled their own blood to claim this rugged paradise. The Civil War had left scars deeper than any ravine, splitting families and neighbors into Union and Confederate camps, wounds that refused to heal a generation later. A man's loyalty wasn't to some far-off government, but to his kin, to his clan. Justice was a personal affair, and an insult to one's family was a debt that would one day be paid in full. They worked the land, hunted for their meat, and asked for little more than to be left alone. At the center of this world, like a great old oak, stood Colonel Fulton French. A Confederate veteran with a commanding presence, he was the patriarch of the old ways. He controlled the timber, and in doing so, he controlled the livelihoods of hundreds of men. He was a man of immense personal loyalty, respected by his allies and feared by his enemies. To his followers, he was the protector of their traditions, the last bastion against a changing world that they neither understood nor trusted. His word was bond, and his authority was absolute. But a new wind was blowing through the mountains, and its name was Joseph C. Eversole. A sharp-witted lawyer and a Union man, Eversole saw a different future for Perry County. He didn't see an isolated kingdom to be preserved. He saw untapped wealth. He saw the thick seams of black coal sleeping beneath the hills and the endless stands of virgin timber. He was the voice of progress, the man who spoke with railroad agents and northern investors, promising them a fortune and promising his followers jobs, schools, and a modern way of life. For a time, these two forces existed in a state of tense equilibrium. They were like two bull elks circling each other, sizing each other up. The conflict played out not yet with rifles, but in courthouse elections, in land deeds, and in whispered arguments at the general store. The county was slowly, inexorably dividing. You were either a Frenchman or an Eversole man. There was no middle ground. Every handshake, every business deal, every marriage was weighed on this scale. And all the while, the true cause of the coming war was drawing closer. It came in the form of men with strange accents carrying surveying equipment, marking lines on trees that had stood for 1,000 years. It came in the form of legal papers covered in fine print that local farmers couldn't read. The outside world had finally discovered the riches of Appalachia, and it was coming to claim them. Little did they know that the modern world would not just be knocking at their door, it would be kicking it down, and the fire it started would consume them all. The dirt of Perry County held more than just coal and timber. It held generations of memory, and much of that memory was written in blood. The first white settlers to push into these narrow valleys were Revolutionary War veterans, given land grants for their service. They were men who had already fought a king and won, and they carried that fierce independence into the wilderness. The land wasn't bought, it was tamed. It was a birthright earned with an axe, a plow, and a long rifle. A man's deed was often written not in ink, but in the memory of his children, a boundary marked by a certain lightning-scarred oak or a bend in the creek. But the deepest crack in this foundation was blasted open by the Civil War. Kentucky, a border state, was a land of divided hearts, and nowhere was the split more vicious than in these mountains. Brother literally fought against brother. When the war ended, the soldiers returned, but the animosity did not. They went back to ploughing the same fields and walking the same paths, but now they were forever branded. You were either a Reb or a Yankee. Fulton French had been a colonel in the Confederate Army, a leader of men who fought for the Old South. Joseph Eversole, by contrast, was a staunch Unionist, a man who believed in the power and authority of the federal government. The war didn't end at Appomattox for these men, it just went quiet for a while. The French-Eversole War was not a new conflict. It was the Civil War reignited, a smoldering ember fanned into a raging inferno by the winds of greed. The fight over timber and coal was just the surface. Beneath it lay the raw, unhealed wound of that older war, a deep well of bitterness and suspicion that poisoned everything it touched. In these mountains, a family name was a heavy burden, a thing that defined you from the cradle to the grave. It carried a history of pride, duty, and sometimes a legacy of hate. To stand with Fulton French meant you believed in the old ways, in a man's right to settle his own scores without interference from a distant government. It meant your loyalty was to your kin first, your neighbor second, and the law a distant third. To side with Joseph Eversole meant you saw the law as a tool, a way to build a future, and you saw the old clan system as a roadblock to progress. It was a clash not just of men, but of worlds, and the ground had been prepared for it by 100 years of history. Long before the first ambush, the war was fought with whispers. In a place with no newspapers to speak of, and where news traveled by horseback, rumor was a powerful and dangerous weapon. The front porch of the general store, the smoky interior of the blacksmith shop, the churchyard after Sunday service, these were the battlefields. Every land sale, every new hire at the timber mill, every drunken brawl was picked apart and analyzed. Was he one of ours or one of theirs? A simple greeting could be mistaken for a threat, and a cold shoulder could be seen as a declaration of war. Into this poisoned atmosphere stepped the enforcers, the men who turned whispers into action. For Fulton French, that man was Tom Smith. Smith wasn't just a supporter, he was the physical embodiment of French's will. With eyes as cold as a mountain stream in winter, and a reputation for being able to shoot the eye out of a squirrel at 100 yards, his presence was enough to intimidate jurors and silence witnesses. He was a walking, breathing threat, the human weapon that kept French's enemies in line. On the other side, Joe Eversole had his own men, often deputized lawmen, who used the color of law to serve their faction's interests. The county sheriff himself, a man beholden to Eversole, became a piece on the chessboard, his badge used to harass French's allies and protect Eversole's. The tension had already boiled over in smaller, uglier ways. Just a year before the killing started in earnest, there had been a bitter election for county judge. It was a contest of threats and bribes, not policies. Men loyal to French stood outside polling places, their rifles held casually but with clear intent. Votes were bought with moonshine and promises of work. When the Eversole-backed candidate won by a narrow margin, the French faction declared it stolen. A fistfight on the courthouse steps escalated until pistols were drawn, and only the intervention of cooler heads prevented a massacre right then and there. The incident was smoothed over, but the wound festered. This climate turned everyday disagreements into deadly feuds. A dispute over a line fence between two farmers became a proxy war for the entire county. One farmer was a Frenchman, the other an Eversole man. Soon, the rumor spread that one had deliberately poisoned the other's livestock. Then came the story of a barn being set on fire in the dead of night. There was no proof, only suspicion. But in the paranoid hollows of Perry County, suspicion was as good as a conviction. Friends stopped speaking, families split, and the entire community began to look at their neighbors not as people they'd known their whole lives, but as potential enemies in a war that everyone felt was coming. In the months leading up to the first killing, a deep sense of dread settled over the county, a feeling as thick and suffocating as the summer fog. The old folks, the ones who could still read the signs in the woods and the sky, saw the omens everywhere. A hoot owl, a creature of the night, was heard crying in the broad daylight from a dead chestnut tree, a sure sign that a death was coming to the hollow. The women whispered of dreams of muddy water and of snakes coiled in their path. The mountains themselves seemed to be holding their breath, the familiar sounds of the forest replaced by an unnatural quiet, as if all of creation was waiting for the first crack of a rifle. The human omens soon followed. Strangers began to appear in Hazard, men in city clothes with hard eyes who looked as out of place as a preacher in a saloon. They were hired guns, detectives from the Pinkerton agency, brought in by Eversole's faction to protect their business interests and intimidate their rivals. They didn't operate by the Mountain Code of Honor. They operated for cash. They carried new, repeating rifles and spoke in cold, clipped tones. Their arrival was a clear signal. This was no longer a local dispute. The power of outside money and industry had now thrown its weight into the fight, and it had brought its own professional killers. This changing tide was felt most deeply by the women. They saw it in the faces of their husbands and sons. They saw the way their men would stop talking when they entered a room. They noticed the extra care being taken to clean a rifle that was already spotless, the quiet stockpiling of ammunition. There was a new tension in the air, a grim purposefulness that had replaced the old simmering anger. A premonition of dread, cold and sharp as a knife's edge, ran through every household. The time for threats and posturing was over. The omens had all been given. The only thing left was for the first shot to be fired. The simmering hatred finally boiled over in the summer of 1887. The spark that lit the fuse was not a land dispute or a drunken brawl, but a calculated public assassination designed to cripple the Eversole faction at its heart. The target was Nicholas Goose Combs, the Perry County Circuit Court clerk and a key lieutenant, as well as a kinsman to Joe Eversole. Combs was the man who controlled the official paperwork, the legal machinery of the county. Killing him wasn't just murder, it was an act of political terrorism. It happened in broad daylight, right on the courthouse square in Hazard. As Combs left the building, a volley of rifle fire erupted from a nearby building. Men from the French faction had laid in wait, turning the seat of county justice into a killing ground. Combs was hit multiple times, falling to the dusty street as townspeople ran for cover in a panic. The assassins made no attempt to hide their faces. This was a message delivered in smoke and lead for all to see. They were declaring that Eversole's legal authority was meaningless, and that the only law that mattered now grew from the barrel of a gun. When the news reached Joe Eversole, any hope for a peaceful resolution died with his kinsman. The grief was immediate, but it quickly hardened into a cold, diamond-hard resolve. This was a direct challenge to his power, his family, and his life. To let it go unanswered would be a sign of weakness that would finish him in the mountains. He would not back down. He would meet fire with fire, blood with blood. The law had failed to protect his man. Now he would rely on his own form of justice. The county fractured overnight. Warrants were issued for the known assassins, but they were worthless pieces of paper. The killers simply melted back into the hollows, protected by Fulton French and his clan. Men who had once gone to town with only a pocket knife now openly carried Winchester rifles. The roads became unsafe, travel between hollows a dangerous gamble. Neighbors who had shared corn liquor now stared at each other over rifle sights. The time for whispers was over. The first drops of blood had been spilled on the courthouse steps, and it was a promise of the river that was to come. A line had been crossed from which there was no retreat. From that moment on, the war was open and declared. The ancient mountain code had taken over completely. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. And Joe Eversole now had a debt to collect. For over a year, the war raged,
a series of brutal skirmishes and back-alley assassinations. Joe Eversole, now a hunted man, rarely traveled without a contingent of armed guards. But in the mountains, no man is ever truly safe. On May the 4th, 1888, Eversole made a fateful journey, riding with several of his men along a narrow trail that snaked beside a creek. It was a place where the rhododendron grew so thick it could swallow a man whole, a place perfectly designed for an ambush. The sun was warm, the birds were singing, and for a fleeting moment, it might have felt like peace. But shadows were watching from the ridge above. Without warning, the quiet afternoon exploded in a symphony of death. A single heavy rifle crack echoed from the hillside, sharp and final. Eversole's horse reared violently as its rider was jolted backward in the saddle, his body suddenly limp. Before his guards could even process what had happened, a second volley of gunfire tore through their ranks. It was a perfectly executed trap. The assassins were invisible, hidden behind rocks and trees, firing down into the trail with murderous precision. The air, once filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, now tasted of gunpowder and finality. One of Eversole's men, a man named Allen, saw his leader pitch forward and fall from his horse, landing in the shallow waters of the creek. The fight was over before it had even begun. The surviving guards returned a panicked, useless fire into the dense woods, their bullets thudding harmlessly into tree trunks. They were firing at ghosts. The men on the ridge held their fire, their work done. They had struck the head of the snake. Joe Eversole, the lawyer, the politician, the man who dreamed of a new Appalachia, lay still in the very land he had fought so hard to control. Among the shadows on that ridge, one man's name would be whispered above all others. While many rifles had fired, the first shot, the one that found its mark with such deadly accuracy, was said to have come from the Winchester of Tom Smith. He was not just a participant. He was the tip of the spear, the instrument of Fulton French's vengeance. He had become the living embodiment of the feud's brutality, a man whose name was now synonymous with death itself. The most chilling image from that day was not one of violence, but of its aftermath. When the gun smoke cleared and the assassins had melted back into the wilderness, all that remained was the unnatural silence. A riderless horse, eyes wide with terror, galloped back towards Hazard, its empty saddle telling the entire story. The surviving guards, stunned and broken, gathered what was left of their leader and began the slow, grim journey back to town, carrying the news that would plunge the entire county into a new level of darkness. The word spread like a fever. They got Joe. Eversole is dead. The news traveled from cabin to cabin, a shockwave of fear and grim satisfaction. For the Eversole faction, it was a devastating blow, a loss that seemed to signal the end of their cause. For the French faction, it was a triumphant victory, a reassertion of the old mountain law. But for the state of Kentucky, it was the final straw. This was no longer a local feud. It was an open insurrection. The assassination of a prominent political figure in broad daylight could not be ignored. The governor called out the state militia, and the full weight of the law began its slow, grinding turn towards Perry County. And at the top of their list of wanted men, circled in red, was the name of the man who they believed had pulled the trigger: Bad Tom Smith. To understand what went through Tom Smith's mind as he lay on that ridge, you must first throw away every modern notion of law and justice. In his world, Joe Eversole was not a fellow citizen with a different political opinion. He was a foreign invader. Eversole was the face of the slick-talking lawyers who used indecipherable documents to steal land from men who could only sign their name with an X. He was the agent of the coal companies that would tear the tops off their sacred mountains and turn their clean creeks black with slag. In the twisted logic of the feud, killing Joe Eversole wasn't murder. It was an act of war, the righteous removal of a mortal threat to his entire way of life. The switch didn't flip for Tom Smith in a moment of white-hot rage. It had been flipped years ago when he pledged his rifle and his life to Fulton French. He was a soldier,
and French was his general. His internal monologue wasn't one of hatred, but of cold, grim duty. As he watched Eversole ride into the kill zone, there was no emotional storm. There was only the calm, practiced focus of a master hunter. The wind, the distance, the lead on a moving target, these were the things that occupied his mind. He was an instrument of the clan's will, and in that moment, as he slowly squeezed the trigger, he felt a sense of profound purpose. He was correcting an imbalance, restoring the natural order of the mountains with a single, perfectly placed shot. After the deed was done, there was no rush of guilt, no haunting remorse. There was only the metallic taste of triumph. He had done his job. He had proven his loyalty. He had removed the enemy. For a fleeting moment, lying there in the woods as the echoes of the rifles faded, he might have felt a deep, chilling satisfaction. But that feeling would have been quickly replaced by something else, the cold, pragmatic reality of survival. He was now the most wanted man in Kentucky. His old life was over. He was a ghost, a phantom who would have to live in the deepest shadows of the mountains he had just fought to defend. The satisfaction of the kill was gone, replaced by the grim calculation of the hunted. And that, in its own way, is the most terrifying thing of all, not a man who kills in a fit of passion, but one who does so as a matter of principle, and then calmly deals with the consequences. When the body of Joe Eversole was carried back into Hazard, laid across a horse like a freshly killed deer, a deathly quiet fell over the town. There were no cries of outrage, no shouts for vengeance, just a deep, collective intake of breath. It was the silence of shock, the silence of a people who knew that a final line had been crossed and that the world they had known was gone forever. The gaping wound in Eversole's body was a wound in the heart of the community itself, a tear in the fabric of their lives that could never be mended. For the surviving members of the Eversole faction, grief was a luxury they could not afford. Their leader was gone, but their fight was not. His death did not break them. It forged them into something harder and more ruthless. Vengeance became their new creed. They no longer spoke of progress or the law. They spoke of blood for blood. They organized, armed themselves, and began their own patrols, their eyes burning with a cold fire. They were no longer just a political faction. They were a hunting party, and they had only one prey in mind. But their prey was a ghost. In the immediate aftermath of the ambush, Tom Smith vanished. The mountains that had been his cradle and his home now became his sanctuary. He knew every hidden path, every forgotten cave, every dense thicket where a man could disappear. He moved like a shadow through the deep woods, supported by a network of French loyalists who saw him not as a murderer, but as a hero. They left food for him under designated rocks, passed whispered messages through their children, and met any questions from outsiders with a blank stare and a shrug. Tom Smith was everywhere and nowhere, his legend growing with every failed attempt to find him. The news of Eversole's assassination reached the state capital in Frankfurt like a thunderclap. The governor, tired of the endless headlines about the dark and bloody ground, had finally had enough. This was no longer a county matter. It was an act of open rebellion against the Commonwealth of Kentucky. He called up the state militia. Within weeks, men in crisp blue uniforms, armed with modern rifles and the full authority of the state, arrived in Hazard. They were an occupying army, outsiders who understood nothing of the tangled web of kinship and loyalty that defined the mountains. They were there with a single purpose: to crush the feud and capture the man who symbolized its savagery. The official hunt began. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Tom Smith for the murder of Joe Eversole. His name and description were printed on wanted posters, promising a substantial reward for his capture, dead or alive. These posters were nailed to courthouse doors, general store walls, and any tree big enough to hold one. A price was put on his head, turning loyalty into a commodity and friendship into a potential betrayal. The manhunt wasn't just a legal procedure. It was a declaration of war by the state against the old mountain code, and Bad Tom Smith was now the most famous outlaw in Kentucky. The murder of Joe Eversole was like a boulder dropped into a still pond, and the ripples of fear and hatred spread to every corner of Perry County. The community didn't just fracture, it shattered. The general store, once a place for idle gossip and checker games, became a tense, silent space where men from opposing factions would stand on opposite sides of the room, their hands never straying far from the pistols tucked in their belts. Even the church, the one place that was supposed to unite them, was split down the middle. Families who had worshipped together for generations now sat on opposite sides of the aisle, praying to the same God for the destruction of their neighbors. When the state militia arrived, they expected to find a populace eager for justice. Instead, they hit a wall of silence, a conspiracy of fear as solid and impenetrable as the mountains themselves. These lawmen were outsiders, foreigners, and the mountain people closed ranks against them. Men who had surely seen Tom Smith and the other assassins heading towards the creek that day suddenly developed convenient lapses of memory. Farmers who knew the secret paths through the woods would give the soldiers intentionally bad directions, sending them on useless chases into impassable thickets. This silence wasn't born of loyalty alone. It was cultivated by terror. Everyone knew the reach of Fulton French and his clan. To be seen talking to a militiaman was to mark yourself as a traitor. It meant risking your hay barn being burned in the dead of night, your livestock being found dead in the field, or worse. The fear was a physical presence, a cold knot in the stomach of every man and woman who knew a piece of the truth but was too terrified to speak it. They were caught between the distant threat of the law and the immediate personal threat of their neighbors. Yet, even in this poisoned atmosphere, there were small, quiet acts of courage. A widow, whose husband had been an Eversole man, would leave a jar of milk on the porch of a neighbor she knew was hiding one of the fugitives, an unspoken plea for peace. A doctor, under the cover of darkness, would tend to a wounded man from the wrong side, honoring his oath over the demands of the feud. But for every act of courage, there was an act of cowardice. A man would provide a false alibi for one of the killers, lying under oath to settle an old debt or save his own skin. The feud forced everyone to make a choice, and in doing so, it revealed the true character that lay hidden beneath the surface of their ordinary lives. The hunt for Bad Tom Smith was not a single, organized posse. It was a three-headed beast. First, there were the state militia, disciplined but clumsy. Outsiders who stuck to the main roads and were easily led astray by false trails. Then came the private detectives, the Pinkertons, hired by what was left of Eversole's allies. They were professionals, cold and methodical, who operated with money and informants. But the most dangerous hunters were the third group, the kinsmen of Joe Eversole, mountain men themselves, their hearts fueled by a white-hot need for vengeance. They didn't need a map. The terrain was etched into their bones, and they weren't hunting a criminal, they were hunting the man who had murdered their own. For years, this relentless pursuit played out across the rugged face of eastern Kentucky. It was a grueling, frustrating war against a phantom. The mountains, which had always been Tom's home, now became his fortress. He was a master of their secrets. He could live for weeks on what he could carry in a satchel and kill with his rifle. He slept in rock shelters, where panthers once denned and drank from springs known only to the oldest hunters. The search parties would find his trail, follow it for days through sucking mud and impenetrable laurel thickets they called laurel hells, only to find a still warm campfire and the faint scent of wood smoke on the wind. He was always one step ahead. The chase wore down the hunters as much as the hunted. They were city men in a primal world, plagued by copperheads, sudden freezing rains, and the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every snap of a twig sounded like the cocking of a rifle. Tom Smith became larger than life, a boogeyman the militia whispered about around their fires. Stories spread that he could appear and disappear at will, that the woods themselves were protecting him. In truth, it was the people who were protecting him, the silent, tight-lipped clan who would rather die than betray their own. But time, like water, wears away even the hardest stone. The reward money grew larger, a tempting fortune in a land of desperate poverty. The constant pressure from the state wore down the French faction's resolve. After nearly 7 years on the run, the wall of silence finally cracked. A tip, bought and paid for with state money, led a posse of lawmen to a remote cabin deep in the hills of neighboring Breathitt County. They surrounded the cabin at dawn, rifles ready, expecting a bloody shootout, a final blaze of glory for the legendary gunman. The sheriff called out his name, his voice echoing in the morning stillness. There was a long, tense silence. But instead of a hail of bullets, the cabin door creaked open. A man stepped out onto the porch, blinking in the new light. He was gaunt and bearded, his clothes worn to rags. The fire was gone from his eyes, replaced by a deep, profound weariness. It was Bad Tom Smith, but he was a shadow of the fearsome enforcer they had hunted for so long. He held no rifle, only a strange look of resignation. The hunt was over, not with a bang, but with the quiet click of handcuffs around wrists that no longer had the strength to resist. The trial of Bad Tom Smith in the spring of 1895 was a spectacle. The town of Hazard swelled with people, a volatile mix of the curious, the vengeful, and the fearful. Armed guards from the state militia were posted on the rooftops surrounding the courthouse, their rifles glinting in the sun, a clear warning that any attempt at a rescue or an assassination would be met with overwhelming force. Inside the stuffy courtroom, the air was thick with tension. On one side sat the prosecutors, lawyers from Frankfurt, who saw this as a chance to finally tame the wild mountains. On the other, Tom Smith sat quietly, flanked by his court-appointed attorney, looking more like a tired farmer than a notorious killer. The prosecution built its case with eyewitnesses who had for 7 years been too terrified to speak. One by one, men who had been with Eversole that day took the stand, their voices sometimes trembling, and pointed a finger at Tom Smith. They told of the ambush, the crack of the rifles, the fall of their leader. But the defense lawyers were cunning. They attacked the credibility of the witnesses, painting them as biased members of the Eversole faction with their own scores to settle. They argued that in the chaos of the ambush, no one could have possibly identified a single shooter hidden on a wooded ridge 100 yards away. The most damning testimony came from within the French faction itself. Men who had once been Smith's comrades, now facing their own charges or tempted by offers of immunity, took the stand against him. They testified that Smith had bragged about the killing, that he had described it in detail, claiming the first and fatal shot as his own. As they spoke, Smith watched them with a look that was not of anger, but of a quiet, weary contempt. It was the look of a man who understood the final, bitter truth of the mountain code. Loyalty lasts only as long as it is convenient. Throughout the trial, Tom Smith himself remained a silent, stoic figure. He never took the stand in his own defense. He watched the proceedings with a detached calm, as if he were observing a play in which he was merely an actor. There was no defiance, no remorse, just a profound and unsettling acceptance of his fate. It was as if he knew, long before the jury did, how this story had to end. After days of testimony, the jury, a group of men carefully selected from a neighboring county to avoid bias, filed out. They returned in less than an hour. The foreman stood, cleared his throat, and in a voice that barely rose above a whisper, pronounced the single word, "Guilty." A wave of murmurs swept through the courtroom, gasps of relief from Eversole's kinsmen, quiet curses from French's. The judge, his face grim, sentenced Bad Tom Smith to be hanged by the neck until dead. There was no outcry, no appeal. This wasn't the justice of the mountains, settled with a rifle.
This was the cold, impersonal justice of the state. And it was final. The feud had claimed its last, most famous victim. The hanging of Tom Smith was meant to be an ending, a final full stop on a bloody chapter of Kentucky history. But for the people of Perry County, it was more like a cauterized wound. The bleeding had stopped, but the scar ran deep and ugly. The great French Eversole War was over. The state had won. Yet there was no celebration, no sense of victory, only a profound and unsettling exhaustion. The cost had been too high. For the surviving members of the Eversole clan, justice was a bitter pill. Their enemy's most fearsome soldier was dead, but it couldn't bring back their leader. They had won the war, but lost the peace. Many of them, having looked into the abyss of mountain violence, wanted nothing more to do with it. They had seen what the old ways led to. In the years following the trial, many sold their land and timber rights to the very coal companies Joe Eversole had championed, taking the money and leaving the mountains forever. They scattered to Ohio, to Indiana, to the west, anywhere they could escape the ghosts that haunted every creek and hollow. And what of the mastermind, Colonel Fulton French? He was never convicted for his role in the war. The law couldn't touch him. But he faced a different kind of justice, a slower and perhaps more fitting punishment. The execution of Tom Smith was a public spectacle of his defeat. His power, which had been absolute, was broken. Men no longer feared him because the state had proven it was the bigger, stronger beast. As the coal companies moved in with their railroads and their armies of lawyers, French's old-world influence crumbled. He died years later, not a revered patriarch, but a relic, a bitter old man who had watched the world he fought to preserve be bought, sold, and carved up by the forces of progress he had so despised. It was his curse to live powerless in the ruins of his own kingdom. The community, as a whole, tried to heal itself by deliberately forgetting. The feud became the great, unspoken trauma. It was too painful, too shameful to talk about openly. Parents stopped telling their children the full, brutal story, wanting to spare them the poison of that inherited hate. The tale of bad Tom Smith and the war he fought in was pushed into the shadows, becoming the stuff of whispers and warnings rather than history. Perry County desperately wanted a new identity. It wanted to be known for its coal, its timber, its hard-working people, anything but the dark and bloody ground where brother had slaughtered brother. A thick blanket of collective silence was pulled over the past, but under it, the memory lay restless and unquiet. Walk through Perry County today, and you will still find the old names. There are Frenches and Eversoles and Smiths living in these hills, their mailboxes standing on the same roads their ancestors bled on. But the feud is a ghost story now, a grandparent's tale told on a cold winter night. The great-grandchildren of mortal enemies are now neighbors, friends, sometimes even husband and wife. The blood hatred has been diluted by time, washed away by a conscious collective decision to break the cycle. They chose peace, and in doing so, they gave their children a future that was not defined by the graves of the past. The physical traces of that war are harder to find, but they are there if you know where to look. There is no monument, no plaque marking the spot where Joe Eversole was ambushed. But drive along the Kentucky River in Hazard, and you will find a quiet, unassuming field. Today, it might be a place where kids play baseball or families have picnics, but the older folks still know it by another name, Hangman's Hollow. The gallows are long gone, rotted back into the earth, but the name remains, a permanent scar on the landscape, a whisper of the day that thousands gathered to watch a man die. In an old cemetery overlooking the town, you can find the final resting place of Tom Smith. There is no grand tombstone, no epic inscription detailing his infamous life or his dramatic death. His grave is simple, almost anonymous, the resting place of a man, not a monster or a legend. It's a quiet, humble end for a life that was anything but. But the real echo of this story isn't found in stone or on a map. It's in the folklore, in the very air of the mountains. The official histories may gather dust in the courthouse basement, but the story of Bad Tom Smith is still alive. It's told by old men on their front porches, a warning about the poison of hatred. And some say, on a dark, moonless night in Hangman's Hollow, if you listen closely when the wind is just right, you can still hear a voice boom out from the darkness, clear and unwavering, giving its own final command. For though people may try to forget, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hangs over this whole story, a question that lingers in the air like the smoke from that final fatal shot on the ridge. Was the good Tom Smith who stood on the gallows a genuinely repentant soul who had made his peace with God? Or was he the ultimate outlaw, the final act of Bad Tom, a master performer who seized control of his own execution to rob the state of its victory and ensure his name would pass into legend on his own terms? The historical record is silent on this. The truth of it went with him into the dark. It's a mystery locked forever in the heart of a man who lived and died by a code the modern world will never fully understand. But in the end, the state of Tom Smith's soul is not the most important lesson of this story. His life and death are a monument to a bloody and bygone era. This is a story of how the poison of old hatreds, stirred by the coming of industrial greed, can turn a land of breathtaking beauty into a killing ground. It's a testament to the destructive power of blind loyalty, where allegiance to a clan becomes more sacred than the life of a neighbor. But it is also a story of the indomitable and sometimes terrifying Appalachian spirit, a spirit that values honor above life and that can face death not with a plea, but with a command. The great feud is long over. The rifles are silent, and the graves are covered with moss. But the story serves as a permanent warning carved into the memory of these mountains. A warning that the line between neighbor and enemy, between law and vengeance, is perilously thin. It reminds us that the blood of the past never truly washes away. It just sinks into the soil, waiting for a new conflict to bring it to the surface once more. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. The last gunshot echoed through the Hillsville courthouse, and then a silence fell, a silence heavier and more terrible than any sound before it. Through the thick grey smoke of black powder, the afternoon light struggled to reveal a scene of absolute carnage. The judge, the sheriff, the prosecutor, the very pillars of the law lay bleeding onto the floorboards. The assassins, the notorious Allen clan, had already vanished back into the mists of the Blue Ridge Mountains. This wasn't just murder. It was a declaration of war against the 20th century itself. What could possess men to commit such a brazen act in broad daylight? What unwritten code could be so powerful that it demanded a bloodbath in a hall of justice? To find the answer, we must look past the men who fired the guns, to the woman who forged their iron will in the heart of the mountains. Today, we uncover the story of Barbara Allen, the matriarch of a clan that answered to no law but her own. Hillsville, Virginia, in the spring of 1912, was a town caught between two worlds. Down its muddy main street, you could see the slow, inexorable march of the 20th century in the form of new storefronts and the occasional motor car. But looking up at the surrounding Blue Ridge, you could feel the pull of the old world, a world of isolated hollows, deep-rooted clans, and unwritten laws that had governed these mountains for generations. The brick courthouse stood as the very symbol of this struggle, a place where the new rule of law was meant to replace the old code of blood and honor. At the heart of this new order was Judge Thornton Massey. He wasn't a local man, not born of the same mountain soil as the families he presided over. He was an outsider, an educated man of principle who believed that justice should be blind. To him, a man's last name shouldn't matter, whether it was Allen or Smith. The law was the law,
a universal standard that was meant to tame the wildness of the frontier and bring civilization to the hills. He was a stern but fair-minded man, tasked with the impossible job of imposing a foreign authority on a people who had never recognized any authority but their own kin. Sheriff Lewis Webb, on the other hand, was a man of the county. He had to walk a delicate line every single day. He wore a badge representing the government in the state capital, but he lived and worked among neighbors who settled their disputes with fists or a hunting rifle. He knew the Allens. He understood their pride, their temper, and their profound contempt for his office. Every time he served a warrant in a remote holler, he was stepping into a world where his badge meant less than nothing. He was the local embodiment of a law that many saw as an occupying force. Alongside them stood William Foster, the Commonwealth's attorney. He was the voice of the system, the man who used words and legal precedent to fight battles that were more often settled with threats and intimidation. He believed in due process, in evidence, in the power of a logical argument to uncover the truth. In that Hillsville courtroom, he was preparing to argue a case against Floyd Allen, not realizing he was bringing a book of rules to a gunfight. These men were not just public officials. They were pioneers of a new way of life. They were husbands, fathers, and respected members of a community trying to build a future based on order and reason. But a shadow was gathering over them, a tension that was palpable in the cold March air. The upcoming trial of Floyd Allen wasn't just another case on the docket. It was a test of will. It was a direct challenge to the Allen clan's belief that they were a law unto themselves. The world these men were trying to build was one where disagreements were settled by juries, not ambushes. A world where a judge's gavel was more powerful than a patriarch's command. They woke up on the morning of March the 14th, believing in that world, in the safety of their courthouse, and in the strength of the laws they had sworn to uphold. They had no idea that by day's end, their world would be left in ruins, and their bodies would be the final, bloody evidence of a war that had been brewing for centuries. The Hillsville courthouse was no longer a place of law. It was a slaughterhouse. As the acrid fog of gunpowder began to settle, it revealed a scene of pure pandemonium. Men and women who moments before had been calm spectators scrambled for the exits, their screams echoing in the suddenly cavernous room. Those who remained were frozen in shock, staring at the carnage with wide, uncomprehending eyes. The air, thick with the smell of sulfur and fear, hummed with a terrible ringing silence where the rule of law had just been executed. The first people to rush in found Judge Massey slumped behind his bench, the symbol of his authority, now his deathbed. His gavel lay on the floor beside him, a useless piece of wood in a world where steel and lead had spoken the final word. Near the main door, Sheriff Lewis Webb lay fallen, a testament to his final futile attempt to restore order. Across the room, Commonwealth's attorney William Foster was also down, his legal arguments silenced forever. It was a systematic dismantling of the county's legal system carried out in less than 2 minutes. The evidence of the ambush was everywhere. The floor was littered with spent shell casings, glinting like deadly seeds sown on the hardwood. Bullet holes peppered the walls, the witness stand, and the judge's bench, silent witnesses to the storm of violence. Investigators would later count dozens of impacts, a clear sign of multiple shooters firing with reckless abandon. The Allens' chairs were empty. They had simply stood up, unleashed hell, and melted back into the mountains that had raised them, leaving only chaos and death in their wake. The scene offered no mystery as to who was responsible. Every terrified whisper from the survivors confirmed it: the Allens. But the how and the why were a far darker puzzle. How could a family bring a private army into a courtroom? Was this a spontaneous explosion of mountain temper or a cold, calculated assassination? The contradictory accounts from traumatized witnesses only deepened the confusion. The crime scene itself was a brutal message, written in blood and gunpowder. In these mountains, some lines of kinship were thicker than any law, and the price for crossing them was absolute. If you were to search for the man at the eye of this hurricane, all fingers would have pointed to one person: Floyd Allen. He wasn't just a participant, he was the cause. Floyd was the patriarch, a man carved from the hard granite of the Blue Ridge who had amassed wealth, land, and a fearsome reputation. In his corner of Carroll County, his word was law and his will was absolute. He moved through the world with the unshakable confidence of a king in his own kingdom, a place where the official law was an irritation, a suggestion from a distant world that he was free to ignore. His motive was as clear and cold as a mountain spring. It was pride, a fierce, unyielding pride that defined the very soul of the Appalachian clan system. The initial charge against him, interfering with an officer, was an insult. But the verdict, a year of hard time in the state penitentiary, was an intolerable humiliation. For a man like Floyd, a year in a prison uniform was not a punishment. It was an execution of his honor. It was the state declaring that he, Floyd Allen, was no better than any other man, that his power and his name meant nothing within the walls of their courthouse. The evidence was immediate and overwhelming. The shooting began the very second after Judge Massey pronounced the sentence. Witnesses recounted Floyd standing up, his face a mask of cold fury, and uttering the words that became the spark in the powder room, "I ain't a-goin'." That phrase, spoken with the full weight of his authority, was not a plea or a protest. It was a command. It was the signal to his kin that the time for talking was over. The community didn't need a detective to solve this mystery. They had all seen the simmering rage in Floyd Allen's eyes. He wasn't just a suspect. He was the epicenter of the earthquake that had just leveled the rule of law in Carroll County. But in the shadow of the patriarch stood a figure arguably more dangerous, Claude Allen, Floyd's son and heir apparent to this kingdom of defiance. Where Floyd's rage was born from a lifetime of power and a sudden public challenge to it, Claude's was something different. It was the pure, distilled poison of the Allen creed, passed down from one generation to the next. He was a true believer, a young man who had been taught from the cradle that the only response to an outside threat was overwhelming violence. The twist here is not one of greed or jealousy, but of ideology. Claude's motive was not simply to protect his father, it was to prove himself the worthy inheritor of the Allen legacy. For him, his father's conviction was a stain on his own honor. A year in prison for Floyd meant a lifetime of shame for Claude. He couldn't allow the world to see the Allens as a clan that could be tamed, caged, and broken by Flatlander laws. He was there not just to prevent a sentence, but to make a statement that would echo through the mountains for 100 years. When we re-examine the chaos of that day, one terrible detail rises to the surface. Most historical accounts and eyewitness testimonies agree. Claude Allen fired the first shot. He didn't wait for his father's signal. He didn't hesitate. As the judge pronounced the sentence, Claude drew his pistol and shot Judge Massey point blank. This was not the act of a man caught up in the heat of the moment. It was the act of an executioner. He didn't just join the fight. He started the war. In that single irrevocable moment, he betrayed any possibility of a non-violent outcome and sealed the fate of everyone in that room, turning a family's defiance into a public massacre. But to truly understand the firestorm at Hillsville, you have to look beyond the men and their motives to the larger war being waged. The true external threat wasn't a single person, but an entire century. The 20th century was coming for the Blue Ridge Mountains, not with a friendly handshake, but with the cold, calculating ambition of industry and centralized government. Railroads were cutting through ancient hills, timber barons were eyeing the vast virgin forests, and land speculators were using complex laws to divest mountain families of the very ground their ancestors had settled. This encroaching world saw the old ways of the mountains, the clan loyalty, the self-reliance, the deep suspicion of outsiders as a barrier to progress and profit. And the local instrument of this new world was the courthouse. Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, and Prosecutor Foster were not just men doing their jobs, they were the local agents of this powerful external force. They represented a system that valued deeds and statutes over blood loyalty and tradition. a system that sought to replace the unwritten code of the mountains with the codified law of the state capital.
From the Allens' perspective, this wasn't justice, it was a hostile takeover. Every new law, every tax, every court summons was another tightening of a noose around their way of life and their sovereignty. Floyd Allen's trial was the flashpoint. For the state, it was a necessary act to prove that no man was above the law. But for the Allens, it was the final, arrogant push of an invading army trying to break the back of the strongest clan in the county. The massacre, seen through this lens, becomes something more than a family's rage. It was a brutal, desperate act of rebellion against a future they did not want and a system they refused to recognize. In the immediate aftermath of the massacre, the state of Virginia responded with a fury it had never before unleashed. Governor William Hodges Mann called it a blot on the name of the Commonwealth and vowed that the Allens would be hunted down like animals. He dispatched the state militia and, more importantly, hired the infamous Baldwin Felts Detective Agency, a private army of detectives known for their brutal and effective methods in breaking Union strikes. A massive manhunt, one of the largest in Virginia's history, was underway. But the lawmen and detectives quickly discovered they were not fighting men. They were fighting a legend, and their enemy was the land itself. The Blue Ridge Mountains, so beautiful from a distance, became a labyrinthine fortress for the fugitives. Every holler, every creek bed, every rhododendron thicket was a potential hiding place. The Allens knew the secret trails, the hidden caves, the sympathizers' cabins where a door would always be open. The detectives, with their city boots and their organized grid searches, were like children lost in an ancient, hostile forest. The pursuit became a frustrating and humiliating chase after phantoms. A tip would come in that the Allens had been spotted crossing into North Carolina, and a posse would ride for days, only to find the trail was cold, the rumor baseless. Another report would place them in a remote mining camp, but by the time the law arrived, the camp was deserted, with only the faint warmth of a recent fire as proof that anyone had been there at all. The Allens were a mist, dissolving whenever the law drew near, leaving the authorities grasping at nothing but fog and rumors. Back in Hillsville, the investigation into the crime itself was just as tangled. While everyone knew the Allens were guilty, the chaos of the shootout had created a dozen conflicting narratives. Who fired the first shot? Eyewitnesses, still reeling from the trauma, gave contradictory accounts. Some swore it was Claude Allen, others pointed to his cousin, Sidney Allen. The sheer number of guns fired made ballistic evidence a nightmare to sort through. For a brief moment, the state even pursued the theory that this was a wider conspiracy, a planned uprising against the government. But these trails led nowhere, circling back to the same frustrating truth. The Allens had acted as one, a single entity moved by a singular, violent purpose. The law was looking for a single mastermind, failing to understand they were fighting the spirit of an entire clan. The Baldwin Felts detectives soon learned a chilling lesson. The mountains were a fortress of rock and shadow, but the people who lived in them were a fortress of silence. As the manhunt dragged on, the lawmen came down from the cold, empty hillsides and tried to gather intelligence in the small communities and isolated farmhouses. What they encountered was a wall, as solid and impenetrable as a cliff face. Doors that had been opened to strangers were now bolted shut. Faces that were once friendly turned to stone. When asked about the Allens, the answer was always the same. Saw nothing, heard nothing, know nothing. This wasn't just a lack of cooperation, it was a deeply ingrained code of omerta, the unwritten law of the mountains. The first pillar of this code was fear, and it was a fear well earned. The Allens had ruled their corner of the county for decades through a mixture of influence and raw intimidation. To speak against them was to invite ruin. A farmer whose land bordered the Allens might find his best cow missing one morning, or his fence cut in the dead of night. A whisper to the sheriff could mean finding your barn burned to the ground a week later, with no one to blame but the shadows.
The community knew the Allens' justice was swifter and more certain than any verdict from a distant court. But it was more than just fear. It was kinship. In the tangled genealogy of the Appalachian Hollows, the Allen family tree had roots in every direction. They were connected by blood and marriage to half the families in the county. Asking someone to turn on the Allens was often asking them to betray a cousin, a brother-in-law, or a childhood friend. To these people, the lawmen from the city were the true outsiders, the invaders. The Allens, for all their violence, were their own. Loyalty to blood was a sacred duty that trumped any law written in a book. This wall of silence drove the detectives to the edge of madness. They were in a foreign country, surrounded by people who looked and spoke like them, but who lived by an ancient, invisible set of rules. The truth of the massacre wasn't a secret buried in the ground. It was a story being actively protected behind every locked door and every pair of cold, watchful eyes. The community had closed ranks, forming a silent army that was just as effective as the Allens' own guns at keeping the law at bay. Weeks turned into a month, and the mountains held their secret. The manhunt, for all its resources and manpower, was a spectacular failure. The Allens had been swallowed by the wilderness, and the wall of silence held firm. The detectives were frustrated, the governor was furious, and it began to look as if the Allen clan might have truly committed the perfect crime, disappearing into folklore as ghosts of the Blue Ridge. But the men from the Baldwin Felts Agency were not mountain men. They were masters of human weakness, and they knew that every fortress has a crack. They shifted their strategy. They couldn't out-hike the Allens, so they decided to buy them. Massive reward notices were posted on every courthouse door, every general store window, every fence post from Virginia to Tennessee. The price on the Allens' heads grew to a small fortune, enough money to change a poor dirt farmer's life forever. They were no longer just hunting men with guns, they were hunting them with greed, planting a seed of temptation in the heart of the community. And then, it happened. The turning point came not with a shout, but with a whisper. A secret message, passed through a trusted intermediary, reached the detectives. It wasn't a grand confession, and it didn't come from a core member of the clan. It came from the periphery, from someone whose loyalty was weaker than their desire for the reward money, or perhaps someone who was simply tired of the chaos the Allens had brought down upon them all. The message contained the one thing the law had been missing: a specific location. A small farmhouse, a known sympathizer's home, where Floyd and Claude Allen were believed to be hiding. This was the forgotten clue they had been searching for. It wasn't an overlooked piece of evidence on the courthouse floor. It was a piece of human intelligence, pried loose from the wall of silence by the relentless pressure and the lure of cash. Suddenly, the vast, intimidating wilderness shrank to a single point on a map. The hunt was no longer a blind chase through an endless forest. It was a focused, surgical strike. The momentum had shifted. The Allens' greatest shield, the loyalty of their people, had finally been breached, and the lawmen now knew exactly where to find their prey. Under the cover of a moonless night, the law closed its iron fist around the farmhouse. The Baldwin Felts detectives, moving with the cold professionalism of seasoned hunters, took their positions, their rifles and shotguns aimed at every door and window. There would be no escape this time. The tip from their secret informant had been good. Inside that small wooden building were the two most wanted men in Virginia, Floyd and Claude Allen, the patriarch and the instigator. The air was thick with a silence that felt heavier than any sound, the calm before a final bloody storm. As the first light of dawn began to bleed over the mountain ridges, the call for surrender was issued. It was met not with words, but with the bright orange flash of a rifle from a darkened window, the sharp crack echoing across the valley. The farmhouse erupted in a blaze of gunfire. The Allens were not surrendering. They were making their last stand, turning a simple farmhouse into a fort, and choosing to die in a blaze of glory rather than be taken alive. For hours, the siege raged,
a furious exchange of lead that tore the small building to splinters. But the fight was hopeless. Surrounded and outgunned, the end came swiftly. In a final desperate rush, the detectives stormed the house. And then the legends were made of flesh and blood. Floyd Allen, the powerful patriarch, was found wounded. His fight bled out of him.
The aura of invincibility shattered. He was no longer the king of Carroll County, but a captured, bleeding old man. His son Claude, the young firebrand who had started the massacre with a single shot, was also taken, his youthful fury finally extinguished by the overwhelming force of the law. As they were led out of the ruined farmhouse in chains, the full, horrifying truth of their motive was finally unmasked. It wasn't written in a hidden diary or a forgotten letter. It was written in the blood they had spilled and the defiance they had shown to the very end. This was never just about a minor charge or a one-year sentence. This was a battle for a way of life. They were soldiers in a war against a future that had no place for them, fighting for a code of honor that demanded violence against shame. The true culprit, the force that had driven them, was the unwritten law of the mountains, the creed that had been hammered into them since birth. The men who walked out of that farmhouse were the living, breathing products of Barbara Allen's terrible gospel, and Allen does not go to jail. In their capture, they had failed their code, but their final, desperate stand proved just how deeply they believed it. The chase was over, and the men behind the myth were finally exposed. Now, with the benefit of history, we can finally step back into that courtroom and witness the terrible harvest of the Allen Creed. Picture the scene. The room is packed, the air thick with tension. Judge Thornton Massey, a man of the law, looks down from his bench. Below him stands Floyd Allen, a man of the mountains, surrounded by his kin. It is a standoff between two worlds, and the wooden walls of the courthouse have become the frontier. The judge's voice cuts through the silence, clear and firm, as he delivers the sentence, 1 year in the state penitentiary. The words hang in the air for a heartbeat, an intolerable insult. Floyd Allen draws himself up to his full height, his face like carved stone. He looks not at the judge, but at his own clan, and makes his declaration, a phrase that will become his epitaph. I ain't a-goin'. Before the last syllable has faded, the room explodes. The first shot cracks like a whip, a sound so sharp and final it seems to suck all the air from the room. Judge Massey jerks backward, a look of stunned disbelief on his face, and then slumps forward over his bench. His gavel, the symbol of his authority, slides from his hand and clatters onto the floor below. That single sound breaks the spell, and hell is unleashed. The courtroom becomes a roaring, blinding vortex of chaos. Muzzle flashes from the Allen's pistols create strobing, hellish images in the suddenly dark, smoke-filled room. The noise is deafening, a continuous thunder that rattles the windows and shakes the floorboards. Men and women scream and dive for cover, crawling under heavy wooden benches as bullets splinter the wood just above their heads. Papers from the prosecutor's table are thrown into the air by the concussions, fluttering down through the haze like pale, terrified birds. Sheriff Webb, reacting on pure instinct, draws his revolver. He takes but a single step towards the Allens before he is thrown backward, falling near the doorway he was sworn to protect. Across the room, Commonwealth's Attorney Foster rises from his chair, his mouth open as if to object, but his argument is silenced forever as he too collapses to the floor. It is not a gunfight, it is an execution. Then, as suddenly as it began, the shooting stops. An unnatural ringing silence descends, broken only by the choked sobs of the survivors. The thick, acrid smoke of black powder hangs in the air, a suffocating fog that obscures everything. As it slowly begins to clear, the full horror is revealed. The chairs where the Allens had been sitting are empty, and on the walls, on the judge's bench, on the witness stand, are dozens of dark, round marks, the 57 silent witnesses to 90 seconds of absolute carnage. The Allen clan was gone, leaving behind only blood, smoke, and the shattered ruins of the law. The trial of Floyd and Claude Allen was not a legal proceeding.
It was a public reckoning. The state of Virginia, its authority profoundly wounded,
put the full weight of its power on display. The small town of Wytheville, where the trial was moved to ensure a less biased jury, became the center of a national media circus. Reporters from as far away as New York and Chicago descended, eager to capture every detail of what they called the Savage Mountain feud. For the state, this was a show trial in the truest sense, a chance to prove, once and for all, that the law of the Commonwealth was stronger than any clan's code of honor. In the defendant's box, Floyd and Claude Allen were not broken men begging for mercy. They were defiant to the last. Floyd sat with the stoic, quiet dignity of a fallen king, his gaze steady, his contempt for the proceedings clear in every line of his weathered face. He listened to the testimony against him not as a criminal, but as a captured enemy general forced to endure the rituals of his conquerors. Beside him, his son Claude was a caged wolf, his eyes burning with an unrepentant fire. They offered no apologies, no explanations. They had lived by their code, and they would die by it. The prosecution's case was simple and brutal. This was a premeditated assassination of the law itself. They painted the Allens as a lawless tribe, a cancerous growth on the body of civilized society that had to be cut out. The defense, in a nearly impossible task, tried to argue that this was a tragedy of culture, a spontaneous eruption of violence born from the unique and volatile honor code of the mountains. They weren't trying to prove innocence. They were trying to explain a worldview that the jury box, filled with merchants and flatland farmers, could never possibly comprehend. The verdict was a foregone conclusion. When the jury foreman stood and pronounced both Floyd and Claude Allen guilty of murder in the first degree, a wave of relief and grim satisfaction washed over the courtroom. But the Allens themselves did not flinch. They had expected no quarter from this foreign court, and they were given none. The sentence followed swiftly: death in the state's electric chair. This final judgment was perhaps the ultimate symbol of the clash of worlds. The Allens had dealt in the hot, personal violence of the pistol. The state would answer with the cold, impersonal, technological power of electricity. In March of 1913, almost a year to the day after the massacre, father and son were executed. For the newspapers and the world outside, justice had been served. But back in the hollows of Carroll County, the story was far from over. The executions didn't end the legend. They cemented it. Floyd and Claude became martyrs, their deaths a final, terrible proof to many that the government's justice was just a more organized form of killing, a verdict that still sparks arguments in these hills to this day. The executions of Floyd and Claude Allen were not an end, but the beginning of a long, painful reckoning. The Allen clan, once a formidable power in the Blue Ridge, was shattered. Their name, once spoken with a mixture of respect and fear, now became a synonym for senseless murder. The clan's other key figures were systematically hunted down and brought to justice. Sidney Allen, Barbara's own son, was wounded in a shootout and captured. He, along with his uncle Sidney Allen, was sentenced to decades in the state penitentiary, a fate that, for men raised on a doctrine of absolute freedom, was a kind of living death. The Allens' land holdings diminished, their political influence evaporated, and their aura of invincibility was gone forever, replaced by a legacy of infamy. At the heart of this ruin sat Barbara Graham Allen, the matriarch who had planted the seeds of this destruction. She lived to see the catastrophic harvest of her teachings. She saw her brother-in-law and nephew sent to the electric chair. She saw her own son, Sidney, locked away in a cage. The central commandment of her life, Allens don't go to jail, had become a bitter, ironic prophecy. Her family had either been sent to their graves or to a prison cell, the ultimate humiliation she had raised them to avoid. She died in 1920, a lonely, unyielding woman surrounded by the ghosts of the men she had forged, her final years spent in the quiet desolation of a kingdom turned to ash. The scars on the community of Hillsville ran just as deep. The families of Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, William Foster, and the others were left with an unfillable void. They were not just statistics in a famous crime, they were husbands, fathers, and brothers whose absence left a permanent wound on the town. For decades, the massacre was a shadow that hung over Carroll County, a topic spoken of in hushed tones. The event divided neighbors and created a legacy of bitterness and distrust that would take generations to heal. Hillsville was no longer just a quiet mountain town. It was now a landmark of American violence. The men who escaped the electric chair still paid a heavy price. Sidney and Sidna Allen served long years behind the bleak walls of the Virginia State Penitentiary. Sidna, in a final act of Allen defiance, managed a daring escape but was eventually recaptured. Both were eventually paroled, returning as old, broken men to a world that had moved on without them. They were relics of a bygone era, their lives a long, slow postscript to the 90 seconds of chaos that had defined them. The fire of their youth had been extinguished by the slow, grinding reality of prison life. The tragedy of Hillsville didn't just end with the trials or the prison sentences, it echoed down through the generations. The descendants of the Allen clan had to navigate a world where their last name was a mark of shame. The children of the victims grew up without fathers, their lives forever defined by the violence of that day. The fates of everyone touched by the massacre, perpetrator and victim, lawman and outlaw, remained forever intertwined, bound together by the blood that was spilled on the courthouse floor. The world may have moved on, but in the Blue Ridge Mountains, the past is never truly past. If you travel to Hillsville today, you will not find the brick courthouse where the massacre took place. It was tragically lost to a fire in the 1990s. But for 85 years, that building stood as the most tangible monument to the tragedy. Its exterior walls held the scars of that day, the dark, round pockmarks left by the Allens' guns. For generations, people made a kind of pilgrimage to that courthouse, not just to conduct business, but to run their fingers over those bullet holes, to touch the physical evidence of a day when the law was shot dead in its own home. The echoes of the story are etched in stone in the quiet cemeteries scattered throughout the county. In the Hillsville Cemetery, you can find the graves of Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, and William Foster, their tombstones speaking of duty and a life cut short in service to the law. Miles away, in a family plot, lie the bodies of Floyd and Claude Allen, executed and buried back in the mountain soil that they fought and died for. Their graves, too, draw visitors, those who see them not as murderers, but as symbols of a fierce bygone independence. But the story's most enduring life is in the telling. The Hillsville Massacre seeped into the very soil of Appalachia and grew into folklore. For 100 years, it has been a cautionary tale told on front porches, a ghost story whispered around campfires. Local bards and balladeers captured the tragedy in song, and if you listen closely in the old-time music circles of the Blue Ridge, you might still hear the mournful tune of the Ballad of Floyd Allen, a song that turns the bloody tale into a timeless legend of pride and rebellion. More than anything, the mountains themselves remember. They were the silent witnesses to the Allens' flight, to the manhunt, and to the final, desperate siege. The wind that whispers through the pines on a cold night seems to carry the echoes of the gunshots. The old roads that twist through the hollows still feel as though they carry the memory of the posse's hoofbeats. History in these hills isn't just written in books or carved on monuments. It's a living presence in the landscape, a story the mountains will never let go of. So we return to the question that hung in the gunpowder smoke of that Hillsville courtroom. What could possess men to commit such an act? The easy answer is pride, or anger, or a primitive sense of justice. But the truth is that the most dangerous force in that room was not a man with a gun, but an idea. The idea that a family's honor was worth more than the law, worth more than another man's life, worth more than their own. This was the gospel according to Barbara Allen, a creed so powerful that it turned sons and nephews into soldiers in a war only they believed they were fighting. This is a story not just of a crime, but of a collision between two worlds. The Hillsville Massacre was the sound of an old world breaking against the shores of a new one. It is a brutal lesson in how a code of honor, once necessary for survival in a lawless frontier, can become a death sentence when the world changes. The Allens' fierce loyalty and unyielding pride were the very virtues that had made their ancestors strong. But in the 20th century, those same virtues led directly to the electric chair and the prison cell. Their story is a chilling reminder that the deadliest prisons are not always made of stone and steel, but are sometimes built from the unshakable beliefs passed down from one generation to the next. In the end, this is the tragedy of Barbara Allen. She was the unindicted architect of the massacre, a matriarch whose fierce love for her family's pride was so absolute that it demanded its utter ruin. She was not in the courtroom that day, but her spirit pulled every trigger. She won her battle. Floyd Allen never wore prison stripes, but in doing so, she lost everything. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. It starts with a vibration in the soles of your boots. You are standing on the muddy bank of the Ocmulgee River, deep in the Georgia woods. It is 3 in the morning. The air is heavy, thick with the smell of wet earth and decaying pine needles. It is silent, the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums. Then the tremor moves up your legs. The water in the river begins to ripple, though there is no wind. And then you hear it. It's not the low rumble of a modern diesel engine. It is a high, shrieking hiss, the sound of water hitting superheated iron, the sound of a steam engine pushed beyond its limit. A light cuts through the river fog. It is blindingly white, searing, swinging wildly back and forth. The screech of metal grinding against metal fills the valley, loud enough to make you cover your ears. You see the massive black shape of a locomotive, smoke pouring from its stack, hurtling out of the darkness at 50 miles per hour. You flinch. You brace for the wind of its passing, but the wind never hits you, because the train isn't on the ground. It is hovering 10 feet in the air, tracing the path of a bridge that burned down during the administration of Abraham Lincoln. And then comes the sound that locals in Macon try to ignore every April. It's the sound of wood splintering like matchsticks, the groan of twisting steel, and finally, a splash so loud it sounds like a cannon shot, followed by the instant, boiling hiss of a boiler exploding underwater. Then, silence. The light is gone. The ripples in the river settle. You are alone in the dark again. This is not a scene from a horror movie. This is a documented phenomenon reported by fishermen, hikers, and railroad engineers for over a century and a half. They call it the ghost train of Macon. But this isn't just a campfire story to scare teenagers. The train was real. The men inside it were real. And the cargo they were carrying was supposed to save a dying nation. Official records say it was a tragic accident, a derailment caused by rain and speed. But if you dig a little deeper, if you look at the cargo manifests that were supposed to be destroyed, you realize that the ghost story might be the only honest thing about this entire event. Because when the rescue crews arrived the next morning to pull the bodies from the river, they found the wreckage. They found the dead. But they didn't find the gold. Millions of dollars in Confederate bullion vanished into the mud that night. And for 160 years, people have been trying to find it. Some lost their fortunes. Some lost their minds. And some, if the legends are true, lost their lives to the very thing guarding that riverbed. But to understand why this train still runs in the dark, we have to go back to the night it stopped forever. April 14th, 1864. To understand the sheer panic of this night, you have to understand the world in which it happened.
The American Civil War had been raging for 3 years. The South was not just losing, it was suffocating. Imagine a world where money has lost all meaning. In Macon, Georgia, a single pound of coffee costs $70. A pair of boots costs $200. The Confederate dollar is collapsing so fast that shopkeepers change their prices 3 times a day. And looming over everything is a name that terrified every man, woman, and child in Georgia. General William Tecumseh Sherman. His Union army was gathering like a storm cloud just north of them. Everyone knew what was coming. He wasn't just coming to fight armies, he was coming to burn cities. Atlanta was the target, but Macon, a critical railroad hub just 80 miles south, was dangerously exposed. In the middle of this chaos, a secret order came down from Richmond. The Confederate treasury, or at least a significant portion of its remaining hard assets, had to be moved. We aren't talking about paper money. Paper money was trash. We are talking about gold bullion, silver coins from the New Orleans Mint, and jewelry donated by wealthy families to the war effort. Estimates vary, but historians suggest the value on that train was between $2 and $5 million in 1864 currency. Adjusted for inflation, that is purchasing power in the hundreds of millions. But in the middle of a war, it was worth even more. It was the only thing that could buy guns, medicine, or foreign support. It was the last heartbeat of the Confederacy, and they decided to put it all on a steam train in the middle of a thunderstorm. The scene at the Macon depot was frantic. Witness accounts describe a night of torrential rain. The mud was ankle-deep. The station was swarming with soldiers, but they weren't marching. They were guarding. Bayonets fixed, eyes scanning the shadows. A train waited on the tracks. It wasn't a sleek military transport. It was a patchwork beast, an older locomotive pulling a string of mismatched boxcars and a single passenger coach. Under the flickering light of oil lanterns, men struggled with wooden crates. These weren't standard army rations. You can tell a lot by how a man lifts a box. If it's full of uniforms or hardtack, you can swing it onto your shoulder. But these crates? It took 4 grown men to lift a single box 2 feet off the ground. Their boots slipped in the mud, their muscles strained. The wood groaned under the density of the contents. They were loading gold, tons of it. But here is the detail that makes this story transition from history into mystery. If you looked at the station logbook that night, you wouldn't see gold or treasury written anywhere. The station master, perhaps under orders, or perhaps trying to pull a fast one, recorded the shipment as nails, agricultural hardware, and lead shot. It was a brilliant cover. Who would rob a train full of nails? But deception has a price. By mislabeling the weight, they created a physics problem. The engineer, a man named Elias Thorne, looked at his manifest and saw a heavy load, but a manageable one. He didn't know that the specific gravity of gold is almost twice that of lead. He didn't know that the center of gravity in those boxcars was deadly low and incredibly dense. He was driving a train that was significantly heavier than he was told. As the final crate was shoved on board, the rain intensified. Thunder rattled the station windows. It was an omen, if there ever was one. The whistle blew, a lonely, mournful sound that cut through the storm. The wheels slipped on the wet iron rails, spinning for a few seconds before finding traction. Slowly, painfully, the train lurched forward. It left the safety of the Macon lights and headed north toward the Ocmulgee River. The cargo was a lie, and the train carrying it was a death trap. We need to talk about the machine itself. When we think of trains today, we think of smooth, silent electric rails or massive diesel freighters that can plow through anything. We trust them. But a Civil War-era steam locomotive was a completely different animal. It was a mechanical nightmare held together by rivets and hope. The engine pulling the gold that night was a 440 American type. Imagine a 25-ton iron kettle boiling water at high pressure, mounted on wheels that are essentially just steel hoops. Inside the cab, it is a vision of hell. It is incredibly hot. The firebox, where the fireman is shoveling coal non-stop, is burning at over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The radiant heat singes the hair on your arms. The noise is deafening, a constant rhythmic clanking, hissing and roaring that makes conversation impossible. You have to scream to be heard, and visibility? Practically zero. The headlamp on the front of the train wasn't an electric beam that could illuminate a mile of track. It was an oil lamp, a large candle in a glass box. On a clear night, it might cast a dim yellow glow about 50 yards ahead. In a thunderstorm, it was useless. You were driving blind. Elias Thorne, the engineer, stood with one hand on the throttle and the other on the brake lever. He was an experienced railman, but experience can't change the laws of physics. He was running on a schedule that was already broken. The loading had taken too long. They were late. In the railroad business, being late is bad. In war, being late is fatal. If he didn't reach the junction by dawn, he risked crossing paths with Union scouts. He had to make up time. So, he did what any engineer under pressure would do. He pushed the throttle forward. The pistons pumped harder. The steam pressure gauge climbed. The train picked up speed, rattling over the uneven, war-torn tracks. 30 miles per hour. 35. This doesn't sound fast to us. We drive faster in school zones. But on 1860s tracks, which were often just iron strips nailed to rotting wood ties, 35 miles per hour feels like re-entry. The cab shook violently. The floorboards vibrated so hard they numbed the feet. And there was another problem: the brakes. Modern trains have air brakes on every single wheel of every single car. If the engineer stops, the whole train stops. This train had hand brakes. To stop the train, brakemen had to physically run across the tops of the moving, slippery boxcars in the rain and turn a wheel by hand to clamp the brakes down on each car individually. It was a suicide mission in good weather. In a storm, it was impossible. Essentially, once that train got up to speed, it was a runaway projectile. Elias Thorne had almost no way to stop it quickly. He checked his pocket watch, squinting in the dim light of the firebox. He snapped the lid shut. The anxiety in the cab was palpable. Behind him, in the boxcars, sat the Confederate guards. They were sitting on crates of gold, likely thinking about what they would do with their share if the South won the war. They were smoking pipes, playing cards, trying to ignore the lurching of the car. They didn't know that the train was unbalanced. They didn't know the tracks ahead had been soaked by 3 days of relentless rain. Elias Thorne wiped sweat and soot from his forehead. He leaned out of the window, rain stinging his face, trying to see the line. He was approaching the Ocmulgee River trestle, a wooden bridge spanning the dark, swirling waters. He was 5 minutes late. He opened the throttle. He shouldn't have. The journey was only supposed to be a few hours, a mad dash north under the cover of darkness. But as the train left the outskirts of Macon, the landscape changed. The dim lights of the city vanished, and the locomotive plunged into an abyss of pine forests and rolling hills. The storm, which had been a nuisance in town, became a living thing out here. Rain fell in sheets, overwhelming the tracks. Water poured off the hillsides, turning the ditches into muddy torrents. Lightning illuminated the countryside in stark, ghostly flashes, revealing a world of thrashing trees and overflowing creeks. Inside the passenger coach, the mood was grim. A dozen high-ranking Confederate officials and their families were huddled together. They weren't soldiers. They were bankers, politicians, the architects of the war. Now, they were just scared passengers on a rattling, bucking train, praying for the ride to end. Up in the cab, the situation was even worse. Elias Thorne was fighting the machine. Every railroader knows that speed on a curve is dangerous. The centrifugal force wants to lift the wheels off the inside of the track. With a normal cargo, you learn to feel that tipping point. But this was not a normal cargo. The gold, concentrated in heavy crates on the floor of the boxcars, created an unusually low center of gravity. It didn't want to tip. Instead,
The immense weight acted like a battering ram against the rails, pushing them outwards. Every time they hit a curve, the rails groaned and spread under the strain. Thorne could feel it in the cab, a sickening sideways lurch that told him the entire track was flexing beneath him. He eased back on the throttle, but the momentum of the train was too great. The wheels screamed, the firebox roared. They were a metal serpent, sliding on a bed of mud and water. And then we get the first piece of testimony that doesn't fit the official narrative. A few miles south of the river, there was a small farm with a crossing. The farmer, a man named Jedediah Blackwood, was woken by the sound of the approaching train. He was a Union sympathizer, and the late-night train traffic made him suspicious. He peered through his window as the locomotive thundered past. In the flash of lightning, he saw two figures silhouetted in the cab. Thorne, the engineer, was a big, broad-shouldered man. He was unmistakable. But next to him, according to Blackwood's later statement to the sheriff, was a smaller, wiry man in a dark coat. This is the problem. The official crew roster for that train listed only 3 men assigned to the engine: Elias Thorne, the engineer, a fireman, and a brakeman who rode in the first boxcar. The fireman was in the cab with Thorne, but he was a known local, a stout man named Miller. The man Blackwood saw was a stranger. Who was he? A Confederate officer overseeing the transport? A Treasury agent? Or was he someone else entirely? The question hangs in the air, unanswered by history. As the train thundered on, the river got closer. The roar of the engine was now competing with the roar of the flooded Ocmulgee. Thorne knew he had to slow down for the trestle bridge. It was old, wooden, and never designed for this kind of weight, especially not in a flood. He reached for the brake, and as they approached the trestle, the farmer, Blackwood, swore he looked back and saw only one man in the cab. The second man had vanished. Then, the world turned to chaos. The oil headlamp finally cast its weak glow on the track just ahead of the bridge. And what Thorne saw must have frozen his blood. The rain hadn't just soaked the ground, it had washed it away. The wooden ties of the track, which should have been supported by a bed of gravel and earth, were hanging in midair over a 10-foot gully. The rails sagged under their own weight. It wasn't a damaged track, it was a trap. Thorne yanked the brake lever with all his strength. He threw the engine into reverse. A shower of sparks erupted from the wheels as they locked up. But it was too late. The point of no return had been passed miles ago. The front wheels of the locomotive hit the unsupported section of track. The iron rails bent, twisted, and then snapped. And the train simply gave way. Time slows down. For the men on that train, the next 3 seconds must have felt like an eternity. Imagine you are Elias Thorne. One moment, you are fighting to control a machine. The next, the floor beneath you is gone. There is a sensation of weightlessness, a sickening lurch in your stomach as the 25-ton locomotive pitches forward and down into the abyss. The noise is the first thing that hits you. It's not a single sound, but a symphony of destruction. First, the shriek of the snapping rails, high-pitched, like a metallic scream. Then, the splintering of the trestle bridge. Massive oak beams, a foot thick, shatter like toothpicks under the immense weight. The sound is like a forest of giant trees being felled all at once. The locomotive, now completely airborne, nosedives. Inside the cab, Thorne and his firemen are thrown against the front wall. The firebox door bursts open, vomiting a wave of glowing red-hot coals across the floor. The cab instantly fills with smoke and the smell of burning flesh. But they have no time to scream. Behind them, the tender car, full of 10 tons of coal and water, detaches and slams into the back of the engine, crushing the cab like a tin can. The first boxcar, the one with the gold, follows the engine's path. It tilts, hesitates for a fraction of a second on the edge of the broken bridge, and then plunges. Inside, the Confederate guards are tossed like rag dolls. The wooden crates, each weighing hundreds of pounds, break free from their moorings. They become unguided missiles, sliding across the floor, crushing limbs and pinning men against the walls. The second boxcar slams into the first. The third slams into the second. It's a chain reaction of catastrophic failure. The coupling links between the cars snap one by one, each with a deafening report like a rifle shot. The entire train concertinas, a metal serpent folding in on itself as it falls into the churning black water of the Ocmulgee River. From the riverbank, it would have been a sight of terrible, brief beauty. The firebox, now submerged, cast an eerie, hellish orange glow through the water. A massive cloud of steam and smoke erupted into the night sky, momentarily illuminated by the train's own dying light. The sound wasn't a splash, it was a crunch, the sound of a mountain falling into a lake. The locomotive hit the riverbed with enough force to drive it 15 feet into the mud. The impact sent a shockwave through the water, a wave so powerful it uprooted trees 100 yards downstream. The boxcars followed, landing on top of each other in a tangled, unrecognizable heap of splintered wood and twisted steel. For a moment, there was a strange, gurgling silence. The rain still fell. The thunder still rolled in the distance. But the mechanical roar of the train was gone, replaced by the hiss of cooling metal. Then came the screams. The few men who survived the initial impact were now trapped in a nightmare. They were in total darkness, submerged in cold, muddy water, inside wreckage that was rapidly filling up. They were disoriented, injured, fighting for a pocket of air that wasn't there. But their suffering was about to get much, much worse. Because the physics of a steam engine don't stop just because it's underwater. The fire in the firebox was still burning at 2,000 degrees. The water in the boiler was still pressurized to over 100 pounds per square inch. And cold river water was now flooding into the engine, pouring over the superheated iron of the boiler. Silence followed the crash, but it lasted only a second. Then came the physics of thermodynamics. The boiler of a steam locomotive is essentially a massive pressure cooker. It is designed to contain extremely high temperatures and pressures. The metal is thick, the rivets are immense. But even the strongest metal has its limits. When the submerged engine hit the river, it wasn't just water that rushed in. It was a flood. Cold, dense river water poured into the superheated firebox and over the exterior of the boiler. The temperature difference was astronomical. Think about dropping a frozen turkey into a vat of boiling oil. The sudden cooling caused the boiler's outer metal to contract violently. This created immense stress. Cracks began to form. Tiny fissures at first, almost imperceptible. But the pressure inside the boiler was still building. The fire, though now underwater, was still raging. It heated the remaining water to temperatures far exceeding its boiling point. The pressure rose to critical levels. Then, the weakened metal of the boiler gave way. It didn't explode outwards in a fireball like a bomb. It failed catastrophically inwards. The metal ruptured, and the superheated water and steam inside were instantly released into the surrounding environment. Imagine a million kettles all boiling over at once, but with the force of a depth charge. The result was a localized explosion of unimaginable heat. The water immediately around the boiler was vaporized. Not boiled, but instantly turned into steam, expanding at an incredible rate. This steam expansion propelled fragments of the boiler and locomotive outwards with explosive force. But the true horror was the heat. Anything caught in the immediate blast radius was subjected to temperatures that could instantly flash-boil flesh. For the men trapped in the locomotive cab and the front of the first boxcar, there was no suffering, no scream of agony. It wasn't drowning, it wasn't suffocation, it was instantaneous, atomizing heat. Their bodies were essentially vaporized in a fraction of a second. Think of the footage you see of volcanic eruptions, where the heat wave instantly incinerates everything in its path. This was that, but concentrated and underwater. The shockwave traveled through the water, tearing apart the already mangled train cars and their occupants. It obliterated any hope of survival for those not already killed by the impact. The river, which had been a dark, swirling torrent, was now a churning, hissing cauldron. Steam billowed into the night sky, a ghostly white plume illuminated by the dying embers of the fire. The water itself boiled for several minutes around the wreckage. On the banks, the first witnesses to arrive heard the explosion, felt the tremor. They saw the strange phosphorescent glow beneath the water. They approached with caution, armed with lanterns and ropes, expecting to find injured men. They found pieces. They found fragments of metal. They found shattered wood. They found what looked like shredded cloth. But they did not find recognizable bodies, not in the immediate vicinity of the engine. When the river finally calmed and the water level receded slightly, the full horror began to emerge. The mangled remains of the train were a chaotic mess of wood and iron. But the cargo was supposed to be the most important thing recovered. When the rescue crews, aided by soldiers from Macon, began the grim task of sifting through the wreckage and pulling the dead from the water, they found them. The bodies of the guards, the officials, the engineers. Many were horrifically mutilated, some boiled beyond recognition. They recovered what they could. They held makeshift funerals on the riverbank. But they didn't find the one thing that mattered: the gold. The morning after the crash, the Ocmulgee River was a scene of controlled chaos. Confederate officers, their faces grim, barked orders. Soldiers formed a tight perimeter, pushing back the morbidly curious locals. The official story was already being crafted: a tragic but straightforward accident. A bridge washed out by the storm. Brave soldiers lost in the line of duty. A terrible loss for the Confederacy. But behind the scenes, a quiet, desperate search was underway. The Treasury officials who had overseen the loading of the train were now wading in the waist-deep, muddy water, their fine uniforms soaked and stained. They weren't looking for survivors. They were looking for their crates. The physics was simple. Gold is one of the densest materials on Earth. It doesn't float. It doesn't dissolve. If the crates shattered on impact, the bullion bars and coins should have sunk straight to the bottom and embedded themselves in the soft riverbed mud. They should have been right there. The soldiers began to dredge the river. They used ropes and grappling hooks, dragging the river bottom in a grid pattern. They probed the mud with long poles. When that failed, they brought in divers, men in heavy canvas suits and brass helmets tethered to air pumps on the shore. These divers walked the riverbed, their boots sinking deep into the silt. They felt with their hands, searching for the unmistakable weight and shape of a gold bar or the sharp edge of a coin. They found nothing. They found twisted pieces of the train. They found personal effects: a pocket watch, a boot, a shattered rifle stock, but not a single ounce of gold. Days turned into a week. The search became more frantic. They brought in barges with dredging cranes, scooping up tons of mud and sifting through it on the riverbank. It was grueling, soul-crushing work. Imagine the paranoia setting in among the Confederate command. Millions of dollars, the financial lifeline of their entire nation, had just vanished. The official reports sent back to Richmond were vague. They spoke of the difficulty of the recovery and the unfavorable conditions of the river. But they couldn't hide the truth forever. The gold was gone. And that's when the questions started to get dangerous. Was it possible the sheer force of the boiler explosion had somehow scattered the gold? Unlikely. The explosion was thermal, not kinetic in a way that could vaporize metal. It might have pushed the bars around, but it wouldn't have made them disappear. Could the river current have carried it downstream? Impossible. Gold is too heavy. A single bar would sink like a stone, even in a flood. This is where the official story begins to fray. The river was dredged. Every inch of mud around the wreck was sifted. Millions of dollars in gold bullion doesn't just float away. The soldiers started whispering among themselves. The locals, kept at a distance, started inventing their own theories. Maybe the Union Army had somehow sabotaged the track and was waiting downstream to collect the prize. But the most dangerous theory, the one whispered only in the most trusted company, was that this was an inside job. Think about it. The manifest was a lie. The weight was misrepresented. CB. A mysterious, unidentified man was seen in the engineer's cab just before the crash. And now, the most valuable cargo in the South was nowhere to be found. It didn't look like an accident anymore. It looked like the perfect crime. A heist so audacious, so brilliantly executed, that the perpetrators used a catastrophic train wreck as a mere distraction. The investigation was quietly shut down. The official cause of the crash was listed as derailment due to track washout. The missing gold was never mentioned in the final public report. It was a national secret, buried under the larger tragedy of a losing war. The Confederacy couldn't afford the panic that would ensue if the public knew its treasury was empty. So they left. The soldiers packed up their equipment. The officials returned to Macon. They left the mangled corpse of the train to rust in the Ocmulgee River, a silent monument to a secret that was already beginning to fester. And that's when the whispers started. Maybe the gold wasn't lost. Maybe it was stolen. Let's think like a criminal for a moment. If you wanted to steal the Confederate treasury in 1864, you'd have a few problems. First, security. The train was swarming with armed guards. A direct assault would be a suicide mission. Second, logistics. Gold is heavy, absurdly heavy. You can't just throw a few sacks over your shoulder and ride off into the night. You'd need wagons, mules, and a team of men to move it. An operation that large would be impossible to hide. So, a conventional robbery is off the table. You need something more elegant, more deceptive. This is where the second man in the cab becomes the key. Let's call him the architect. He's not just a common thief. He's someone with inside knowledge. He knows the train's route. He knows its schedule. And most importantly, he knows its cargo. Who could he be? A disgruntled Confederate officer? A Treasury agent playing a double game? A Union spy with more on his mind than just intelligence gathering? We'll never know for sure, but let's follow his plan. His first move is to ensure the manifest is falsified. He makes sure the cargo is listed as something heavy, like lead or nails, but not so valuable that it attracts unwanted attention. This also has the side effect of making the engineer underestimate the train's true weight, making a derailment more likely. His second move is to be on that train. He gets himself into the cab with the engineer, Elias Thorne. Maybe he's posing as a superior officer. Maybe he's a special courier from Richmond. He has papers. He has authority. No one questions him. Now, he's in control. His objective is not to rob the train while it's moving. His objective is to make sure the train never reaches its destination. He needs a crash, but not just any crash. He needs it to happen at a very specific place, a place he has prepared, the washed-out track just before the bridge. Was it really an act of nature? Or did the architect and his team spend the day before the storm with shovels, deliberately weakening the embankment, creating a trap that would be perfectly hidden by the rising floodwaters? It's diabolically clever. The storm provides the perfect cover story. Who would suspect sabotage when the weather itself is a weapon of mass destruction? So the architect rides in the cab, watching the miles tick by. He knows exactly where the trap is. A few miles out, he makes his excuse. He needs to check on the cargo or speak to the guards. He leaves the cab, leaving Thorne to drive blindly into the prearranged disaster. The train crashes, exactly as planned. The chaos, the fire, the explosion, it's all part of the misdirection, the perfect distraction. While the Confederate authorities are in a panic, trying to organize a rescue and recovery in the middle of a flooded river, the architect's team is already at work. But they aren't at the river. That's the beauty of the plan. You don't need to steal the gold from the river if the gold was never in the river to begin with. Let's rewind. The train makes an unscheduled stop, maybe just for a few minutes, in a secluded stretch of woods a few miles before the crash site. The architect, using his authority, orders the stop. Engine trouble, he'll say. His team is waiting with wagons. In the pouring rain, under the cover of darkness, they don't unload all the gold. That would take too long. They unload just 1 or 2 key crates, the most valuable ones. The ones filled with bullion, not coins. They replace the crates with identical ones, filled with something of similar weight. Lead bars, stones, anything to maintain the illusion. Then, the train starts up again and proceeds to its doom. The authorities dredge the river for weeks, looking for gold that is already miles away, rattling in the back of a wagon on its way to a port in Savannah or a Union-controlled territory. It's a masterpiece of criminal engineering. It explains the missing gold. It explains the mysterious man in the cab. It explains the convenient track failure. It's a perfect theory, except for one thing: the bodies. The men who died in that crash didn't know they were part of a heist. They thought they were serving their country. Their deaths were real. Their suffering was real. And if you believe the stories that started to surface a few years later, their anger was real too. If someone took the gold, they left something else behind, something that wouldn't stay buried in the mud of the Ocmulgee River. The war ended. The South was broken, and the memory of the lost gold became just one more scar on a landscape of defeat. The wreckage of the train was eventually salvaged for scrap metal, and the river reclaimed its banks. For a few years, the story of the crash was just a sad local memory. And then, people started seeing things. It began with fishermen, men who would be out on the river at night, checking their lines. They would report a strange, cold spot on the water, even in the heat of a Georgia summer. Then they'd hear a sound, the faint hiss of steam, carried on the wind. In the 1870s, a family having a picnic on the riverbank on a clear April afternoon claimed to have heard the distinct sound of a train whistle, followed by a scream. They looked around. There were no tracks nearby. The nearest line was 5 miles away. The stories grew. People traveling on the road near the old trestle site would see a single bright light moving through the woods where no light should be. Horses would get spooked, rearing up and refusing to go further. By the 1880s, the story had a name: the Ghost Train of Macon. And it had a schedule. It only appeared in the second week of April, the anniversary of the crash. Why does a story like this start? Is it just folklore? A way for a traumatized community to process a horrific event? Psychologists and paranormal researchers have a term for this kind of phenomenon. It's called a residual haunting. Imagine an old cassette tape. You can record sound onto it, and you can play it back. The tape itself isn't alive. It doesn't have a soul. It's just holding an echo of energy. There's a theory, it's just a theory, but a compelling one called stone tape theory. The idea is that powerful traumatic events can release a kind of psychic energy, and that energy can be recorded onto the physical environment. The rocks, the water, the trees. The crash of the Macon train was an event of almost unimaginable trauma. The terror of the passengers, the agony of the soldiers, the sheer violence of the impact and the explosion. It was a perfect storm of negative energy, all focused on one small spot on the river. According to this theory, the ghost train isn't a collection of spirits with unfinished business. It's an echo, a recording of the final moments of the crash, playing back on a loop, triggered by the atmospheric conditions of the anniversary each year. This explains why the apparition is always the same. The light, the sound of the crash, the splash. It's a recording. It can't interact with you. It can't hurt you. It's just a tragic movie playing in the woods. This explanation is almost comforting. It makes the ghost a predictable, natural phenomenon, something you can explain away with fringe science, and that's what most people believed for 30 years. They treated the ghost train as a local curiosity, a spooky story to tell your kids, nothing to be taken seriously. Until the night of April 14th, 1904, the 40th anniversary of the disaster. That was the night a perfectly sane, sober, and experienced railroad engineer almost killed 200 people because he saw a ghost. By 1904, the world had changed. The Civil War was a distant memory, a story told by old men.
Railroads were no longer rickety death traps. They were the lifeblood of American industry. Engines were bigger, faster, and safer. James Sully Sullivan was a man of this new era. He was a 20-year veteran of the Southern Railway. He was a man of routine and regulation. He didn't believe in ghosts. He believed in timetables and brake pressure. On the night of April 14th, he was at the throttle of the Crescent Limited, a passenger express running from New Orleans to New York. He had 200 sleeping passengers behind him. He was running on a new, modern line that passed about half a mile from the site of the old 1864 wreck. It was a clear, moonlit night. He was on schedule, making good time. As he rounded a long curve a few miles south of the Ocmulgee River, he saw a light in the distance. This was not unusual. It was likely another train waiting at a siding. But as he got closer, he realized something was wrong. The light was old-fashioned, a weak, flickering yellow, not the bright, steady electric beam of a modern locomotive. And it was moving. It was on his track, coming straight at him. Sully's blood ran cold. A head-on collision, the single greatest fear of every locomotive engineer. He blew his whistle, a long, frantic blast, the signal for an approaching train to get off the track. The oncoming light didn't react. It just kept coming, growing brighter. He could see the shape of the engine now. It was small, antiquated, with a huge smokestack. It looked like something out of a museum. Sully screamed at his fireman to jump. He grabbed the emergency brake handle and pulled it with all his strength. The effect was instantaneous and violent. 200 tons of steel locked up. Sparks, thick as a welder's torch, showered from the wheels. The passengers were thrown from their berths, jolted awake by a sound like the train was being torn apart. The Crescent Limited screeched, groaned, and finally shuddered to a halt, the smell of burning steel filling the air. Sully stood there, heart pounding, braced for the impact. He stared out the window, waiting for the crash, and saw nothing. The track ahead of him was empty. The mysterious locomotive was gone. There was no wreckage, no smoke, no sound except the panicked shouts of his passengers. The conductor came running up to the engine. "Sully, what in God's name happened? Are you all right?" Sully just pointed a shaking finger at the empty track. "There was a train," he stammered. "Right there, an old 440. It was coming right at us. They searched for an hour. The crew, the passengers, everyone. They walked up and down the line with lanterns. They found no signs of another train, no debris, no oil on the tracks, nothing." The official inquiry was a humiliating ordeal for Sully. He was a respected engineer, a man with a perfect record. Now he was sitting in front of a board of inquiry, telling them he had stopped his train to avoid a collision with a ghost. The board had two options. Either their most senior engineer was a liar, or he was insane. A third option, that he was telling the truth, was unthinkable. It would mean the laws of physics, the very foundation of their rational, industrial world, were wrong. They concluded he had seen a reflection, or the light from a farmer's lantern, and had panicked. Or worse, that he had fallen asleep at the throttle and invented the story to cover his mistake. James Sullivan was fired. He lost his job, his pension, his reputation. He moved away and lived the rest of his life in obscurity, ridiculed as the man who saw a phantom train. But until the day he died, his story never changed. He swore on a Bible that the track in front of him was occupied by a train that had no right to exist, and that if he hadn't slammed on the brakes, 200 people would have died. His story changed the legend. The ghost train was no longer a harmless echo. It was interactive. It was dangerous. It seemed to be trying to cause another crash, to drag more souls down into the river with it. The question was no longer, what is it? The question became, what does it want? The 1904 incident fundamentally altered the ghost story. It was no longer a passive replay of a tragedy. It was an active, malevolent force. The storytellers of Macon and the surrounding counties began to weave a new narrative. The ghosts of the Confederate soldiers weren't just haunting the river, they were guarding it.
Think about it from the perspective of a dead soldier. You were entrusted with the last hope of your nation. You were betrayed, murdered, and your sacred cargo was stolen. Your body was left to rot in the mud. You were a footnote in a forgotten war. What would you feel? Rage. A burning, eternal sense of duty unfulfilled. And so, the legend evolved. The spirits of the dead were now bound to the river, cursed to protect the place where the gold was last seen. They became the spectral guardians of an empty vault. This new version of the story served a purpose. It was a warning. Don't go looking for the gold. And people did look. Throughout the 20th century, the story of the lost Confederate gold became a siren song for treasure hunters, adventurers, and con artists. They would arrive in Macon with old maps, fancy new metal detectors, and wild theories. Most of them left with nothing but empty pockets and mosquito bites. But some of them didn't leave at all. The local police records are filled with strange incidents around the old crash site. In the 1950s, a prospector from California was found wandering delirious on a nearby road, suffering from severe hypothermia on a warm summer night. He claimed cold hands had dragged him into the river. In the 1970s, a team with semi-professional dredging equipment had to abandon their search after a series of bizarre mechanical failures. Their engine pumps seized up. Their boat's engine flooded for no reason. One of the men swore he saw faces in the water looking up at him from the riverbed. These could all be dismissed as accidents. Rivers are dangerous places. Old equipment breaks down. But the story of the three teenagers from 1986 is harder to explain away. They were high school kids, fueled by bravado and local ghost stories. On the anniversary of the crash, they took a small boat out onto the river at midnight, determined to see the ghost train for themselves. According to the two survivors, they found the spot where the old trestle used to be. The air grew cold. They heard a whistle. And then, a wave of sheer, paralyzing terror washed over them. Not just fear, but a feeling of pure hatred directed at them from the darkness. They panicked. In the confusion, their small boat capsized. Two of them managed to swim to the shore, scrambling through the mud and brambles, not stopping until they reached the nearest farmhouse. The third, a boy named Michael, was not with them. A search was launched the next day. They searched the river downstream, assuming the current had carried him. They found nothing. 3 days later, a fisherman found Michael's body. But it wasn't downstream. It was nearly 2 miles upstream, snagged on a fallen log. It was a physical impossibility. The Ocmulgee's current is strong. Nothing, and no one, floats upstream. The coroner's report listed the cause of death as drowning. But the sheriff, a man who had lived in Macon his whole life, wrote a single cryptic note in the margin of the case file. The river keeps what it's owed. The story was now complete. The ghost train was a lure, a phantom light in the darkness, drawing the greedy and the foolish to their doom. And the guardian ghosts were the enforcers, ensuring that whatever secret lay at the bottom of that river stayed there. For decades, this was the accepted truth. The gold was down there, and the dead were protecting it. But what if the ghosts weren't guarding the gold? What if they were guarding the truth? Accidents happen. Rivers are dangerous. But what happened to a professional diver in 1995 defies all rational explanation. In the mid-1990s, the Georgia Department of Transportation was planning to widen the modern highway bridge that crossed the Ocmulgee River, not far from the original crash site. Before construction could begin, they needed to do a thorough structural survey of the existing bridge pylons. This is a routine job. They hired a commercial diver named Frank Miller. Frank was not a treasure hunter or a ghost enthusiast. He was a professional, a former Navy diver. He was a man who spent his life in dark, dangerous water. He was not easily spooked. The job was simple. Dive down to the base of the concrete pylons, inspect them for cracks or erosion, and film the whole thing with an underwater camera. The water in the Ocmulgee is notoriously murky. Visibility is almost zero. Diving there is like swimming through cold black coffee. You don't see with your eyes, you see with your hands. Frank descended into the darkness, tethered to his support team by a communications line and an air hose. The only sounds were the hiss of his regulator and his own steady breathing. He reached the base of the first pylon and began his inspection, running his gloved hands over the cold concrete. Everything was normal. He moved to the second pylon. Again, normal. His job site was located about 100 yards downstream from the estimated location of the 1864 wreck. He wasn't thinking about the ghost train. He was thinking about concrete stress fractures and water turbidity. And then his comm line crackled. "Frank, you've got a lot of metal debris on the sonar down there. Be careful you don't get snagged." Frank acknowledged the call. He knew the river bottom was littered with junk. Old cars, shopping carts, and maybe, just maybe, some forgotten pieces of a 130-year-old train. He finished his inspection of the third pylon and started moving toward the fourth. This path took him directly over the deep channel where the train was believed to have gone down. The mud here was different, softer, deeper. His boots sank into it. He felt something brush against his leg. He stopped. It wasn't a fish. It wasn't a log. It felt like fingers. He told himself it was just a submerged tree branch, its twigs scraping his suit. He kept moving. Then he felt it again, a distinct, deliberate tug on his ankle. His heart rate spiked. He aimed his camera's light down at his feet, but the beam was swallowed by the silt he had kicked up. He couldn't see a thing. He spoke into his comm. "Hey, I think I'm snagged on something down here." His voice was tight, trying to sound professional. His topside supervisor replied, "All right, Frank, hold still. Don't struggle. We'll check your line." But Frank knew it wasn't his line. The tugging became more insistent. It wasn't one hand anymore. It felt like multiple hands, gripping his legs, trying to pull him down into the mud. Panic began to set in, the primal claustrophobic terror of being trapped underwater. He kicked out, trying to free himself. His boot connected with something solid, yet soft, something that yielded like flesh. And then, through the hiss of his regulator, he heard a sound that shouldn't be possible underwater, a faint, bubbling murmur. It sounded like voices, whispering. That's when he lost control. He screamed into his comm, "Pull me up! Pull me up now!" His support team, hearing the sheer terror in his voice, began hauling on his tether. Frank clawed at the water, fighting against the unseen things that were now pulling him back with surprising strength. He felt a searing pain in his calf as something sharp scraped against him. He was reeled to the surface like a fish, breaking through into the daylight, gasping and screaming. His crew pulled him onto the boat. He tore off his helmet, his eyes wild with terror. "They're down there!" he yelled. "They're still down there, in the mud!" His crew thought he had the bends, that he was hallucinating from nitrogen narcosis. But when they removed his dive suit, they saw the evidence. On his calf were 3 long parallel scratches, deep enough to have drawn blood through the thick neoprene of his suit. And wedged into the sole of his dive boot was a small, metallic object. It was tarnished and bent, but unmistakable. It was a Confederate Army belt buckle. Frank Miller quit his job that day. He refused to ever enter the Ocmulgee River again. His official report cited hazardous underwater debris, but everyone on that boat knew what he really meant. He never dove again. But his description of what he saw and what he felt matches a document found in a dusty attic in Atlanta just last year. A document that changes everything we thought we knew about that night in 1864. History is not a static thing. It's a living, breathing story that can change with the discovery of a single piece of paper. For over a century, the story of the Macon ghost train was based on official records, newspaper clippings, and folklore. But in 2022, a historian from Emory University was digging through a box of unsorted Civil War documents donated by the estate of a former Confederate quartermaster. Most of it was boring: receipts for hay, ammunition inventories. But then he found it. It was a small, leather-bound ledger, the kind a clerk would use to keep daily records. The pages were brittle, the ink faded to a rusty brown, and one entry, dated April 14th, 1864, stopped him cold. This wasn't an official military document. It was a private log, a man's personal notes, and because it was private, it was honest. The entry described the chaos at the Macon depot on the night the train left. It mentioned the storm, the security, the sense of desperation, and then it detailed the cargo. At first, it seemed to confirm the legend. The ledger listed crate after crate of gold bullion and silver coin, along with their estimated weights. But then there was a second entry, made later that night, timed at just before the train's departure. This entry described a last-minute change of plans, an order delivered by a Major Harrison who does not appear on any official Confederate roster. This mysterious major ordered that one of the boxcars be uncoupled from the main train. The ledger is specific. It was the second-to-last car, a heavy, reinforced car that the clerk noted was carrying the primary asset, the gold. According to this secret ledger, the vast majority of the treasure was taken off the train moments before it departed. It was diverted to a secondary, smaller train on a different track, headed not north toward the fighting, but south toward the coast. The train that crashed into the Ocmulgee River was still carrying some valuables, yes. A few boxes of silver coins, the personal effects of the officials. Enough to make the manifest seem legitimate. But its primary cargo wasn't gold. Its primary cargo was deception. It was a decoy, a sacrificial lamb sent roaring into the night to draw attention away from the real treasure. This single entry reframes the entire story. The crash wasn't a failed heist. It was a successful diversion. The architect, this Major Harrison, wasn't trying to steal the gold. He was trying to save it. He orchestrated the crash, sacrificing the train and the men on board to create a public, spectacular disaster that would make the Union Army and any potential thieves believe the Confederate treasury was at the bottom of a river. It was a brutal, cynical, but brilliant act of military strategy. But the ledger contained one more horrifying detail. The final page of the entry for that night wasn't about cargo. It was titled Macon Dispatch, Asset Relocation. And it wasn't a list of gold crates, it was a list of names. There were 32 names on that list. Next to each name was a rank, and next to that, a single word, terminated. These were the names of the soldiers, the engineers, and the railroad workers who knew the truth. The men who had loaded the real gold onto the other train. The men who had witnessed the change of plans. They were loose ends, and according to a scribbled note at the bottom of the page, they were all assigned to guard the decoy train, the one heading for the Ocmulgee River. This changes everything. The crash wasn't just a diversion, it was a mass execution. The men on that train weren't victims of an accident. They were targets. They were put on that train specifically to die, to take the secret of the real gold to their graves. And suddenly, the ghost story makes a completely new kind of sense. If the ledger is true, then the ghosts aren't guarding treasure. They are not waiting for their stolen gold to be returned. They are guarding a crime scene, their own. With this new evidence, the scattered pieces of the puzzle, the history, the folklore, the eyewitness accounts snap into a single, terrifying picture. Let's reconstruct the events of April 14th, 1864, not as a ghost story, but as a Black Ops military mission. The mission objective: save the Confederate treasury at all costs. The architect: the mysterious Major Harrison. He's likely a high-ranking intelligence officer, a man comfortable with deception and collateral damage. His plan has two parts. Phase 1 is the switch. Under the cover of the storm and the chaos at the Macon depot, he oversees the loading of the gold. But at the last minute, he stages a reorganization. He moves the real treasure to a different train, a smaller, faster one that slips away south unnoticed. But he has a problem. Witnesses. The men who moved the gold. The station hands who saw the switch. The guards assigned to the original cargo. There are dozens of them. In a war, secrets get you killed, but men who know secrets get you killed faster. So he initiates Phase 2, the cleanup. He gathers all the witnesses, the 32 men from the ledger, under one pretext. They are the honor guard. They are being given the crucial task of escorting the treasury north. It's a suicide mission, but they don't know it. They are loaded onto the decoy train. The train is deliberately overloaded, its manifest falsified to ensure the engineer, Elias Thorne, will push it too hard. Thorne is not a conspirator. He is a pawn, another victim. Major Harrison himself gets into the cab. He's the second man the farmer Jedediah Blackwood saw. He's not there to supervise. He's there to ensure the plan goes off without a hitch. He needs to make sure Thorne gets the train up to a speed from which it cannot recover, and he needs to confirm the trap is set. His own men, hours earlier, had gone to the Ocmulgee trestle and dug out the embankment beneath the tracks. A simple act of sabotage that the floodwaters would perfectly conceal. The train thunders into the night. It's a ghost train even before it crashes. A train full of dead men who just don't know it yet. A few miles from the bridge, Harrison makes his exit. He jumps from the slowing train, or perhaps has a horse waiting for him. His job is done. The fuse is lit. Elias Thorne, alone in the cab, drives the train into the trap. The derailment, the crash, the explosion. It all happens exactly as Harrison planned. The crash wasn't an accident. It was the cleanup. It's a perfect, brutal solution. In a single fiery event, Harrison has achieved three things. He has created a highly visible public tragedy that convinces everyone the gold is lost in the river. He has physically eliminated every single witness to his real plan. And he has created a dramatic story that will be told for generations, a ghost story that keeps people away from the scene of his crime. Now think about the paranormal events from this perspective. The ghost train isn't a residual echo of a tragedy. It's a psychic scream of betrayal, the rage of 32 men who realized in their final terrifying seconds that they were not dying for their country. They were being murdered by it. The guardian ghosts aren't protecting gold. They are pointing to the crime. They are trying to show us what happened. James Sullivan, the engineer in 1904, didn't see an aggressive spirit trying to cause a crash. He saw a warning, a phantom train appearing on the tracks to say, "Stop! Danger ahead! This is what happened to us." And the diver, Frank Miller. What if the hands he felt weren't trying to pull him down? What if they were trying to give him something? The belt buckle, a piece of evidence, a plea from the grave saying, "Look closer, find the truth. We have the motive, the brutal logic of war. We have the method, a masterful plan of deception and murder." But the river kept the bodies, and for over a century, it kept the secret. So the obvious question is, why can't we just go and prove it? Why can't we take a modern forensics team to the Ocmulgee River, excavate the site, and find the remains of the decoy train and its murdered crew? The answer is the river itself. The Ocmulgee River of today is not the Ocmulgee River of 1864. A river is a living thing. It breathes, it moves, it changes its shape. In the 160 years since the crash, the river has flooded hundreds of times. Each flood deposits a new layer of silt, sand, and mud on the riverbed. The site of the wreck is now buried under an estimated 15 to 20 feet of sediment. That's like digging through a two-story building made of mud. Furthermore, the river has changed its course. The deep channel where the train went down is no longer the deepest part of the river. The banks have eroded in some places and built up in others. The exact location, once known to every local, is now a matter of educated guesswork. And even if you could pinpoint the location, excavation would be an environmental and legal nightmare. The area is now a protected wetland, bringing in the kind of heavy industrial equipment needed to dig that deep. Barges, cranes, cofferdams. would require an army of engineers and a mountain of permits. It would risk destroying a delicate ecosystem. The river has become the perfect accomplice to the crime, silently burying the evidence deeper and deeper with each passing year. So where did the real gold go? The most likely theory is that the second train took it south to the port of Savannah. From there, it was probably loaded onto a blockade runner, a fast ship designed to evade the Union Navy. Its destination, Europe. The Confederacy was desperate for foreign allies. A few $1 million in gold could have bought them guns from France or ships from Great Britain. It was a last, desperate gamble to turn the tide of the war. Did it work? Almost certainly not. By April of 1864, the war was already lost. The gold likely ended up in a European bank vault, its origins obscured, absorbed into the global financial system. The last hope of the Confederacy probably paid for a French vineyard or a British country estate. The gold is likely long gone, untraceable. But the evidence of the crime, the bones of the men who were murdered, are almost certainly still there, buried in the cold, dark mud of the Ocmulgee. Frank Miller, the diver, may have been the last person to come into direct contact with them. The scratches on his leg, the belt buckle in his boot, a final, desperate message from the bottom of the river. A message that says, "We are still here. Do not forget us." The mystery of the ghost train of Macon is, in the end, two stories woven together. The first is a story of lost gold, a classic treasure hunt. But the second, deeper story is a murder mystery. It's a story about the true cost of war, where loyalty is a weapon and human lives are just another resource to be spent. So, the gold is gone. The soldiers are dead. But if you stand on that bank tonight, on a quiet April evening, you have to wonder. When you hear that phantom whistle blowing on the wind, are you hearing an echo of the past? Or are you hearing a warning for the future? Every town has a ghost story, a haunted house, a spooky old road. We tell these stories for entertainment, to feel a shiver run down our spine in the safety of our own homes. But the ghost train of Macon is different. It's more than just a campfire tale. It's a living piece of history, a mystery that has endured for over a century and a half, fueled by whispers, sightings, and the tantalizing promise of lost treasure. We began this journey looking for a simple ghost, an echo of a tragic accident. But the truth we've uncovered is far more complex and far more human. It's a story born from the desperation of a dying nation. A story of a brilliant, ruthless plan to save a fortune by sacrificing human lives. It's a heist, a diversion, and a mass murder, all disguised as a simple train wreck. The phantom locomotive that people see is not just a replay of an event. It's the psychic scar left on the landscape by an act of profound betrayal. The soldiers on that train thought they were dying for a cause. Instead, they were silenced, their deaths used as a tool of deception by the very leaders they trusted. Their story was buried, first under the muddy waters of the Ocmulgee River, and then under the weight of history itself. The official record calls it an accident. But the legend, the ghost story that refused to die, kept a different version of the truth alive. The folklore was right. It always hinted that something was wrong with the official story. It told us the river was guarded. It told us the spirits were restless. We thought they were angry about stolen gold, but they were angry about stolen lives, their own. This is the enduring power of such legends. They are the folk history of the forgotten. When the official documents are sanitized, when the truth is deliberately obscured, the ghosts are sometimes the only ones left to testify. The real treasure wasn't the gold. The real treasure was the truth. And it's a truth that forces us to look at history not as a set of clean facts, but as a messy, often brutal story of human choices. The gold is gone. The war is over. The men who orchestrated the deception are long dead. All that remains is the river, the mud, and the story.
a story that still gets told in the dark, on the banks of the Ocmulgee, every April. Some say history is written by the victors. In Macon, history is whispered by the dead. And they haven't finished talking yet.